Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In front of the strange door, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly felt that the more dragon essence energy had dissipated out. At this moment, the whole road was filled with dragon essence energy. Chong Lulu exclaimed, "What a powerful force! Eat it!" Inside the door, Han Fei stuffed some energy into Forge the Universe. However, how could the space of Forge the Universe compare to the sea quelling painting? The space in the sea quelling painting spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, and Forge the Universe was only about 10 kilometers in radius. After a while, Forge the Universe was filled with all kinds of spiritual plants, filling up the existing space. Fortunately, the ownerless souls around Han Fei no longer affected his cultivation. Therefore, Han Fei continued to cultivate the indestructible body. The training this time was even more painful for Han Fei. He really felt that his skull was being ground to dust, which was really painful. However, once Han Fei stopped, a large amount of dragon essence energy would still drill into his body. If he was careless, he might be stuffed to explode by the dragon essence energy. The old turtle said, "Stick to your Tao heart and comprehend your own great Tao better. With the great Tao in your heart, why does physical suffering matter?" Han Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and he thought to himself, "If I could understand the true meaning of the Tao heart, I would have done so a long time ago. Who would want to be in such pain? You old turtle, you make it sound so easy. I don't believe that you could comprehend the Tao heart so easily back then." Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique again. It seemed that every time he used it, his pain was reduced a little. This was simply like he was smoking weed. He was almost addicted. Han Fei thought that if he could embark on the great Tao, his body might not be in pain. However, when Han Fei had this thought, he was suddenly woken up. When the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was created, did the Creator have this mentality to let future generations walk on his great Tao and end up as his leeches? With this in mind, Han Fei made up his mind and decided that he couldn't use the Heavenly Enlightenment technique anymore. As for how to survive the gut-wrenching pain, he might as well burn his essence blood. Although this also consumed vitality, the consumption was much less than the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. After all, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique consumed lifespan. Fuse. In an instant, Han Fei used the combination technique that had always been useless as the inherited secret technique of Little Black and Little White. This combination technique had never been useful. However, now that the three of them were combined, plus the effect of burning his blood essence, Han Fei's strength became stronger, and he could resist some pain. Han Fei asked, "Son, can you control my body?" At this moment, Han Fei suddenly remembered that every time he fused with his spiritual beast, he was crazy and sometimes couldn't control himself. At those moments, he didn't seem to feel any pain. In his mind, Han Fei didn't forcibly control this body with the power of his soul. Sure enough, Little Black's consciousness filled the fish head behind the transformation. Huff. This feeling was very strange. Han Fei seemed to have become a part of the consciousness of this body. Although he knew that his body was in extreme pain at the moment, when he was completely in a mental state, he suddenly discovered that the pain was greatly relieved, as if his mind and body had been completely separated. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. While Han Fei was practicing the indestructible body, the Blood-Chi River. Outside was already a mess. There was no telling if it was because of the collapse of space, but some laws seemed to be collapsing in this small world. The earth was shaking and mountains were shaking, and there were fiery meteors falling from the sky. The entire world was a scene of doomsday. In the Blood-Chi River, the blood water suddenly decreased. The blood and chi on the river, as well as the masses of mist, were decreasing. On the contrary, the number of blood muds increased. Some heavenly talents who were still on the river suddenly discovered that there were more small boats on the Blood-Chi River. These small boats seemed to appear out of thin air, and no one knew where they came from. At this moment, most of the heavenly talents had come to the river. In the long Blood-Chi River, these people were like 8 immortals across the sea, each showing his own strength. Someone steered the boat to flee. Someone's hull was surrounded by blood muds. In desperation, he found 2 or 3 small boats popping up not far away, so he jumped over and narrowly escaped death. Of course, there were also some people who were covered in blood muds. After being poisoned for about half an hour, their bodies began to rot. In this doomsday scene, the true heavenly talents of the various factions were quickly selected. After all, only at a life and death moment could a person's potential be greatly mobilized. Queen Life and the others were also dumbfounded when they saw this small island. Even though it had been swept by several forces, it still greatly exceeded their expectations. At this life and death moment, the heavenly talents used all their reserved means. Now everyone's trump cards were fully revealed. Although the outside world was in chaos, in front of the huge door, smack. This was already the 8th breakthrough sound on this road. Yes, everyone who came to the door today had a breakthrough. Obviously, the frequency of breakthroughs was a bit too high, which was almost shockingly high. Although some people had already reached the peak of Sea Spirit or Law Enforcer, there was still a gap between the peaks. Today, they had also made small breakthroughs, which made their foundation more solid. For example, Zhang Xiaotian had just transcended the 4-9 king tribulation. Originally, he should still be consolidating his cultivation. However, at this moment, he was swallowing dragon essence energy while consolidating his cultivation. In just a short 5 or 6 hours, he felt that his foundation was already very solid. However, Zhang Xiaotian didn't look happy at all. His cultivation was stabilized very quickly, but what about Han Fei? He had weathered through the limit of 600 meters, so the benefits he could get would definitely be much greater. Thinking about that, Zhang Xiaotian was at a loss for words. After a long time, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly felt that the amount of dragon essence energy around him was slowly decreasing. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is this power going to be gone? Has it been sucked up by Han Fei? With this in mind, Zhang Xiaotian grew even more anxious. The opportunity was right in front of him. Was it because he didn't dare to take it? Should he regret it for the rest of his life? He had the courage to reincarnate and cultivate again, but did he not even have the courage to explore a secret realm? Buzz. Zhang Xiaotian stepped to the limit of 600 meters. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, he fell to the ground with a bang. Splash. Zhang Xiaotian's octopus body was directly pressed out. For an octopus, their defense and resistance were extremely strong. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaotian finally experienced the kind of pain Han Fei was in just now. Is this really the kind of power that a human can Withstand? This is completely different from the pressure before. Zhang Xiaotian sensed a heavy mist around him. He subconsciously looked into the depths of the mist, only to see a figure, which looked a bit like the figure in the painting. Just the gaze of the other party was not something he could withstand. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian was horrified. Even in his previous life, he had never met such a terrifying powerhouse. Behind Zhang Xiaotian, the group of people were also looking at Zhang Xiaotian's miserable appearance. Remembering how painful Han Fei looked just now, they thought to themselves, Zhang Xiaotian is still a bit weaker than Han Fei. Especially Shrimp Yue and San Chi, they knew that from now on, there was one person in the waterwood world they couldn't mess with, and that was Han Fei. They all knew that Zhang Xiaotian secretly reserved his strength, but even so, he was not someone they could defeat. It was already obvious, Han Fei had got through the same checkpoint, but Zhang Xiaotian failed, and the latter looked even more miserable than Han Fei. At this moment, Chong Lulu wriggled forward and had already reached more than 400 meters, nearly 500 meters. Reality proved that as long as one was willing to persist on this road, they could still gain something. The most difficult part was the place at 600 meters. Chong Lulu said, Chong Xiaochong, Phoenix Head 7, hurry up. The further you go, the stronger the power will be. My physique has improved greatly. I'm sure I can transcend the tribulation this time. Chong Xiaochong said, you animal, you're climbing so fast? Damn. This pressure is scary. Thinking of how quickly Han Fei passed the road, Chong Lulu said, I'm afraid you don't know what being fast is. Han Fei has already entered the door. We, also heavenly talents, can't flinch. Smack. Everyone had just thought that someone had made a breakthrough. However, suddenly, everyone looked up and saw a crack appear on the huge door. Huh? There was no telling if Zhang Xiaotian was lucky or not, but at this moment, the door was broken, which allowed him to take a breath of relief. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death here. At the place where the 95 branches of the Blood Qi River converged, 3 small vines between Han Fei's eyebrows were still swallowing crazily, and the vine leaves became more and more brilliant. However, the dragon essence energy suddenly began to decrease, and the ownerless souls had all been absorbed. Han Fei didn't know how strong his indestructible body had become. He just felt that his skull was shining too at this moment. The spiritual spring in Forge the Universe, if not counting the spiritual fruits, was less than 200 million points. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the 5th level of the indestructible body. And this was just the indestructible body, which didn't include the soul cultivation of the indestructible overlord body at all. At that time, Han Fei felt that if he didn't have enough spiritual spring, he might not even be qualified to cultivate it. In Han Fei's sea of consciousness, because the dragon's shadow had completely perished, the demon purification pot flew out of the old turtle again. This made the old turtle heave a long sigh of relief. F***ck, you scared me. The old turtle finally realized that the demon purification pot was very magical. He wanted to run out when it was not prepared, but that didn't seem likely. In the future, if there was a chance, he should build a good relationship with Han Fei. This was the safest strategy. Gurgle. Gurgle. Caw, caw, caw. Han Fei discovered that the blood-colored cocoon around him was getting thinner and thinner. It seemed that the so-called dragon essence energy was gone in the end. Han Fei was even a little shocked. How strong was this dragon when it was alive? He cultivated the indestructible body, swallowed power, repaired his soul, explored forged the universe, and led the energy into the demon purification pot and the sea-quelling painting. All these things added up, he failed to eat it completely. In fact, Han Fei had calculated in his heart many times that all the places he could use to absorb energy had been filled up with energy. Even his indestructible golden body was almost completed before the dragon essence energy was used up. Even so, the remaining dragon essence energy didn't completely disappear. There should be a lot left. However, this big cocoon was no longer enough to tie him up, nor would there be infinite energy entering his body. At his feet, under the dragon head, tentacles extended from a cloud of blood. Who else could it be but little Fatty? However, little Fatty seemed to have changed a little. Its tentacles turned red. Smack. All of a sudden, Han Fei saw that the ground was cracking, and the tributaries of the Blood Chi River were flowing back. Immediately, Han Fei thought to himself, not good, this place is collapsing. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had thought that although there wasn't much dragon essence energy left, his indestructible golden body should be ready soon. As long as his skull turned golden, he should be able to complete the indestructible body. However, this place was about to collapse. Han Fei looked at Forge the Universe again, only to find that the spiritual spring in it was almost exhausted. He seemed to be only half a step from completing the indestructible body. After hesitating for a while, Han Fei stopped hesitating. Although it was just a little bit off, when had he not been stuck at the last step in practicing the indestructible body? Every time, he would either calcine his body with strange fires, deduce void fishing to attract lightning, or transcend the tribulation. It seemed that he had almost reached the 5th level of the indestructible body with the help of the dragon essence energy. He might need an opportunity to master the last bit of the indestructible body. Only then could he master it. Then, Han Fei looked at his information. Han Fei was shocked. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 76, Intermediate Explorer. Spiritual Energy, 19,000/19,000. Spiritual Power, 25,682/25,682. Perception Range, 3,200 kilometers. Strength, 602 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 65. Second Spiritual Beast, Unawakened. Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, Level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level. Divine Quality. Han Fei's first attention was naturally the spiritual power. His previous spiritual power was nearly 30,000 points. He had thought that it would take an extremely long time to restore his soul. After all, after he swallowed the new consciousness born in the body of the water immortal, his soul power had only increased by more than 6,000 points. But now, it was just a dragon shadow. Besides, a lot of the soul power it detonated dissipated in the void. But just this dragon shadow alone increased his soul power by nearly 9,000 points, recovering most of his soul power in an instant. Han Fei firmly believed that in such a situation, if he cultivated in seclusion for a period of time and visualized the god-scaring painting, it shouldn't be a problem for him to restore his peak soul power. His spiritual energy had increased by 40,000 points, which was not a big deal. His spiritual energy had dropped from 180,000 points to 150,000 points. At this moment, he had broken 2 levels in a row. It was normal for him to replenish his storage of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't think it was enough. After all, an intermediate peak-level explorer was different from an intermediate explorer. At the explorer level, one step would lead to a huge difference. As for his perception range, this time it was restored to 3,200 kilometers. This was normal. After all, he had already traveled 3,600 kilometers before. Now that he had upgraded 2 levels in a row and his soul power had recovered so much, it would be strange if it was lower than 3,000. In terms of strength, the terrifying number of 602 waves shocked Han Fei. This was already an extremely shocking number. It wasn't like Han Fei didn't know the realm of explorer. Ordinary explorers only had about 500 waves of strength when they were advanced explorers, and before they reached the peak, heavenly talents usually didn't reach 800. Unless they were peerless heavenly talents. Would an advanced explorer have the power of 1,000 waves? Han Fei had never heard of it. But a peak-level explorer would have a terrifying increase in strength. As the saying went, if one's strength doesn't exceed 1,000 waves, he won't reach the peak. If he wanted to become a half-venerable, 1,000 waves was only the beginning. At this moment, Han Fei was only an intermediate, peak-level explorer. Now, Han Fei was covered in fat. This was a sign that the energy in his body hadn't been completely digested. If he absorbed all this power, his overall strength would increase again. If he had a golden body and then became an advanced explorer, it was almost certain that his combat power would exceed 1,000 waves. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, how many waves does one have to be called a half-venerable?" The old turtle said, "It has nothing to do with how much strength you have. Being a half-venerable or not only has to do with the great Tao. If you have stepped into the Tao and can become a venerable at any time, then you can be called a half-venerable. If you have to measure it with strength, more than 1,000 waves. If you are a pure body refiner, I'm afraid it has to be 2,000 waves." Huh? Only 1,000 waves? That's not high. Tisk. The old turtle said, "Do you know that when the power of the great Tao is added to the body, how can power be measured by strength alone? Unless your strength is several times stronger than others, the amount of strength depends on the strength of your own great Tao. At that time, you can forget about using any secret technique. It's not that there aren't any secret techniques of that level, but secret techniques always have a price to pay. It's just like you borrowed strength from me, but how could I lend strength to you for nothing? You would have to pay back." Hearing this, Han Fei hurriedly looked at his secret technique. The devil change couldn't even double his strength now. As for the Beast King technique? Han Fei glanced at it and found that the power boost was only 3 times. Although the Beast King technique, in a sense, couldn't be considered a secret method, it should be a kind of talent ability of a race. If he forcibly learned it, it was already very impressive that he could achieve this effect. At this moment, the Beast King technique could provide 3 times more power. If he made a breakthrough in his current realm, Han Fei was almost certain that devil change was basically useless. The power boost provided by the Beast King technique would be at most 2 times. Even the boost provided by agility of wind was greatly reduced. It was not because agility of wind was a secret method, but because Han Fei's strength was growing, and his basic speed was also increasing. And the speed the Phantom glass wings could provide was also limited. Otherwise, if a venerable could increase their speed by several times as long as he wore a pair of wings. Like the phantom glass wings, it would be ridiculous. Therefore, after the growth this time, Han Fei seemed to have improved a lot. In all aspects. In fact, if he counted all the strengths such as secret techniques, he was probably not much stronger than when he had just become an intermediate explorer. Of course, the benefits of the improvement of one's own strength couldn't be explained with such simple data. After all, secret techniques couldn't be maintained for a long time, but one's own strength could be used at will. Caw, caw, caw. The ground cracked again, and little Fatty's head craned out of the red mist. Bang! Some of the huge dragon bones collapsed. Han Fei broke out of the big cocoon of dragon energy and felt that his mental state had never been better. In addition to the fact that he had gained 2 or 3 times more weight, lost about 800 years of vitality, increased his strength too much, and might not have fully mastered these powers yet, everything else was good. He became fat because he hadn't absorbed all the energy. With his current strength and speed of growth, he could be exactly the same as before in 2 or 3 months. Han Fei wanted to store the dragon essence energy, but it was dispersed. Han Fei had a feeling that this place would collapse before he stored the dragon essence energy. The old turtle also shouted, "Go now. The heavenly secrets are in chaos here. And perception doesn't work here. You have to find where the door is." Han Fei said, "Wherever there is water, there is a way out. From here, a total of 95 blood pools flow out." Huh? Why is there one less branch? Han Fei clearly remembered that there were 95 branches before. Why did it become 94 now? The old turtle said, "Well, you may have swallowed one of them." Han Fei didn't believe it at all. He had swallowed one of them? Could he drink the blood chi in the pool? However, Han Fei didn't think too much. He simply said, "With so many tributaries, one of them can always lead us out." The old turtle said, "It's inappropriate to waste too much time on the blood pools. You know, when you came in, it happened in the blink of an eye." Han Fei glanced at little Fatty, who had just been reborn, and recalled it. Han Fei said, "We have to run. However, there's one more thing to do." The old turtle, "What?" "Shwa." Han Fei had already flashed out. Holding the huge dragon bones, he shouted crazily, "Collect, collect, collect." The old turtle. This dragon bone was 30,000 feet long, but Forge the Universe was already filled up at this moment. However, the old turtle was a little speechless. To get a treasure, you don't even want your life? Besides, was this still considered a treasure? After countless years, these dragon bones probably didn't have any blood or chi left. This bone, let alone being a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, couldn't even be considered an ultra-quality divine weapon. However, how could Han Fei and the old turtle think the same? The good things in your eyes are at the level of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, while the damn good things in my eyes are only at the level of semi-divine weapons. For a moment, Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique and quickly flashed among the dragon bones. Dragon heads, dragon claws, dragon ribs, and dragon neck were crazily stuffed into Forge the Universe. Although Forge the Universe could contain them, there wouldn't be much space left inside after the dragon was stuffed in. Bang! Bang! Boom! Crack! Crack! Although Han Fei was fast enough, he still couldn't keep up with the collapsing speed. He had only collected half of the dragon bones, but a large part of the dome had already collapsed. Around him, void cracks appeared one after another. The old turtle shouted, "Not good." "You're right. This is not behind the door at all. This is an independent world. At this moment, you have swallowed the power in this small world, so this place is about to be annihilated." Han Fei's heart did a flip. What do we do? There are 94 tributaries. Which one is closer? The old turtle was lost for words. One choice is to resist the spatial turbulence and return to the door. The other is that, as you said, since the source of the blood pool is here, any tributary can lead us out. Han Fei was still collecting the dragon bones while looking for a way. He didn't believe that it would be easy to go out from a branch of the blood pool. The branches must be very long. It was better to go out from. Han Fei suddenly stood on a dragon bone and thought of something. What do the 95 tributaries and 94 tributaries represent? 95, the flying dragon is in the sky, and trends are on my side. What about the 94? It's not in the sky, but in the abyss, which means that the dragon is in the abyss. Han Fei seems to remember that the number was not explained like this. But in any case, did it mean that the source of this blood chi river is actually right below the blood pool? If that was the case, Han Fei extended his hand and drew an array with one hand. After he drew dozens of lines, a teleportation array appeared. The old turtle wondered, where does this teleportation array lead to? Han Fei smiled. Above my head. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. While drawing the teleportation array, Han Fei had actually made alternate plans. If he guessed right, when he went out, he would probably leave the small world and return to the door. However, if he took the wrong way to leave or fell into the blood pool, he would instantly activate his invincible will and golden body. Then, he would instantly create a void and escape from the void. For others, this might be difficult. However, Han Fei felt that his body had become so sturdy that it shouldn't be a problem for him to resist the turbulence for a while. Han Fei looked at the big holes and void cracks that were cracking in all directions. Even many thick dragon bones had been minced in. It was a pity that half of the dragon bones were gone. If he had had some time, he wouldn't have allowed such ultra-quality materials to be left here in dust. Shwa. Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array and felt that the void in front of his eyes was chaotic. Many cracks appeared in the teleportation space in an instant. Just when Han Fei thought that he would be sucked into the void turbulence, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had come out. And the place he came out from was exactly the door. They only meant one thing: the small world he came from wasn't very far away from here. Han Fei appeared here because he was trying to teleport here. At this moment, he was only about 200 meters away from the giant door. Crack! As soon as Han Fei appeared, he heard a crisp thunder-like sound. He looked up, only to see a crack on the giant door in front of him. Wait. Han Fei suddenly discovered that the place where the cracks appeared was strange. When he took a closer look, he found that it didn't seem to be a crack, but a curved door crack. All this happened the moment Han Fei came out. Behind him, Chong Lulu shouted, "Han Fei, where did you pop up from? Run! This place is collapsing. The blood river is coming up." Han Fei felt that although the pressure of this huge door was not small, it was much weaker than the moment he came. He didn't know if it was because his strength had improved greatly, or if there was a gap in the huge door here. Han Fei looked back, only to see Zhang Xiaotian lying 200 meters away, in his original form. Han Fei knew how it felt. He must be feeling that he was going to die. However, because of the crack on the giant door, the pressure on Zhang Xiaotian was relieved. At this time, he could stand up with difficulty. Behind Zhang Xiaotian, rubble was everywhere, the dome collapsed, and boulders fell, smashing all over the ground. The others were looking at Han Fei nervously, trying to run forward, but their strength didn't allow them to. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Behind them, the Blood Pool River was flowing upward. As for the others, some people had come late and embarked on this road for a short time, so they had easily returned to their boats. Some people were even watching leisurely, as if watching a show. Some people didn't panic at all. For example, Shrimp Yue and some others were still swallowing the dragon essence energy. Han Fei knew that those people must have put away their boats. Han Fei shouted, "Where are your boats?" Phoenix Head 7 said, "We came in a hurry, so we didn't collect them." Han Fei's face turned black. Why are these guys so stupid? He didn't know why. His junior sister sent these guys over. Han Fei looked at the blood pool more than 200 meters away from them, and then heard the giant door crack again. The billowing smoke dispersed, and Han Fei seemed to see a ray of light in the crack. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said telepathically, "You three wait a moment. I'll be back soon." The three of them thought to themselves, "Can't you see the situation here? Where are you going?" Zhang Xiaotian and some people who were watching the show were surprised to see that Han Fei was still trying to rush to the end of this road. Squeak, squeak. The huge stone door was indeed opening, and Zhang Xiaotian and the others also realized what was going on. However, the gap only revealed a little bit, and they couldn't see anything except white fuse. Han Fei crossed another 100 meters. When he felt his feet soften, he activated the fusion state. In his dantian, the Dao seed was activated, and Han Fei thought to himself, "I can see behind the door." This was a form of self-deception, a kind of self-prophecy. However, this was Han Fei's great Dao, a special ability to deceive the heavens and the earth. Therefore, when the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, the white light in Han Fei's eyes gradually dissipated. Han Fei seemed to see colorful clouds behind the door. Huh? The sky? However, this picture was quickly seen through. Han Fei seemed to see a huge waterfall falling from the sky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a heavenly river. Birds seemed to be swimming in the sky, and figures were floating. Han Fei looked up, only to see the stars were shining, and someone was looking up at the sky. As if sensing something, the person looked back. Pfft. Han Fei didn't see his face at all. At the moment when he looked back, he had forgotten what he looked like. He could only vaguely remember a plain gaze. Han Fei retreated and vomited blood. The demon purification pot between his eyebrows trembled as if it had resisted some huge attack for Han Fei. The old turtle didn't know what was going on, so he asked, "Did you see something behind the door?" "That's impossible. I can't see it." "How can you?" Han Fei vomited blood and hurriedly cast the holy light technique on himself. Before he said breathlessly, "I didn't see anything either, but I just vomited blood." Han Fei thought to himself, "I really didn't see anything. Except for a waterfall, a river of stars, and a vague figure, there was nothing else." However, Han Fei was sure that the person was definitely not dead yet. He even looked back at him. What was behind the door? Who had the ability to stand in the starry sky? Zhang Xiaotian was a little surprised. Was there another obstacle ahead? He thought that it was impossible for Han Fei to see anything from the gap of the giant door, because it was just a crack. He thought that Han Fei definitely wanted to enter the huge door, but he still had to pass a checkpoint. And at this checkpoint, Han Fei failed. Therefore, he kept vomiting blood. Ka ka ka. At this moment, before the door was opened, the dome of the mountain above his head seemed to be full of cracks, because it couldn't hold some kind of power. Bam. 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 Bang. 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 Rumble. A large number of boulders smashed down, and many blood demons in the blood pool were shouting, "Retreat!" Shrimp Yue shouted, "Xiaotian, let's go." Sanchi shouted, "There's always a chance." Shrimp Yue and Sanchi retreated until they reached the edge of the pool of blood. Then, they took out their boats and boarded the boat. Zhang Xiaotian took a deep look at Han Fei, rolled on the ground, retreated behind the 600-meter boundary, and then quickly retreated. Han Fei realized that he had to run. If he didn't run, he would be doomed if the void turbulence appeared here. Even if there was no void turbulence here, as long as the mountain completely collapsed, the blood pool would cover this place. At that time, even if he took out his boat, could he escape? However, he didn't panic. It was his style to win in chaos. Bang! Han Fei took a step forward and sprinted towards where Chong Lulu and the others were. Hiss! Seeing Han Fei's action, the people from the Blood Sea Divinewood City, the White Shell Royal City, and the Waterwood World were all dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, are we really walking on the same road? We're moving forward bit by bit, but look at Han Fei. He is literally running. In a few seconds, Han Fei rushed to Chong Lulu and the others, grabbed Chong Liuliu's horn with one hand, and kicked the retreating Chong Xiaochong to the blood pool. Then he grabbed the big bird's beak with his other hand and quickly retreated. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, a small boat appeared, and the four of them returned to the boat amidst the falling rubble. Chi la. As soon as they got on the boat, arrays popped up under Han Fei's feet one after another. None of the falling stones or the splashing blood pool water splashed on Han Fei's boat. Han Fei said, "Come on, push the boat." Whoosh! Phoenix Head 7 flapped his wings, and Chong Xiaochong and Chong Lulu also opened their wings. Han Fei waved a spiritual energy hand, and the four of them worked together to push the little boat away. Bang! 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 Different from others, Phoenix Head 7, Chong Lulu, and Chong Xiaochong all flapped their wings, which might cause ripples on the surface of the water, but it wouldn't make the surface of the blood pool boil. But Han Fei was different. This B** made deafening noises. Chong Lulu shouted, "Han Fei, stop it. You will attract the blood bugs." Over. Yes, Chong Lulu didn't know that they were blood muds. Phoenix Head 7, that's a creature unique to the blood pool. It's very terrifying. Such loud noise will attract their attention. In the distance, Sanchi of the White Shell Royal City sneered. Han Fei must be out of his mind. On the blood demon's side, some creatures were speechless too, but they said excitedly, "Very good, let Han Fei lead the people from the Waterwood World to die. Let's go." Han Fei sneered and roared, "Everyone, hand over your sun moon shells." If they are worth less than 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy, I'll kill you. Everyone? The others? Han Fei pushed the boat to rush forward fast. Not only that, but he also began to punch out countless golden fist marks, not at other people's boats, but at the Blood Chi River. Shrimp Yue shouted, Han Fei, are you crazy? If you do this, you will attract the army of blood bugs. Then no one will be able to get away with it. A blood demon said angrily, Han Fei, are you going to stand in our way? Alone? Han Fei sneered. Why didn't you leave and stay watching the show just now? Bah, do you think you can watch my show? Today, except for the 2 ships that have slipped away in advance, all you shall pay me. Someone thought of something and shouted, let's go to another branch of the river. Han Fei grinned. You think I'm kidding? Boom. Small spirit gathering arrays appeared one after another. When hundreds of small arrays appeared, a large spirit gathering formation appeared in midair. At this moment, Han Fei finally experienced what it felt like when old Jiang stepped on a big array and stood in the void. It felt so good. Spiritual energy was gathering, and dozens of spiritual fruits exploded. For a moment, the water in the blood pool was surging, and blood muds were popping up. Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong shrank their heads. We're doomed, we're doomed. Han Fei, the blood bugs came. Phoenix Head 7 tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. He was smarter than the 2 bugs and knew that Han Fei must have something to back him up. Han Fei said, come on, today, I, Han Fei, sincerely invite the heavenly talents of the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City to go to hell together. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's behavior stunned all the heavenly talents here. This place is about to collapse. How do you still have the mood to rob us? If it were an ordinary place, it wouldn't matter if it collapsed. However, here, the sea of blood was surging, blood muds were chasing like tides, and the dome-like seal hung above like a huge mountain. There were originally many roads to get out. Although these people didn't know there were as many as 94, they came from different directions. If they wanted to leave, as long as they avoided the blood muds, it shouldn't be a problem. But now, Han Fei stood in their way. He used the Great Spirit Gathering Array and the spiritual fruits to cause the spiritual energy here to surge, and the blood muds came from all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone, including Zhang Xiaotian, felt a chill down their spines. Han Fei, do you want to die? Someone shouted, kill. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Today, if Han Fei insists on standing in our way, let him know that he is not the only heavenly talent here. Zhang Xiaotian, from the White Shell Royal City, reached out and grabbed at the void. Try it. Zhang Xiaotian knew that he might not be able to kill Han Fei, but with so many people ganging up on him, he might have a chance. At least, it wouldn't be easy for Han Fei to deal with it, and then he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. After all, among this group of people, he was the strongest. How could Han Fei leave him here when he was faced with so many people? That would be incredible. As Zhang Xiaotian opened his mouth, in the blink of an eye, 9 bloody spears reappeared. Shrimp Yue and San Chi attacked at the same time, shattering the void and making it break inch by inch. On the other side, the blood demons were chanting runes, which even enshrouded where Han Fei was. Some of the runes even caused the blood water to riot and flow backward. Phoenix Head 7 shouted, Han Fei, don't fight them head on. Looking at the overwhelming attacks, Phoenix Head 7, Chong Lulu, and Chong Xiaochong were all stunned. Even in the outside world, facing such a terrifying attack, it was impossible for them to resist it. Chong Lulu also shouted, "Han Fei, run! You can rob outside." Han Fei sneered. "Are you sure, when I go out, I can still rob them?" Chong Lulu, let me tell you, if you don't make a few near-death trips, you won't know what it means to be fearless. After that, Han Fei held Snowhorn and chuckled. Before, I had an enemy who taught me a very powerful sword technique. Look, the sky-sealing sword tide. This was Sun Mu's trump card secret technique. Under normal circumstances, there were many people who could block this big move. However, at this moment, in the blood pool, the blood muds were still surging. The power of this move was even stronger than his 10,000 knives in one. Han Fei drew an array with his sword, and the bloody water behind him poured out like a huge wave. Of course, Han Fei didn't expect that this sky-sealing sword tide could block so many powerful attacks. Zhang Xiaotian's 9 bloody spears alone should be able to easily break the sky-sealing sword tide. However, this technique caused a huge uproar. The blood pool became even more dangerous because of the noise. Everyone wanted to leave, but the number of the boats was limited, and there were countless blood muds here. No matter which road they took, it was very difficult for them to leave. Boom! A sacrificing punch blasted out, shattering the attacks of Shrimp Yue and Sanchi. Of course, the sacrificing punch was mainly used to block the 9 bloody spears. Seeing the spears shatter, Han Fei said leisurely, "Now, I've only triggered part of the space here. There are still other roads that haven't been affected. As long as you pay, I promise I won't make things difficult for you." Zhang Xiaotian clearly felt that Han Fei had become stronger, a lot stronger. Before, Han Fei's sacrificing punch could only withstand 5 spears at most. However, this time, the power of the 6th spear was easily penetrated. Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out again. The long sword in his hand caused the sea of blood to stir again. Chong Lulu and the others were all dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying power did Han Fei have? How could he have broken so many attacks alone? Under the sky-sealing sword tide, it was a mess everywhere. There was blood, pool water everywhere. Sword chi surged like a tide, and among them, the blood muds were rushing forward. The blood muds were law enforcers in the first place. No matter how weak they were still law enforcers. Under the siege of tens of millions of people, how could these people resist? Not only that, Han Fei put away Snowhorn and a big bow appeared in his hand. Swish! 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 Han Fei pulled the bow and shot 5 arrows in 1 second. The arrows were terrifying. The runes that were meant to kill Han Fei were shattered by the arrows. Someone exclaimed, "How is it possible? How can he absorb spiritual energy so fast? He is shooting arrows one after another. Does he not need spiritual energy?" Someone was shocked. He must have a way to temporarily store spiritual energy. Someone said, "Let's escape together. There are many exits here." Can he seal all the exits? Swish! 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 Han Fei kept shooting arrows. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. When Zhang Xiaotian realized that Han Fei became stronger and he was definitely no match for him, he stopped attacking. Instead, he led Shrimp Yue and the others to choose an exit and tried to kill a way through. Han Fei ignored them. Zhang Xiaotian must have other trump cards. Besides, the war soul bao art couldn't kill them. Therefore, Han Fei's arrows were like flying locusts, only intending to destroy their chances to escape instead of killing them. Some people could block his destruction and had ways to deal with the blood muds. However, most people didn't. For more than 10 seconds, Han Fei didn't stop at all, and kept shooting arrows. Wherever those people's boats wanted to run to, Han Fei shot arrows at them, making the blood wave roll. At this moment, 3 boats from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were blocked by Han Fei's arrows. There were 6 people on these 3 boats, and none of them could escape. Having no choice, the 3 of them attacked Han Fei with all their strength. One of them attacked Han Fei with runes, trying to cause trouble for Han Fei. The other 2 were trying to clear a path and rush into any tributary. However, the idea was good, but none of them were strong enough, and they didn't have any special trump cards. In fact, even if they could exert the combat power of an advanced explorer. Now, Han Fei didn't mind. At this moment, Han Fei's strength had already far exceeded that of ordinary advanced explorers. Even if he didn't use any secret techniques, few people below the peak level were his match. Han Fei shouted, "Pay for your lives. 1 sun moon shell, for each of you. It's not expensive at all. Why not consider it?" A blood demon rose angrily, stepped in the air, and shot 3 green beams at Han Fei. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. With his current eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the 3 nails could break the soul and should be intermediate or advanced, one-time use divine weapons. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water flew out, and with a few clinking sounds, the long nails were sent flying. The blood demon opened her red gauze and let out a cry, and the runes on her body surged out like ink. The runes were like countless confinement seals. Han Fei felt that the surrounding void was sealed, and there were poisonous things floating around. Heh! The heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City are nothing more than this? Han Fei roared and punched out with the sacrificing punch. With a puff, the woman vomited blood and retreated, and the seal of the runes was also penetrated by Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand, and the poisonous cloud seemed to be caught in his hand. Buzz. Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique and was cut 7 or 8 times by the void cracks. However, only a few blood marks were left, which was not a big deal. But at this moment, Han Fei appeared directly beside the blood demon. Someone shouted, "Not good. Sister Zhao, retreat." Retreat? Han Fei's voice was cold, and a kitchen knife appeared in his hand. In the field, silver light bloomed, and the blood demon was cut into 2 pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei reached out, grabbed her sun moon shell, and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. Han Fei glared at the others. "Since you refuse to give it to me, I'll take it myself." Plop. Ka ka ka. The rocks on the dome fell, but Han Fei didn't even look at it. He just casually slapped the rubble into dust and smiled. Behind him, Chong Xiaochong sighed. He is too domineering. When can I forcefully break through the array and fight 10 alone like him? Phoenix Head 7 said, "Stop daydreaming. Blow the bloodworms out first." Clash. A hill-like dome fell, and blood tide surged. While controlling the boat, Chong Lulu shouted, "Han Fei, stop fighting. If You keep fighting, we'll be eaten by the bloodworms. Huh? Why does the water in the blood pool seem to be declining? Buzz. Suddenly, even Han Fei realized that dozens of maelstrom had appeared in the blood pool and were sucking the boats crazily. Han Fei said to them via voice transmission, "Calm down. Don't panic. If you run out along the branches, it will be stupid. When I kill these people, I'll find a way to take you out." Outside, the entire mountain was collapsing at a visible speed. Up to now, only 3 mountains were still sturdy. Even so, there was still rubble falling from these 3 mountains. At this time, everyone discovered that these 3 mountains were somewhat different. Although they were also collapsing, there was a large array protecting them, and there seemed to be a dragon lying on the ground, exuding a powerful pressure. Suddenly, someone took a boat and rushed out of an exit of the blood pool. They rushed forward and bombarded, and a large area of blood muds was chasing them. Huh? The blood muds were too dense. Whether it was the White Armor Emperor or Queen Life, both frowned. That ship didn't seem to be a treasure. With so much blood muds chasing, it had already exceeded the scope of this trial. The White Armor Emperor glanced at Queen Life and slapped out, only to see a dragon shadow trying to rush out of the 3 mountains. However, the dragon shadow seemed too weak to withstand such a blow. With a bang, the 3 mountains exploded. At that time, Han Fei was stepping in the air, holding the embroidery needle in his hand, and knocking frantically. He was fighting 5 enemies alone, looking quite intimidating. "Hey! Let me ask you again, are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'll kill you now." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. The only difference between Han Fei and the bully in the eyes of the blood demons at this moment was that Han Fei was more ferocious and fearless. Top Heavenly Talenta knew their limitations. What was the gap between them and ordinary people? How far could they go in the future? How should they cope with difficulties? They knew what they should do and wouldn't seek death. However, Han Fei seemed to be courting death at this moment. This greatly exceeded their understanding. For example, when Han Fei was robbing, at the beginning, no one paid attention to him. This was completely different from when Han Fei robbed the 7 major academies. Although the heavenly talents of the 7 major academies were called heavenly talents, they were only the best of the academies. Their performances were not bad. Perhaps they could be called elites. Among them, there were a few who were outstanding and could be called heavenly talents. However, those people couldn't be compared with the heavenly talents here. The reason why they didn't show their strength was that Han Fei's performance was so strong that other people's killer moves, and even their trump cards, looked weak in front of Han Fei. This was no longer the difference between heavenly talents. This was a qualitative difference. At this moment, Han Fei held the embroidery needle and smashed the monkey King's 3,000 sticks. One of the blood demons threw out a ball of ceiling, and Han Fei smashed it more than 300 times, but still failed to break it. If he guessed right, this must be an ultra-quality divine weapon, the trump card of one of the heavenly talents. That person would rather give up an ultra-quality divine weapon than hand over the Sun Moon Shell. After all, if he gave up the Sun Moon Shell, there would be nothing left. How could the heavenly talents accept the result that they came to explore a secret realm but ended up losing years of accumulation? Some people wouldn't accept it. After all, it had taken them a lot of effort to get those Treasures. How could they just give them away so easily? Although an ultra-quality divine weapon was powerful, what could such a one-time trump card do in front of Han Fei? After only a few breaths, the ultra-quality divine weapon was shaking. Obviously, it couldn't hold on for long. At this moment, a large wave of blood muds pounced over, gradually corroding Han Fei's boat. However, Han Fei casually waved his hand and another boat appeared. Then, the infinity water twisted, and these blood muds were crushed like ants. Even if the blood poison occasionally spurted on Han Fei, he was completely fine. Which dumbfounded the blood demons. Crack. Dozens of cracks had already appeared on the seal ball. In fact, Han Fei felt that if he could smash their boat and make them panic, they might surrender. However, the small boats were clearly ordinary wooden boats, but no matter how Han Fei bombarded them, they didn't even have a crack. Han Fei thought to himself, this boat should also be good stuff. It seems that only the blood muds can corrode it, and its resistance is very strong. Han Fei waved his rod as fast as a bolt of lightning and shouted, "Are you giving it to me or not? If not, let's see how long you can hold on." At this moment, the 5 blood demons were chanting runes together. At this point, they knew that this place was about to collapse, but they still didn't surrender. They all had their own thoughts and didn't think that Han Fei could hold on for long. After all, every heavenly talent cared about their own life. Han Fei was no exception. At this moment, the 5 of them summoned a branch together. When seeing the branch, the old turtle reminded Han Fei, "The evil aura is too strong. They are borrowing strength from evil cultivators." Han Fei paused and looked at the long branch that extended out of the void. It was bright red, giving Han Fei the feeling of the demon purification pots. Little vines. No, I can't continue to threaten him. Han Fei had thought that the wealth of these people must be extraordinary. If he forcibly took them, it was very likely that the gains would not make up for the losses. For example, if he really killed these people, he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Han Fei frowned. "Humph. Since you want to die, I'll help you." Beast King technique. Han Fei roared and his body expanded. Even his fat body seemed to have lost weight. At the moment he activated the Beast King technique, his strength had reached the peak of the explorer level, even comparable to a half-venerable. Boom! Under his attack, cracking sounds were heard non-stop, and dozens of cracks appeared on the ceiling ball. What? This is not the power of the Tao-seeking realm at all. A blood demon's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Han Fei. Stop, okay?" Han Fei shouted angrily, "You want me to stop? Then what were you doing just now? Pay up." As he spoke, the small branch rolled over, and Han Fei struck again with his hammer. This time, he struck with all his strength. With a crack, the branch broke. Han Fei sneered. In a few seconds, another 100 attacks were launched, and the leaves withered. Han Fei frowned, feeling that the little branch was swallowing and absorbing his power. It seemed broken, but it actually had the power to fight back. Buzz. Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique to dodge the strange branch and whipped the seal ball dozens of times in a row. This time, the seal ball was full of cracks and was about to break. Han Fei shouted, "Pay up." Watching the battle not far away, Chong Lulu and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Han Fei could fight so arrogantly even though he was fighting 5 people alone, forcing the other party to shrink back and not even dare to Make a sound. This was really enviable. Seeing that the blood sea divine tree branch they summoned together couldn't do anything to Han Fei, the blood demons looked at each other. Han Fei doesn't seem to be kidding. If he attacks again, we'll be doomed. A blood demon threw out a sun moon shell and said hatefully, "Okay, we'll give you the sun moon shell, but you can't attack us again. We'll throw out a sun moon shell every 10 kilometers. Han Fei frowned. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I swear in the name of Queen Life, as long as you give me money, I won't make things difficult for you. After all, Waterwood World and your blood sea divine wood city don't have a big grudge." When the blood demons heard that he swore in the name of Queen Life, they knew that it must be true. However, they didn't know that Han Fei didn't take Queen Life as his faith at all, but regarded her as his junior sister. Therefore, what Han Fei said was not credible at all. Immediately, they shouted, "Remember your words. Otherwise, if we risk our lives, we'll still have the power to fight back." Han Fei scolded coldly, "Cut the crap. I'm just robbing you of some resources. Do you think I'm willing to waste my time here?" The blood demons looked at each other. Seeing that this place was about to collapse and they might be pressed into the sea of blood, they gritted their teeth and reluctantly threw the sun moon shells out. Han Fei grabbed 5 sun moon shells, which made Chong Lulu and the others envious. So easy? Han Fei has got what he wants? Han Fei shouted, "Everyone must have resources worth 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Otherwise, I will only spare a few people." Hearing Han Fei's words, someone gritted his teeth. "Han Fei, the Waterwood World and our blood sea divine wood city are not enemies. Do you know how much 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring is? If any of these trial takers had 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring, why would they risk their lives to find resources?" Han Fei curled his lips. "I don't care. Let me see." Han Fei flipped his hand and quickly calculated in his heart. However, there were too many things in these sun moon shells, which were really difficult to calculate. Han Fei roughly looked at it, only to find that the resources in the sun moon shells equaled at most 3,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Among them, the amount of spiritual spring was actually only 800,000 caddies. Han Fei calculated in his heart. It was about 800 million points of spiritual energy. Including spiritual fruits, there was about 1 billion points, and plus his own, there was about 1.2 billion points of spiritual energy. If he counted the guy he killed before, there was some more, but it didn't exceed 1.5 billion points of spiritual energy. There were basically no other resources that he was interested in. When the time came, he could take them back to expand his army, which would be a benefit he gives to others as the future owner of the Yin-Yang world. Sure enough, as heavenly talents, the most important figures in the royal city, robbing them was too profitable. Special opportunities depended on luck. If you want resources, you shall rob others. However, Han Fei shouted on the surface, "Hey! Do you think I'm stupid? These resources are only worth more than 2,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring in total. That's too little. Do you want to leave or not?" His words stunned the others. Chong Xiaochong waved his claws and said, "More than 2,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring? God, with so much spiritual spring, how many insects can the insect queens breed?" Phoenix Head 7's eyes almost popped out. "Han Fei, are you still not satisfied?" This place is really collapsing. Whoosh. The bird feathers that filled the sky shattered countless falling stones. No matter how hard the three of them tried to control the boat, a large amount of blood muds was stuck to them. In order to clear the blood muds, Phoenix Head 7 had almost stripped off all his feathers. Han Fei's rod swept away the small branch, but those blood demons had already begun to float towards a certain branch, without many blood muds. Han Fei shouted, "Stop! If you don't stop, I'm going to take action." "Where is my remaining money?" Han Fei chased them out. He didn't intend to let these blood demons go. "You want to leave now? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen an enemy keep his word to you? I, Han Fei, am not that kind of person." A blood demon shouted, "Han Fei, don't push us too far. This is all we have." Han Fei cursed, "Nonsense. How can you be so poor? Your top heavenly talents. How do you have the cheek to say that?" They cursed in their hearts, "Who the hell is this guy?" Boom. Han Fei was about to smash them with his rod, when he suddenly heard a bang in his head, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked up, only to see a huge palm pushing across. He actually saw the sky. Han Fei was stunned. The old turtle said, "Not good. The noise here must have been too loud, attracting the attention of someone outside, who broke the seal here. It must be a king." Han Fei thought of something. "All the more reason for me to kill these people. With the 3 kings here, if I kill the heavenly talents of one party, the other 2 kings must be happy. Die." Han Fei stepped out of the boat and activated the star teleportation technique, and when he appeared, he drew his sword and slashed the sea of blood. Ding! Han Fei was surprised that the branch was still following him. It could even keep up with his star teleportation technique. Suddenly, a voice resounded between the heavens and earth, "Han Fei of the Waterwood world, the strength you used just now has completely exceeded the limits of this trial. Now, do you want to kill the heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City in front of me? Shoot. A king?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Didn't they say that the heavenly secrets are in chaos here?" The old turtle said, "The seal has been broken. How can the heavenly secrets here still be chaotic?" Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Anyway, Queen Life is still here. Can this so-called king really take action?" Han Fei shouted, "Since you're already here, it's useless to talk about this. If you have what it takes, don't send anyone from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Kill." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Queen Life responded at the same time as Han Fei. She said, "This is how a trial is like. Is the Blood Sea Divine Wood City a sore loser?" Han Fei held the embroidery needle, pushed the Blood Sea Divine branch away, and smashed at it with all his strength. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a flash in front of his eyes, and a burst of blood light burst out. It seemed that the small branch he just swept away had exploded. Han Fei couldn't react in time and blocked it with his rod. With a bang, half of the mountain was blown up. The terrifying power crushed a large area of the blood muds in the blood pool. The water of the blood pool sank dozens of meters. Queen Life snorted. "Humph. Patriarch Blood Demon, do you think I don't exist?" Han Fei was supposed to be swept into the blood pool by the force, but a few broadleaves appeared out of nowhere and wrapped Han Fei up, sliding dozens of kilometers on the blood sea. Han Fei jumped back to the boat. "Huh?" The explosion of the blood sea divine tree branch didn't hurt him? This guy is so strong. While everybody was amazed, Queen Life said, the seal has been opened. You can fly away. Chirp. Swish. Swish. Phoenix Head 7 flew into the sky. Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong followed closely behind. They couldn't stand the blood muds anymore. In order to resist the scourge of the blood muds, Phoenix Head 7 almost lost all his hair. Although Han Fei was almost killed, fortunately, Queen Life helped him. At this moment, seeing that he didn't have to think of a way to get out, Han Fei immediately rose to the sky, but a fishing hook appeared in his hand. With a casual hook, he hooked up the little boat in the blood pool and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. You are a heavenly talent anyway. Why do you even want this boat? Even the old turtle was confused and asked, why do you want this boat? Han Fei said casually, this is a treasure. It must have something special to be able to withstand my consecutive punches in the blood pool. How can I let go of such a treasure? The old turtle sighed. Well, I forgot to tell you. The reason why this boat can withstand your bombardment is that it bears the power of the great Daoan, the blood pool, and floats with the power of the Dao runes. Leaving the blood pool, it is just an ordinary boat. Han Fei was stunned. Really? The old turtle said, if you look at these boats as weapons or treasures, how can they float in the blood pool for thousands of years? Therefore, these are just ordinary wooden boats that exist just to ferry people. The reason there are blood pools and ferry boats is just to eliminate some people. Han Fei's lips twitched. So, I'm treating this pile of ordinary wood as a treasure? Instantly, Han Fei's face turned dark. How many people were looking at him at this moment? How embarrassing. Seeing this scene, Queen Life's lips trembled slightly, and she thought to herself, this is not my senior brother. Before he becomes a king, I shall not acknowledge him as my senior brother. Humph. The sky was full of cracks. Han Fei's speed was not fast, and he wanted to fly to other places. In his eyes, he had just seen strange beasts rampaging in the mountains and fields. Some fleeing, and only a small number of birds hovering and swallowing some, dispersing dragon essence energy. Just now, the blood demons all flew away. Zhang Xiaotian and the others were nowhere to be seen, but they must have gone out. At this moment, seeing that the entire mountain had collapsed, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking, I shouldn't stay here for long. However, as soon as Han Fei flew in the direction of the spiritual fruit garden, he heard a voice in the sky, Han Fei's strength is too strong, which has affected this trial. He should quit. The White Armor Emperor had seen Han Fei's capabilities and knew that he couldn't let Han Fei stay, at least not on the island now. Therefore, he directly took action, planning to drive him away first. Han Fei had just attacked the blood demons, and the patriarch blood demon would definitely not stand on the side of Queen Life. Queen Life said, but we Waterwood World sent 10 people less. As he expected, as soon as Queen Life said so, Patriarch Blood Demon said, leisurely, I'm going to throw a peak-level Dao-seeking cultivator over. Do you agree? Through the power of the explosion of the Blood Sea Divine Tree Branch, just now, Patriarch Blood Demon had already roughly estimated Han Fei's strength. Even if he hadn't reached the peak of the Dao-seeking realm, the gap was definitely not big. Hearing this, many people were shocked. Especially the people who participated in this trial, they felt their scalps Tingle. A peak-level Dao-seeking cultivator had sneaked into the trial team? Queen Life frowned, and the white armor emperor said indifferently, he alone has already ruined several places. Mu-wu-hua, don't be too greedy. The sky was quiet for a moment, and no sound came out. Han Fei knew that it couldn't be easily solved since Queen Life didn't refuse. With the two kings suppressing him, he thought to himself, not good, this is not the time to be tough. Han Fei shouted, I can quit, but Zhang Xiaotian is as strong as me. If I leave, he will have to leave too. Han Fei's voice resounded. Zhang Xiaotian was only a few hundred kilometers away. Hearing that, he was secretly angry. As strong as him? Han Fei's strength is probably much stronger than mine. However, how could he explain? The kings must have known that Han Fei had taken the path of invincibility, but he couldn't explain the rest. Why was Han Fei so strong? His physique, soul, combat skills, speed. Han Fei had almost no shortcomings, but he didn't have any particularly outstanding points, which made him a little uncertain. But Zhang Xiaotian didn't know that the Han Fei he knew was the one before his strength reached its peak. How strong was the current Han Fei? He didn't know at all. Therefore, Zhang Xiaotian still felt that although Han Fei was stronger than him, he was at most 20% stronger, which wasn't too much. This made him feel that what Han Fei said was actually no exaggeration. Unfortunately, he didn't get all the opportunities this time, which allowed Han Fei to take advantage. Queen Life said, okay. Tang Yu, from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City has been eliminated, and Han Fei and Zhang Xiaotian will quit too. It will be more fair. Now, since you insist, so be it. Han Fei only felt that a big hand appeared in the void in front of him and grabbed at the air. The next moment, he appeared above the distant clouds, no longer on the island. Han Fei turned his head, only to see that the Insect King was standing next to him. Han Fei said, nice to meet you, Insect King. The Insect King glanced at Han Fei. Are you already at the peak of the junior level? The peak of the junior level was the level that Han Fei showed, which was also a fraud. Otherwise, even a king would be shocked when he revealed his true strength. Even though Han Fei had shown that he was a peak-level junior explorer, everyone knew that Han Fei's peak combat power was more than that. Even if he was only a peak-level junior explorer, many people were shocked. How long had it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation? And he was already at the peak of the junior level? Not even a year. Chang Shuai-Qin frowned slightly. The Waterwood world must have put in a lot of effort for Han Fei. Zhang Xiaotian was actually in a disadvantageous position? And the Fish Dragon King was killed by this guy. All this made him have a bad feeling. As for the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, Yun Chu didn't seem to feel anything. It seemed that she had secretly received some news. At the moment when Han Fei was taken away from the island, Zhang Xiaotian also appeared beside Chang Shuai-Qin, who said lightly, there's nothing we can do. Zhang Xiaotian nodded slightly as if speaking to Chang Shuai-Qin via voice transmission. At this moment, Queen Life said, take Han Fei back first in case something happens. The Insect King's voice was deep and cold. I'll send him home myself. Swish. After walking for a long time, the Insect King took Han Fei through the void several times before standing proudly on a sea surface. The Insect King said, all right, no one will catch up to you. If you go straight back to the Waterwood world, you'll be easily ambushed. Wait a few days. When the trial is over, the queen will personally come to take you back. Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you, Master Insect King. The Insect King looked at Han Fei weirdly. Your performance is too dazzling. I'm afraid that your portrait will spread throughout the White Shell Royal City in a short time. Even the Blood Sea Divine Wood City will remember you. So, are you going to return to the Waterwood world, or outside? Or, back to the Inyang world? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Return to the Inyang world immediately? This wasn't his style. Besides, he still had chess pieces to set up. Therefore, he couldn't return immediately. However, it was impossible for him to break into the White Shell Royal City again in the short term. How many twists and turns had he taken to escape from the White Shell City? This time? If he went there again, he didn't know how to escape from the White Shell Royal City again. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to think of something. With a thought, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and the fake Han Fei also appeared on the sea. The Insect King nodded slightly. Queen Life didn't change her face back, but continued to stare at Han Fei's face. Now it seemed that Han Fei had a twin brother. The moment Queen Life appeared, she immediately closed her eyes. After about 30 seconds, she nodded slightly. I've learned everything from the original body. What do you have to say? Han Fei immediately said, there are some. First of all, Zhang Xiaotian is a reincarnated powerhouse. If there's a chance, kill him. The Insect King frowned slightly, and Queen Life was slightly surprised. A reincarnated powerhouse? That's strange. No wonder he didn't die after going to that weird place with you. Han Fei said, nothing else. Just some opportunities. Queen Life glanced at the Insect King. Please seal this place, Insect King. With a swish, the Insect King disappeared. Queen Life finally took a deep look at Han Fei. Where is our teacher? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Just now, Queen Life only saw the reincarnation body of the water immortal. In fact, the reincarnation body was very different from the true body. It could only be considered a part of the true body. In the future, it would eventually return to its true body. Therefore, Queen Life paid more attention to the whereabouts of the water immortal's true body. However, Han Fei couldn't help but think that even though Queen Life was his junior sister in name and a king-level powerhouse, he hadn't interacted with her much and didn't trust her enough, although he felt that it might be fine. However, after seeing Ren Tianfei, Old Han, and Li Daxian, Han Fei always felt that in the world of the strong, there were too many traps. What if Queen Life also had her own plans? Therefore, Han Fei said, teacher destroyed her own body and wants to live again to find the last fertile land of the Age of Doom. Therefore, she will temporarily stay in my soul. When I find a suitable place, teacher will wake up from her deep sleep and take a new great Tao. Queen Life took a deep look at Han Fei. She didn't know much about the water immortal. She only knew that the water immortal's soul and body seemed to have lost contact, and her soul had already fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, what Han Fei said wasn't a big problem. However, the only thing she was worried about was the layout of the Inyang world. Was that place really suitable for the growth of the water immortal? Queen Life said, the war in your Inyang world hasn't been settled yet, and you haven't taken charge of the heavenly palace. I'm afraid that the various Matters can't be resolved in a short period of time. Since teacher resides in your soul, what if anything unexpected happens to you in the future? Han Fei said, don't worry. I have a backup plan. Even if I die, I will arrange for teacher in advance. Queen Life said, why don't we let teacher stay in the Waterwood world and nurture her with the aura of the heavenly palace? Han Fei shrugged. Teacher is in a deep sleep now. I can't call her out for the time being. After all, Han Fei and Queen Life belonged to different heavenly palaces. Even if they were close, the Water Immortal was a king, or even an existence above a king. Although Han Fei had the help of Queen Life, he had to risk his life several times to save the Water Immortal. Besides, Han Fei didn't completely trust Queen Life. How could he leave the Water Immortal in the Waterwood world? Besides, the Water Immortal was now in the form of an ancient seed, a Tao seed. What if someone took her away or coveted her? After all, they were both plant creatures. Queen Life must have known how to make use of such a Tao seed. Even if Queen Life treated the Water Immortal sincerely, what if at a critical moment? Would she make a bet at the expense of the Water Immortal? After all, it was unknown whether the Water Immortal could walk on the great Tao of a king again. All of this made Han Fei determined to take the Water Immortal away. Han Fei looked straight at Queen Life and smiled. I can release my soul. You can try it yourself and see if teacher will come out. Queen Life looked at Han Fei quietly and finally shook her head. Don't bother. Since you're so confident, you can take teacher to the Yin-Yang world. If there's anything unpredictable, remember to send her back to the Waterwood world. Queen Life was not stupid. Since Han Fei was willing to voluntarily release his soul, he must have absolute confidence that she wouldn't be able to wake up the Water Immortal. In that case, if she peeped at Han Fei's soul, he would inevitably have a grudge against her. After all, as recognized by everyone, Han Fei was going to be a king. In terms of identity, he was about the same as her, and he was her senior brother in name. It was inappropriate to do that. Queen Life thought, what a pity. If the Water Immortal could stay in the Waterwood world, then in the near future, the Waterwood world might have two kings. At that time, they could break the threat of the White Shell Royal City and the Bloodsea Divinewood City in one fell swoop. Han Fei had naturally considered that too. He said, in fact, even if teacher returns, you won't be able to break the threat of the White Shell Royal City and the Bloodline Godwood City in a short period of time. Therefore, just wait a little longer. Queen Life, oh? Why do you say that? Han Fei said with a smile, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Although the current relationship between the White Shell Royal City and the Bloodsea Divinewood City is not good, once the Waterwood world has two kings, if they are not stupid, they will definitely cooperate. You might as well wait for me. Wait for you? Queen Life really wanted to say, you underestimate the king realm. It's already good enough that you can become a venerable in 100 years. How dare you think about becoming a king? However, when she thought of Han Fei's many means, she felt that perhaps Han Fei was special. After all, decades passed in the blink of an eye. Even if the Water Immortal stayed here, it was impossible for her to become a king in a few decades. She might as well see how Han Fei would grow in the next few decades. If he could become a half-venerable in 10 years, comprehend the Tao in 50 years, and steadily reach the intermediate venerable realm in 100 years, It would be extraordinary. In that case, she could let the water immortal stay. In the yin-yang world. Queen Life nodded slightly. Okay. Since teacher is with you, it's up to you. For now. You still have 2 years before you return to the yin-yang world. Are you going to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, or the Outer Sea area? Han Fei grinned. I won't return to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree for now. It won't be too late for me to return after I stabilize my cultivation in 2 years. Queen Life said, although this sea area is big, there are 3 factions in it, and many venerables are watching. You have to be careful. If there's anything, you can activate the venerable token and turn to Ningjing for help. By the way, what's your real combat strength? Han Fei had been hiding his strength. However, in the previous battle, he accidentally exposed his strength. At least, everyone had seen how strong his physique was. Han Fei paused and said, half venerable. Hearing Han Fei's words, Queen Life was surprised. She was also speechless. She thought that Han Fei had used some secret method to reach the strength of a peak-level explorer. However, a peak-level explorer and a half-venerable were completely different. Since Han Fei said he had the strength of a half-venerable, it meant that he really had this strength. However, Queen Life was a little shocked. How long had it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation? And his strength was already comparable to that of a half-venerable? What kind of cultivation speed was this? Of course, Queen Life didn't show her surprise at all. No wonder. I saw that. You're not familiar with the use of spiritual energy. You haven't fully unleashed the power that spiritual energy should have. I think you must have learned the method of disassembling spiritual energy, but you haven't mastered it. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Isn't it said that only explorers can better learn how to disassemble spiritual energy? Queen Life said, that's true. The reason why it's said that explorers are more suitable to learn the method of disassembling spiritual energy is that they already have insights into the great Tao, so when they disassemble spiritual energy, if they can fuse Tao runes, the spiritual energy can exert its strongest power. In this aspect, the Insect King can teach you. The paths you two walk are both domineering. There should be something common. After a few days, the trial should have ended and the various powers returned. Only then did the Insect King return to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree with the parasitic body of Queen Life and Han Fei. In fact, he didn't really return to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, but returned to the area where he could return. Outside the fiery sea. Han Fei said to Queen Life, is the energy of that fiery tree endless? How long can it burn? Huh? Queen Life didn't know what Han Fei meant, so she immediately said, the fiery tree is a fire characteristic. It can gather the fire origin in the world. If no one disturbs it, it won't be a problem for it to burn for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei couldn't help grinning. Well, does it have a lot of pure yang flames? Queen Life couldn't help looking at Han Fei. What do you mean? Han Fei chuckled. Well, I may lack some fire. Maybe 7 or 8 pure yang flames would be enough. Queen Life. The Insect King. Queen Life replied directly, no, the noise will be too loud. If the fiery tree loses so much power at once, the wall of flame will immediately become unstable. Once the fire weakens, it will definitely attract the attention of the 2 royal cities. At most, I can provide you with 1 flame. Han Fei shrugged. Okay. I'll solve the rest myself. Suddenly, Queen Life said, you owe me a lot. Great demons at the Tao seeking realm, great demons at the venerable realm, a strange fire. You shall remember this, and pay me back. Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, a woman is a woman. Even if she has become a king, she's still a woman. How petty. And this scene, in the eyes of the Insect King, was really shocking. Although he knew that Han Fei was extraordinary, his casual conversation with the Queen and his impatient attitude. Are you the king, or is the Queen the king? Queen Life left first. The strange fire thing couldn't be solved until they returned. They couldn't rush it. The Insect King grabbed Han Fei and stepped into a certain secret realm. The Insect King turned into a bald man. Try disassembling spiritual energy? Hearing that, Han Fei set his hands on fire and stripped the spiritual energy. With the method of refining. He was already quite proficient with this move. However, since the Insect King wanted to see it, he'd better let him see it carefully. Seeing this, the Insect King raised his eyebrows slightly. Your method of disassembling spiritual energy is quite special. It turns out to be a refining method, which makes the spiritual energy structure unstable before disassembling it. Han Fei said, but the further you go in this technique, the more difficult it becomes. This is because a single grain of spiritual energy is too small. In the later stages of this technique, the spiritual energy will become unstable. The Insect King said stiffly, do you know what conditions there are to become a venerable? Han Fei thought to himself, I really don't know. The old turtle never told me that. Han Fei immediately said, Old Yuan, why didn't you tell me this? The old turtle said, this is something you shouldn't consider until you're a peak level explorer. When you reach a higher level, I'll tell you. He's telling you now just to make you owe him a favor. Han Fei thought to himself, the old turtle's words make sense. Otherwise, why would Queen Life voluntarily mention this matter? Han Fei's heart changed. He looked at the Insect King again, smiled, and shook his head. I don't know. The Insect King didn't notice Han Fei's change, so he said, first of all, disassembling spiritual energy by more than 70% is the basic requirement of being a venerable. The higher the number, the better. Han Fei thought that 70% didn't seem to be a lot. The old turtle said, that's the most basic requirement. Under normal circumstances, a person who can disassemble 80% is considered talented, 90% is a heavenly talent, and above 90% is a top heavenly talent. Han Fei couldn't help asking, what about higher ratios? The old turtle sneered. You can try? The Insect King said, if one can disassemble spiritual energy by 80%, he's already an extraordinary genius. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What the Insect King said was a bit different from what the old turtle said. Perhaps this was the difference in vision. The old turtle said 80% could only be considered talented. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Master Insect King, how much can you disassemble? The Insect King glanced at Han Fei casually, but said carelessly, more than 80%. Less than 90%. Still a little short. Han Fei muttered in his heart, good lord, that's more than 85%. The Insect King said still a little short, so it should be at least 88%, or even 89%. According to the old turtle's standard, he could already be considered a heavenly talent. As he expected, the old turtle said, well, not bad. With this aptitude, he does have the potential to become a king. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Old Yuan, how much did you disassemble back then? The old turtle couldn't help but feel smug. Me? I'm afraid you won't. Believe me if I tell you. It was 95. Han Fei thought to himself, shameless old B****, if you want to say that. You're a top heavenly talent of the top heavenly talents, just say it. Han Fei couldn't help but say leisurely, tch. How much did I think it was? I admire you if it was 100%. Bullshit. The old turtle said angrily, no one in the world can do 100%, not even gods. If the spiritual energy is completely disassembled, what's left then? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was shocked by the old turtle's words. Even a god couldn't completely disassemble spiritual energy? And the old turtle had already become an emperor by disassembling 95%? From what he said, it seemed that the higher the level, the more difficult it was to disassemble spiritual energy. The insect king could disassemble more than 80% of the spiritual energy, so he stood a chance of becoming king. In other words, if one wanted to become a king, 85% would be a watershed. And one was sure to become a king if he could disassemble spiritual energy by 90%. His goal was, of course, the higher the better, although this sounded difficult. Seeing that Han Fei was stunned, the insect king thought that Han Fei was thinking about the difficulty. He said, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Most people only study the method of disassembling spiritual energy in depth when they become peak-level explorers. You are only at the peak of junior level now, so there's no need to rush. At least, your comprehension of disassembling spiritual energy is much earlier than ordinary people, so you have enough time to disassemble spiritual energy and polish your foundation. Besides, disassembling spiritual energy is actually not difficult. Han Fei's lips twitched slightly. Not difficult? Han Fei thought to himself, I'm afraid you don't know what people with low talent will think? From what you said, I already feel that it's extremely difficult. The old turtle replied, he didn't lie about that. It's indeed not that difficult to disassemble spiritual energy, but it's not that simple. Besides, establishing the sea and splitting the sky doesn't just depend on your understanding of the disassembling of spiritual energy. Disassembling spiritual energy is only beneficial to becoming a venerable or a king. By doing that, you can comprehend deeper levels of power, which is also a way to polish your foundation. The insect king also explained, the disassembling of spiritual energy is just a means of polishing one's foundation. You have to confirm your own great Tao before you can become a venerable. Only then can the polishing of your foundation be meaningful. Further down is the road to becoming a king. That road is the most difficult one. Han Fei thought to himself, which stage is simple? Every time I reach a new realm, someone will say that this realm is extremely difficult and important. And I shall polish my foundation well. Now, Han Fei was already used to it. Han Fei crossed his hands. Insect King, please teach me how to disassemble spiritual energy. Half a month passed. In a secret realm more than 500,000 kilometers away from the fiery sea, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged. A white light flashed in front of him, like a wisp of starlight annihilated. The Insect King taught Han Fei 2 ways to disassemble spiritual energy. The first was to nibble it away. In this way, instead of being eaten one grain after another, the spiritual energy was taken as an onion wrapped in countless layers and was peeled layer by layer. As long as one ate through each layer, it represented the improvement of disassembling progress. The other was the method of infiltration of Tao runes. It was to infuse spiritual energy with one's own great Tao. To judge one's degree of disassembling of spiritual energy by the degree of penetration. This method required Han Fei to have a certain understanding of his own great Tao first. In fact, this method wasn't suitable for a person like Han Fei who made rapid breakthroughs, but more suitable for a strong master like Yuan Dao who had stayed in the realm of half-venerable for a long time. Now, with his forging and disassembling technique, Han Fei had 3 ways to disassemble spiritual energy. These 3 methods worked the same. Han Fei didn't feel that there was anything missing in the technique of forging and disassembling. Perhaps it was just the quality of his forging that was not as good as the technique of nibbling. Of course, they were only the methods of disassembling spiritual energy. In addition to teaching Han Fei these methods, the Insect King also taught Han Fei some truth. One was the accumulation of time. As long as one method worked, and one persisted and repeatedly tried it, it would work well in the end. In addition, the Insect King emphasized on the method of Tao rune infiltration, saying that this method might be slow, but it had the best effect. He believed that although Han Fei had used other methods, once he decided his great Tao in the future, he could use this method to try to disassemble spiritual energy. Apart from that, he taught Han Fei some knowledge on the great Tao, battles, and the use of spiritual energy. Huff. The Insect King left. Han Fei tried for half a month in a row and was finally relieved. It's indeed difficult. I've tried several methods. My own method is similar to the nibbling method. I don't know how to infiltrate with the Tao runes. In half a month, I can only disassemble 55%. The foundation is really difficult to polish. The old turtle couldn't bear it anymore. Look, is this what a human should say? The old turtle said to Han Fei, your great Tao is already set, but you don't quite understand it yet. In addition, it's the first time you tried it as an explorer, so your disassembling progress is already very extraordinary. If you can understand your great Tao more deeply, it shouldn't be a problem for you to disassemble more than 70% of spiritual energy in the next year or 2. Han Fei curled his lips. Only 70%? That's not good enough. The old turtle said angrily, 70% is enough for you to become a venerable. What else do you want? Han Fei rose quickly. There's no rush. Although I haven't fully cultivated a golden body, I should be close. I think I should make a breakthrough now while I still have some resources. The old turtle raised no objection. Han Fei's opportunity this time was really too great. If an ordinary person could obtain this opportunity, his strength would probably be boosted a lot. And it was even possible for him to directly break through to the half-venerable realm. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, he might not have been able to withstand such a huge amount of energy. It was more likely that he would have been blown up by the huge energy. Han Fei looked down at his fat body and thought to himself, as long as I make a breakthrough, I can restore my perfect figure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin. In front of Han Fei, a spiritual spring river appeared. In Forge the Universe, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was steaming. It was like a spiritual spring moistening the earth. At this moment, spiritual energy was nourishing the golden body as if polishing an exquisite object. Han Fei was not in a hurry to break through the barrier. This time, he planned to polish his body and make a breakthrough when his foundation was firm. He polished it for 3 days and 3 nights. Han Fei's golden body was resplendent, the crack on his forehead had long been repaired, and there was already a golden sheen. It should no longer affect his breakthrough. Break. With the previous 2 lessons, Han Fei didn't dare to act recklessly this time. Relatively speaking, he was much more careful this time. Spiritual energy rolled around Han Fei and washed over him again and again. His fat body was slowly becoming thinner at a visible speed. The energy contained in Han Fei's body was transformed into his marrow, nourishing his flesh, veins, bones, marrow, etc. An hour later. With a click, Han Fei made a breakthrough without encountering any obstacles. He could clearly feel the explosive increase of his strength. However, Han Fei could also foresee that he still had a long way to go to become a peak-level explorer. Phew. Heaving a long breath, Han Fei didn't open his eyes, but looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 77, Advanced Explorer. Spiritual energy, 220,000/220,000. Spiritual power, 2, 8002/2, 8002. Perception range, 3,800 kilometers. Strength, 858 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 65. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Han Fei's face slightly changed when he saw the data, but he still took it for granted. In the blood pool, his breakthrough was too rushed and he had no time to polish it. In the end, his body was still filled with a large amount of energy. This time, he had used up all the energy. In the short term, it would be difficult for his strength to soar again. Besides, he was already an advanced explorer, but his soul power hadn't been replenished yet. It could be seen that although splitting his soul created an avatar for him, the price was definitely not small. Even if he made consecutive breakthroughs, his perception range was only 200 kilometers higher than before. It could be seen that the strength of his soul was much weaker than when he was still a junior explorer. In terms of strength, because his golden body was almost complete, it had soared by a lot. But if he wanted it to rise again, he had to continue polishing his foundation and tempering his body. If his bones had turned golden, but his flesh and blood couldn't keep up, it would be uncoordinated. This also needed time to stabilize it. Of course, Han Fei had 2 urgent things to do at this moment. One was to replenish his soul power, the other was to replenish his lost vitality. Without the scene of thousands of geniuses snatching treasures in the Mountain ancient realm, it would take some time for him to quickly replenish them. After all, it was not that the entire sea area was full of peak-level sea spirits or Tao-seeking creatures, and it was impossible for him to slaughter powerful sea monsters all at once. Powerful marine creatures were rare after all. Places like the White Shell Royal City often brought some talented creatures to the outside of the city for them to fight each other, and the most powerful creatures would survive. But if he went there and hunted too many of them, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Han Fei pondered for a moment. To the west of the Fiery Sea was the Blood Sea, Divine Wood City. He couldn't go there. However, the fish dragon king could. He could go there even just for the purpose of setting a chess piece. And then he could follow the sea chart given by Queen Life to hunt treasures for 2 years. During this period, he could polish himself and consolidate his current cultivation. 3 months later. Bloodsea Divine Wood City. Master Xueqin, for some reason, maybe a talented fish demon, appeared in the sea recently and specifically hunted great demons at the Tao-seeking realm. These days, more than 30 people have already been killed, but we haven't even found the figure of that big fish. Xueqin frowned. Although there aren't very few Tao-seeking realm creatures, there aren't many. There's indeed a problem with their continuous deaths in the territory of our Bloodsea Divine Wood City. However, how are you sure that it's a fish? The blood demon said respectfully, because of the bite marks. Although that mysterious fish demon hunted and swallowed most of the great demons at the Tao-seeking realm, there are occasionally creatures it doesn't eat. After taking a closer look, I'm sure that it's a big fish of about 10 to 15 meters in size. This is my judgment. Xueqin nodded slightly. I know. You can't even find it. That creature must be at least a legendary one, or even. The blood demon's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, is Lord Xueqin suspecting that it's a legend creature? They had seen legendary creatures in the vast sea, but legend creatures? They had really never seen one. What the blood demon didn't know was that Xueqin's heart stirred. Could it be a mysterious creature? Different perspectives led to different opinions on things. Only legend creatures could kill sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm so easily. After all, if a legend creature appeared, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. If anyone could obtain it or win its favor, it would mean a great improvement in their combat power. However, in the eyes of a venerable like Xueqin, she knew that in this world, in addition to legend creatures, there were also mutated creatures left behind from ancient times, as well as mysterious creatures that were so extraordinary that it was impossible to distinguish their levels. Xueqin was responsible for patrolling the outer waters of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. Therefore, she was both surprised and delighted to see such a creature appear. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Xueqin remained calm and didn't take any action. Instead, she observed in secret. She was certain that it was a mysterious or exotic creature because she had tried to detect it through parasitic creatures several times, only to be bitten to death before she even saw the big fish. She had no experience with such a creature. If legend and mysterious creatures were so easy to catch, there should be at least one in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. But in fact, there was no such creature in the entire Bloodsea Divine Wood City. How could she not be careful? In the outer waters of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, about 500,000 kilometers away, Han Fei was waiting for an opportunity. His purpose was actually very simple. He was waiting for an opportunity to send the Fish Dragon King into the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. At this moment, Han Fei was ambushing a fire essence crab in the Tao-seeking realm with the black mist Han Fei of the twin god techniques. It was said that the big red trunk was everywhere close to the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. Therefore, the creatures around were either heat-resistant or fire-resistant. Different from the White Shell Royal City, who would accept anyone, as long as you were talented enough. The creatures who could enter the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, except for the Millennium Snappers who had taken the red ball, were mostly fire-type creatures. As for the other creatures, although the Blood Sea Divine Wood City wouldn't kill indiscriminately, they weren't qualified to enter the area within 500,000 kilometers from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Otherwise, they would be easily hunted. The creatures that lived around the Blood Sea Divine Wood City all year round knew it well. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't barge into the area within 500,000 kilometers from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Crack! Before the fire essence crab realized what was going on, the mud under its feet suddenly rose, and half of its body was gone. 3 of its claws had been bitten off, and half of its shell was broken. The fire essence crab was shocked. It had perceived its surroundings, but there was nothing. It scanned crazily, but still didn't find any creatures. Crunch! The fire essence crab was about to run, when it suddenly froze and couldn't move anymore. Then, it saw a swath of darkness and then nothing else. Hanfei took another bite and bit the fire essence crab to death. When a wisp of soul and vitality returned through the void lines, he slowly turned back into a black shadow and quietly left, leaving the corpse of the fire essence crab with only a shell left. When Hanfei fled 1,000 kilometers away, he found a new place and lay down. Hanfei complained, "Up to this day, 3 months have passed, but this Blood Sea Divine Wood City doesn't even have a single large-scale outing exercise. I can't stuff the fish dragon king in." The old turtle said, "I don't care about that. However, you've already hunted a lot of creatures in the Tao-seeking realm. Some venerables have investigated the previous times, but they didn't find anything. If you continue to hunt like this, sooner or later others will take you seriously." Hanfei sighed slightly. "I didn't hunt much. My soul has almost been replenished. However, according to the strength of my soul before, there should still be at least 30% room for growth at this moment. My vitality and lifespan have not been replenished so far. There are still more than 300 years left." The old turtle said, "But you don't have to stay around here all the time. You can always come back later." Hanfei shook his head. "Then let's not hunt for now, but we must wait. The outside world is so big. After arranging for the fish dragon king to go in, we can go anywhere." The old turtle wondered, "What about the little girl you saved before?" Hanfei's lips curled slightly. "Her? She's too weak now, so she is meaningless to me. Don't you all care about karma? With karma, I'll have a chance to make her pay me back someday." The old turtle was speechless and thought to himself, "This kid is really scheming. He left 2 at the White Shell Royal City, and now he has left 2 at the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. I don't know what he's up to at all." The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning?" Hanfei's lips curled. "I'm not planning anything. I just have a long-term vision. Let's talk about it later." Hearing the old turtle's question, Hanfei was a little sentimental, as he seemed to understand how old Han felt back then. However, unlike old Han's plan, everything he had done was just a little foreshadowing. Hanfei didn't expect them to play much of a role. However, what if everything turned out to be as he expected, and the chess pieces he buried would work well? Besides, old Han had promised Queen Life that he would help her resolve the 2 royal cities. It was better to arrange some spies than to force his way in. Suddenly, the old turtle shouted, "Run!" Hanfei immediately shivered. The old turtle only said a word. There could only be one possibility, a powerful venerable had personally taken action. Shwa. Han Fei waved his tail, cracked the void, and drilled his head in. Xue Qin could only see a phantom disappearing in the darkness. However, the creature in the darkness actually tore through the void and escaped. Its sensitivity far exceeded her imagination. As expected of a mysterious creature. What a fast reaction. Xue Qin didn't stop at all. She took a step forward and drilled into the void. With a thought. However, as soon as she entered the void, Xue Qin saw a teleportation array appear in the void in the distance. Bang! When Xue Qin felt that the teleportation array suddenly exploded, there was no trace of Han Fei at all. Damn it! Xue Qin's face immediately turned black. She immediately stepped out of the void and spread out her perception. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Xue Qin's expression changed. A teleportation array connected to tens of thousands of kilometers away? She felt that Han Fei's talent was too terrifying. Although it was just a glimpse, the black shadow was indeed in the shape of a fish. However, the black color was a little strange, even deceiving her vision. She could only tell that it was a fish by perceiving the shape of water. It's indeed mysterious. Legend creatures can't have such characteristics or be so mysterious. Otherwise, how can mysterious creatures be distinguished from legend creatures? However, a mysterious creature was gone because she acted too rashly. What should she do now? Xue Qin thought that she was already fast enough. Not only did she conceal her breath, but she didn't even dare to reveal her face. What went wrong? 50,000 kilometers away, in a jungle of algae, a shadow flashed on a reef, and Han Fei suddenly appeared. This was the directional teleportation array he had reserved for himself. Otherwise, he couldn't have teleported so far away. Fortunately, he was smart enough to know that he was near the royal city, so he had to be vigilant all the time. Han Fei did not hide or escape. Instead, he swam with a shoal of fish and hid among them, leaving the jungle of algae. He wouldn't use this place a second time. The old turtle said, "This person came very quickly and hid herself very well. If it weren't for the shaking of the heavenly secrets, I would have almost failed to notice her." This means that a powerhouse in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City has already noticed you. She's only a venerable, but if the king is watching, do you think you can still escape? Han Fei frowned. Son of AB****, are all the people in this Blood Sea Divine Wood City dead? Don't they usually go out to gain experience? The old turtle said, "They must have teleportation arrays and special trial grounds." Han Fei said, "But why doesn't anyone come out?" The old turtle said, "In fact, there are other solutions. If you can find their places of trial, everything will be resolved. Their trial grounds can't be in the Wall of Death, excluding Waterwood World and the White Shell Royal City. You can investigate according to that sea chart. Take your time to find it. Then you don't have to risk being discovered." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Why didn't you tell me that earlier?" The old turtle chuckled. "Heh. I didn't know that they went out so rarely. Do you think it's so easy to explore secret realms one by one?" Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei immediately wagged his tail and swam away. With the sea chart in hand, he could easily find a blood demon trial ground. It would just take him some time. 1 year and 3 months passed. The Blood Sea, Divine Wood City, a place of coral near the Wall of Death. In a cave under a sea turtle, a shadow swam out. Han Fei said, "Fish Dragon King, today will be your chance to sneak into the Blood Sea, Divine Wood City. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After this trip, you won't be the Fish Dragon King you were before." In Forge the Universe, the Fish Dragon King shivered. "Can I go out now?" Han Fei sneered. "Don't be happy too soon. Let me make it clear, don't think that your life is really in your own hands after you enter the Blood Sea, Divine Wood City. Unless you can surpass me in strength one day, I'll have plenty of chances to kill you. Only by cooperating with me can we achieve a win-win result." The Fish Dragon King frowned. "How do we cooperate?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Your current strength is too low. When you become capable, I will appear. In addition, I need to take away some of your memories." Translator *** Kenyi Translations Editor *** Kenyi Translations. Apart from the 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world, be it the White Shell Royal City, or the trial grounds in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, everything was very secret. Han Fei had thought that it wouldn't be difficult to find a trial secret realm. It turned out that Han Fei was wrong. After searching more than 300 secret realms, Han Fei finally found this one. He didn't know if it was because he was unlucky, but he felt that he had worked hard enough. He explored one secret realm a day on average, but it still took him so long to find a trial ground. If it weren't for the fact that he was hunting treasure while looking for traces of the Millennium Snappers, Han Fei didn't think he would have used such a stupid method. Of course, this method wasn't bad. Although the secret realms were mostly empty, it wasn't without gain. God helped those who were determined. At least, Han Fei accidentally dug into an ancient realm, which turned out to be a place where a great whale in the Venerable Realm perished. Although there were layers of seals and arrays, Han Fei still broke in. At that time, Han Fei saw that the area around the Venerable's bones was full of spiritual stones that extended nearly a kilometer. Some of the spiritual stones had even corrupted the Venerable's bones, causing their quality to drop. But fortunately, Han Fei gained a huge amount of spiritual stones at one time, which increased his wealth by nearly 5 times. It was for this reason that Han Fei was willing to explore secret realms one by one. Although he didn't gain as much since then, he finally found this blood demon proving ground 3 days ago. Logically speaking, it was impossible to enter this place from the outside. But when he passed this place, he found that there were singing sounds coming from a crab cave. Then he found that under the corals, there was another world, a place of crazy devouring. The so-called place of crazy devouring was the kind of place Han Fei had experienced when he discovered the big red trunk. In such a place, humans would enter illusions, transform into fish, and lead fish to devour each other. The winner would encounter the red ball fruit, and the person who swallowed the fruit would become a Millennium Snapper. This was the scene Han Fei had once encountered. However, there seemed to be a slight difference here. Firstly, the species of the fish was different. When he turned into a fish back then, what he turned into was not a Millennium Snapper, but a kind of man-eating fish, but here it was all Millennium Snappers. Therefore, Han Fei judged that this was a trial ground of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. The Millennium Snappers were thrown here and fought each other, and in the end, only the real powerhouses were left. The only thing Han Fei didn't understand was that the Millennium Snappers were of the same species. How could the Fish Dragon King sneak in? Needless to say, there must be a way to differentiate identities among the Millennium Snappers. They couldn't just let anyone in. Otherwise, which party would own the final winners? However, Han Fei sensed the aura of a strong master, a person who could threaten him. The old turtle said, "There's a venerable, but he doesn't seem very strong. He might just be a junior venerable." Han Fei asked in surprise, "A venerable is personally taking care of them?" The old turtle said, "This is not surprising. This kind of place is usually an important trial ground." Han Fei frowned. "But how can the fish dragon king sneak in? This is still a problem." The old turtle said, "Don't you have a disguise technique? Why don't you teach him?" Han Fei immediately said, "It's useless even if he learns the low-level ones. If I teach him the high-level ones, where can I find him?" The old turtle said leisurely, "That's true. However, it's not difficult to pretend to be someone else. I do have such a technique. However, you'll have to catch a blood demon first." Han Fei grinned. "That's simple. A mere blood demon shouldn't be a problem." Han Fei turned into a black fog and floated close to the ground towards the trial field. Ji Yu was the examiner of the secret realm. Her main task was to ensure a certain mortality rate and select some excellent Millennium Snappers. Her perception was constantly patrolling. In the hunting ground, two blood demons were fighting, using various combat skills and chanting runes. Yi Long's protective red leaf knife had been shattered, the runes on her body were almost broken, her spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and she was running wildly. Behind her, someone shouted, "Yi Long, you know that this day will come one day. We have fought 16 rounds. This time, you can't survive." Curse essence. Poison spike. Swish. All of a sudden, Yi Long paused and shot a water arrow at the person behind her while she was casting the spell. The person behind her was shocked. She had never seen Yi Long use this move before. When did she learn it? Pfft. Because her speed was too fast and her strength was too powerful, she struck as fast as a bolt of lightning and killed her enemy in one blow. Huh. Ji Yu was watching the battle and waiting for one of them to die. She didn't expect that the person being hunted survived. Interesting. She still has a trump card even now. This person is not bad. However, what she didn't know was that at the moment Yi Long paused, her soul had already been controlled. Han Fei's purpose was very clear. He just needed to hunt one person, secretly. When he hunted one, Han Fei controlled Yi Long to go to a corner, take out a spiritual fruit, and quickly recover. Han Fei said, "I've hunted one. What should I do now?" The old turtle said, "Then, it's the blood soul technique. As long as you swallow the soul of this Millennium Snapper and drink her blood, you can play as her and share her memories. The drawback is that the devoured one isn't really dead. If the soul of the fish dragon king can't suppress her soul, it's very likely to be counterattacked in the future. Therefore, this method is not profound. However, it's not difficult to pretend to be her without being detected." Han Fei frowned. Swallow her soul and eat her blood? The old turtle was truly a big demon. Han Fei asked the fish dragon king, planning to say, "This is your only way to sneak into the sea demons." However, as soon as he told him, the fish dragon king gladly accepted it. Han Fei was lost for words. Aren't heavenly talents all proud? The fish dragon king seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking, but he had been tortured by Han Fei for so long. For him, nothing was more disgusting than being humiliated by Han Fei. Before the fish dragon king swallowed Yi Long's soul, Han Fei looked at her. Soul first. Han Fei didn't plan to use the soul-attracting art because the soul-attracting art still needed to be deduced and had side effects now. Remembering Yi Long's name and appearance, Han Fei attached to Yi Long in the form of the black mist. Half a day later, Han Fei replaced the fish dragon king with Yi Long. As for the real Yi Long, she had already become soulless and had no vitality left. The fish dragon king was overjoyed. A new identity was nothing as long as he could survive. Han Fei had already extracted part of the fish dragon king's memories and said, I took so much effort to send you into the Blood Sea Divinewood City. So I naturally have the ability to find you. You can betray me, but if I see you again, you will definitely die. But if you are willing to cooperate, find a way to become a heavenly talent of the Blood Sea Divinewood City, collect the big red trunk, collect information about the Blood Sea Divinewood and Patriarch Blood Demon, and tell me about it. You know why I want it, don't you? The fish dragon king took a deep breath. Do you want to destroy the Blood Sea Divinewood City someday? Han Fei shook his head. No, what I want is that there is no king in the Blood Sea Divinewood City, but I don't necessarily have to destroy this race. Dragons can't be leaderless all the time. If you can become their ruler in the future. But the premise is that you have to be loyal to me. The fish dragon king's heart trembled as he thought, you're only in the Tao seeking realm, but you already want to kill a king and nurture a trusted subordinate? Han Fei said leisurely, it's your business to believe me or not, but whether or not I can do it is my business. That's all I have to say. I didn't kill you, so I won't bother to kill you even if I have the chance in the future. Of course, if I don't come here again, you are free. The fish dragon king's expression was complicated. Han Fei is too terrifying. My life is insignificant in his eyes, but he is playing a long game. Is this the gap between me and the top heavenly talents? Looking at this quiet place, the fish dragon king couldn't find Han Fei anymore, and Han Fei's voice echoed in his head, you can go now. I'm going to hunt a venerable for fun. The fish dragon king waved its tail and quickly ran away. The whole operation was carried out in secret. However, the fish dragon king secretly complained in his heart, you're too good at bragging. Do you think I don't know when you transcended the tribulation? It's only been 2 years, not even 3 years. How the F***ck can you hunt venerables? However, the fish dragon king didn't know that Han Fei had turned into a shadow and left in the direction where the venerable was. The old turtle asked, are you really going to hunt a venerable? Do you not intend to stay here any longer? Han Fei sneered. I have a feeling that the Blood Sea Divinewood City is dangerous. As you said, there are evil cultivators here, so why should I stay here? I've already finished my matters in the Waterwood world and I don't think anything will happen there in the short term. Why don't we end the journey early and return to my Yin-Yang world? I still have a lot of things to do over there. The old turtle said, you can give it a try. This place is more than 600,000 kilometers away from the Blood Sea Divinewood City and in a secret realm. With your current strength, there's a chance. However, if the other party has already become an intermediate venerable. Han Fei curled his lips. I'm not stupid. I just want to try a junior venerable. It doesn't matter if I can kill her or not. It's not easy to meet a junior venerable. I just want to see how big the gap between me and a junior venerable is. The old turtle said leisurely, although your strength has increased during this period of time, you're still in the realm of a half-venerable no matter how strong you are. Even if you use all your secret methods, you'll only barely reach the venerable realm. However, fortunately, you have a lot of quelling bizarre treasures, so you can use part of their power now. Han Fei grinned and thought to himself, as long as I have the strength to kill a venerable, I won't be afraid when I return to the Yin-Yang world. Besides, over the past year, I have been polishing my foundation and my strength has improved a lot. The upcoming battle on the Scattered Stars Island will be both a trial and a chance for me. Others can't get the remains of the king, but I may have a chance. After all, he could change his identity, become a sea demon, and cultivate with the remnant body of that king. Han Fei had decided to hunt a venerable, but he wasn't in a hurry. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei turned into white mist and spiritual energy suddenly surged in all directions. The spiritual spring suddenly disappeared by a million caddies, which stunned the old turtle again. The old turtle knew that Han Fei must have done something else. This wasn't the first time. Besides, it must be related to the calabash. The old turtle could even guess that Han Fei was making a deal with the little calabash. However, every time he saw this scene, he was a little frightened. No matter how cheap spiritual energy was, it was still a million caddies. How could he squander it so easily? Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't find it inappropriate at all. He was deducing the soul-attracting art, which had too many drawbacks. He didn't feel comfortable using it. However, this technique was indeed much better than the void lines. Above all, the void lines weren't really invincible. Although there were many benefits, there were still restrictions. For example, the soul and vitality absorbed wouldn't be too much. The memories of creatures could only be read in segments. This experience woke Han Fei up. Only then did he remember that void fishing was actually only a book jointly written by 9 kings. Although it was extraordinary, the king realm was actually just the sea establishment realm, with many other realms above it. This was not to say that void fishing was bad. This technique was definitely top-notch. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strange scene where heaven and earth cried when the book was finished. However, comparing the soul-attracting technique to the void lines, Han Fei found that although the void fishing technique's comprehensive effects were better, its single effect might not be the strongest. Han Fei even wondered if he could summon lightning through deducing the 7th level of void fishing to help him finish cultivating his golden body. However, Han Fei soon gave up the idea. The 6th level of void fishing corresponded to the venerable realm. Then, the 7th level should correspond to the king realm. With his strength as an explorer, if he were to deduce a king-level technique rashly, even if he used up all his trump cards, he might not be able to hold on. Besides, the deduction would definitely cause a huge uproar. Han Fei quickly shook his head. He had thought too much. Now, he just wanted to spar with a junior venerable, but he had thought so much. The reason why Han Fei wanted to deduce the soul-attracting art was that if there was a chance, he could use the venerable's memories to learn about the situation in the Blood Sea Divinewood City. After all, the Blood Sea Divinewood City was the most mysterious place in the sea where the Waterwood world was located. Under normal circumstances, the Millennium snappers wouldn't leave the range of the Blood Sea Divine would. City. However, as long as anything happened, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was never absent. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City never went to war, but they would always do one thing: try to expand their territory. Only this point was unbearable to the White Shell Royal City and the Water Wood World. We are fighting, and you are expanding your territory. Who could bear this? Therefore, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life had once stopped fighting for a period of time, planning to jointly clear the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, in that battle, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City sent nearly 100 venerables over. Within the range of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, Patriarch Blood Demon used the power of the Blood Sea Divine Tree to fight 2 kings alone without being defeated. Only then did the battle come to an end. The White Armor Emperor and Queen Life were not stupid. They knew that the recuperation in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was only temporary. In the future, once Patriarch Blood Demon recovered, she would definitely attack them. Therefore, the White Shell Royal City and the Waterwood World usually tried their best to deplete the Blood Sea Divine Wood City's strength and suppress its development. Every century, the 2 parties would attack the Blood Sea Divine Wood City at least once, not for anything else, but to investigate the strength of Patriarch Blood Demon. That was all Han Fei knew. As for why he was only investigating the strength of Patriarch Blood Demon, instead of destroying a group of strong masters from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, Han Fei didn't know. Logically speaking, strength could be faked for a time. If Patriarch Blood Demon pretended to be unable to be defeated but secretly became an emperor, the situation in this sea area would change again. Besides, if they didn't deplete the venerables in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, what if the Blood Demon venerables flooded in the future? Although they only had 1 king, they had more venerables. Han Fei didn't understand why Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor would tolerate the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Therefore, he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Buzz. After a moment, the spiritual energy vortex suddenly stopped. Information popped up in Han Fei's head. Soul-searching technique, venerable level ultra quality. Introduction: this is a forbidden technique that violates the heavenly Tao. It can forcibly peep at the souls of others. If the other party releases his soul, it has no effect on him. But if the other party forcibly resists, it may cause harm to both parties. Deduction art, soul-breaking eyes. Deduction cost, 1 wisp of chaos energy. Shortcoming: if the other party is stronger than the soul searcher, the latter is easy to suffer a backlash. Note: if you can peep at the other party's soul, there is a certain chance that you can peep at the other party's great Tao. The soul-searching technique he got from this deduction was obviously much better than the soul-attracting technique. The old turtle was indeed keeping it a secret from him and didn't trust him completely. However, Han Fei keenly noticed that if he wanted to deduce a technique above the venerable level, the cost became chaos energy. But now he didn't even know what chaos energy was. Also, there was a note: there's a certain chance to peep at the other party's great Tao. This stunned Han Fei. Was this soul-searching technique so powerful? Was there a certain chance that he could see through the other party's great Tao? If he knew the other party's great Tao in advance, could he destroy the other party's Tao runes? This was AF * King Great technique. No wonder the old turtle didn't want to teach him. Half a day later, Ji Yu keenly noticed a Perron, who was Ji Long. She still remembered the scene of this person counterattacking. However, the counterattack was fine, but it wouldn't be right if her strength suddenly increased. Jiyu thought to herself, this person's comprehensive strength has increased by nearly 20%? Had she been hiding her strength? Why? Of course, Jiyu didn't know that who was in this body was now the fish Dragon King. However, the fish Dragon King had already read Yi Long's memories and had worked very hard to lower his strength standard. However, being a top heavenly talent was different from being slightly talented. No matter how weak the fish Dragon King was in Han Fei's eyes, he was actually ranked 10th in the White Shell Royal City. How could ordinary people compare to him? In terms of speed, movement technique, strength, physique, soul, and so on. The fish Dragon King was much stronger. Therefore, he had been pretending very hard to be weak. It was precisely because of this disguise of the fish Dragon King that Jiyu wasn't quite sure. Otherwise, if the fish Dragon King's strength suddenly increased by 50%, Jiyu would probably immediately take him out and interrogate him. Well, I have to pay more attention to this person when I go back. Jiyu nodded slightly. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She didn't even have the time to look back as runes floated behind her. The moment the runes appeared, a red leaf blade was put against her back at the same time. After doing this, Jiyu immediately looked back. Crack. Ding. The rune shield shattered in an instant, and the red leaf blade was sent flying. Time law? Jiyu's heart trembled. She hadn't seen the enemy yet, but she had discovered the law of time in horror. The opponent's attack had changed the law of time. Therefore, this person could sneak attack her in an instant. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her not to notice it before the opponent approached her. However, just as Jiyu confirmed that this was the law of time, in the next second, she felt that her soul was stabbed and painful. The reason was very simple. When Han Fei used the momentary time, he also used the God-scaring stab. Splash. The moment a fish skin map appeared in the air. Roar. The roars of 100 beasts shook the soul. At this moment, Han Fei's soul power had already recovered, which was much higher than when he was at his peak state. This was why void fishing was so terrifying and why Han Fei dared to split his soul. At this moment, the strength of Han Fei's soul was incomparable to that of an ordinary half-venerable. Under the dual soul attack, even Jiyu, as a venerable, was inevitably dizzy. However, she was still a venerable. No matter how chaotic Jiyu's mind was, she knew that she had to summon a battle suit. However, Han Fei had already held the sword with both hands and poured all his spiritual energy into it. The 60% disassembled spiritual energy attack made Snowmorn shine and illuminate half of the secret realm. As the sword was drawn, the void turned white, and snow flew all over the sky. Crack. 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 Even a high-quality divine weapon was shattered by this sword. Han Fei frowned. In this sneak attack, he had used all his killer moves, but still failed? With another thought from Han Fei, the infinity water wrapped Jiyu. Rumble. Han Fei knew that once the infinity water appeared, the battle here must be over in an instant. Otherwise, it would definitely be detected. The moment Han Fei attacked, the sacrificing punch exploded. Like a nuclear bomb, Jiyu was smashed into the bottom of the sea and didn't even have a chance to react. Huff. After the attack, Han Fei launched the sacrificing punch again. At the same time, the swallowing technique absorbed a huge amount of energy. Activating the star teleportation technique, Han Fei had already held the embroidery needle and attacked with all his strength. Boom boom boom. Without the protection of the divine weapon, Jiyu was first bombarded bloody by the infinity water, and then she took Han Fei's sacrificing punch at close range, with her chest penetrated. Before this blow was over, another blow came. At this moment, Han Fei had used the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Blood Demon's physique was not strong in the first place. Or rather, most people's physique couldn't be as strong as Han Fei's. Therefore, the continuous bombardment had almost killed Jiyu. However, the old turtle shouted, "Remember, venerables can revive with blood. Don't bombard her anymore when she's heavily wounded. Lock the void and crush her body inch by inch." As the old turtle spoke, Han Fei tried to buckle Jiyu with the void lines. However, at the next moment, Han Fei found he miscalculated. This person's soul actually blocked the void lines. At the moment when Han Fei made a mistake, Jiyu had a chance. The runes all over her body lit up and were about to burst out. Han Fei suddenly stepped back and held the embroidery needle. Knock on the heavenly door. Shwa. A spear broke through the air, and the embroidery needle burst out a pillar of light. The power of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was manifested at this moment. Pfft. Half of Jiyu's body was shattered, and Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique again, intending to destroy this person with one blow. However, Han Fei hadn't arrived yet. With a loud bang, Jiyu blew herself up. The void exploded, and Han Fei took the opportunity to crash into the void. At the last moment, Han Fei didn't forget to cast out his fishing hook and caught Jiyu's sunmoon shell. As soon as he entered the void, the fish skin map spread and a teleportation array appeared. Ignoring the blood spurting out, Han Fei had already drilled in. After Han Fei disappeared, only a second later, a blood-colored treeman appeared. Sweeping with her perception, she found that no one was around. The treeman reached out and grabbed, and a bloody mist gathered. The bloody mist intertwined and condensed into a person in a moment. Who else could it be but Jiyu? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. However, even if venerables could revive with a drop of blood, it wasn't without limit. The price of reviving with a drop of blood was very high, and after self-destruction, the price of reviving with a drop of blood was even greater. Jiyu was horrified and hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving my life, Patriarch." The blood-colored treeman perceived for a moment. Strange aura. This person's realm is not high, but his strength is surprisingly strong. If you hadn't detonated yourself in time, you would have died. Fine, since he escaped so quickly, he must have thought of a way out. However, this secret realm is useless now. Don't use it again. Holding back her heavy injuries, Jiyu hurriedly said, "Yes, Patriarch." The blood-colored treeman said casually, "Forget it. You're too heavily wounded. Go back to recuperate." On the other side, Han Fei hidden forged the universe and cast the holy light technique on himself. At this moment, his wounds were healing at a visible speed. The old turtle said, "See? Although this person isn't a new venerable, she's still far away from the peak of a junior venerable. Even so, she's not someone you can easily defeat now." This is the difference between an explorer and a venerable. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Her strength might be weaker than mine. The old turtle shook his head slightly. It's not because of strength, but because of the gap in the realm, the difference in the use of spiritual energy, and the difference in soul reaction. Your mistake is to try to shake the opponent's soul with a technique that has a chance of error. The soul is a person's most secret power. You've cultivated your soul and have a calabash secret treasure. Do you think others don't know how to protect themselves? Han Fei was finally convinced. However, Han Fei wasn't sad. This was the first time he tried to hunt a venerable, so he had no experience. Unfortunately, the soul-searching technique he prepared didn't come in handy. But no matter what, this sneak attack made Han Fei clearly realize a problem. It wasn't enough for him to skip levels to challenge. Although he was strong enough to shake a venerable, before he reached the peak, the gap was still very large. With this attempt, Han Fei immediately knew the significance of the existence of the peak and the half-venerable realms. This was more like a division of strength, which was closely related to the disassembling of the great Tao and spiritual energy. To put it more bluntly, this was related to a person's talent. Regarding this matter of hunting a venerable, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City didn't find any leads. In the end, the investigation could only end in failure. This matter, just like how Xue Qin discovered a mysterious creature, became another mysterious event. Ji Yu was even puzzled. How did that person appear in the trial field? Besides, since that person had come to the trial field, why didn't he kill those heavenly talents, but attack her? These were all unsolved mysteries. In the mysterious sea, there might be many similar unsolved mysteries every day. If you wanted to explore them one by one, you would never be able to finish. 1 month passed. Waterwood World, Dark War Port. In these 2 or 3 years, there were too many battles between the Water Wood World and the White Shell Royal City, which even exceeded the total number of battles in the past century. In fact, this kind of war of no scale could only be regarded as training. It seemed that there wouldn't be a large-scale war in the short term. The 4 battlefields of the Waterwood World became relatively safer. As long as the Venerable didn't take action, the Tao-seeking realm great demons could hold the line. Even if the war was more frequent, it wouldn't be as large. At this moment, the Dark War Port had already released the Fearless Barrier, and a large number of creatures in the Tao-seeking realm and Sea Demon realm poured into the Dark Water domain. Here, there had been a battle for days. Outside the Fearless Barrier, there were occasional Tao-seeking sea demons passing by. The powerhouses of the two sides even met occasionally and bickered with each other. But this day was different. On this day, outside the Fearless Barrier, 5 people transcended the tribulation at once. This was a rare occasion. Even in the Waterwood World, on average, 1 or 2 people transcended the tribulation a year, and it was already rare for one person to successfully transcend the tribulation. After all, as time went on, there would be 100 explorers in 100 years, and more than 5,000 explorers in 10,000 years. This was the backbone of a force. This time, 5 people transcended the tribulation, which shocked everyone in the Waterwood World. These 5 people were all people who had participated in the battle on the island and survived. Their opportunities really made many people envious. However, the probability of death in such a trial was extremely high. 10 people went, and 6 people returned. Among them, there was still Han Fei, who disappeared. Chong Lulu, Chong Xiaochong and Phoenix Head 7 survived. They kept bragging about how powerful Han Fei was, how he defeated 6 blood demons, looted 2 royal cities, and made the blood of many insects boil. Because this story was too exciting, the 3 of them became the stars of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Today, these 5 people all chose to transcend the tribulation at the dark war port, but the White Shell Royal City still sent people to fight. However, the people who came this time were different. Among them, there were Han Fei's acquaintances. Shrimp Yue, San Chi, and Su Yi were among them. For the outside world, although the people like Shrimp Yue and San Chi were the top heavenly talents in the White Shell Royal City, they rarely left the White Shell Royal City. And the White Shell Royal City had a strict entry and exit system, so their real combat power was not known by outsiders. Even if they had passed the trial on the island, Shrimp Yue and the others were only ranked as heavenly talents, at the same level as Chong Lulu and the others, not as famous as Zhang Xiaotian. However, the Insect King and the others had a rough guess of their real strength. Therefore, they warned Chong Lulu and the others to be careful in this tribulation battle. In the field, Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong, with their horns against San Chi and the others, were scolding. Chong Lulu said, "That shrimp, did you board the island with me? Do you know that I once fought alongside Han Fei and crossed the Sea of Blood? I suggest you pass the tribulation obediently and don't start a war." Chong Xiaochong said with a buzz, "That's right. Back then, we swept across all the heavenly talents in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. If you hadn't run fast enough, you wouldn't have had a chance to appear here." Shrimp Yue smiled. "Well, it's our regret that we couldn't fight him back. Then, now I'm here to challenge you." Chong Lulu said, "Ouch. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? We both have shells. But how can your horn compare to mine?" Shrimp Yue smiled. "Try it." Enraged by Shrimp Yue's arrogant attitude, Chong Lulu was about to fight. In front of the array, when Phoenix Head 7 flapped his wings and said, "Idiot, that guy is definitely not weak. Let's see." On the other side, a tree demon stood out. "Let me fight you first." "We demon plants are full of vitality and can't die easily." As soon as the tree demon appeared, a Tao-seeking great demon said casually, "You can go anywhere you want." Sui stepped forward, his eyes fierce. "You're just a tree demon. I'll kill you in 3 moves." Hua! There was an uproar. On the Waterwood World side, countless onlookers had ugly expressions. Someone shouted, "Shut up! Baimu is a peerless genius of our demon plant race. How can you kill him?" Someone cursed, "What did the White Shell Royal City send this time?" Chong Lulu shouted coldly, "Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death with my horn." However, amidst the thousands of curses, Su Yi licked the corner of his mouth. "My name is Su Yi, ranked 8th on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City. Do you want to fight or not? If you want to fight, just come. Do you dare to fight?" Hiss! Hearing Su Yi's words, countless people gasped. The 8th on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City? Is this B***starred so powerful? In the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the 4 major races were usually ranked in their respective races. This Baimu had never been ranked 10th on the genius list of the Waterwood World. At most, he was ranked 10th in his race. In this case, didn't it mean that Su Yi was much stronger? Chong Lulu couldn't help looking at Chong Xiaochong. Is this person so strong? In the past, the people who came were all outside the top 100 of the genius list of the White Shell Royal City, at most 70th or 80th. Why did the 8th place come this time? Baimu's face sank. Don't panic. We can't flinch. I'll go fight him. Bam. Bam. Baimu extended his hands like branches reaching for water, and the waves immediately rolled. When he came out of the water again, two huge pillars that reached the sky swung horizontally like whips, like swimming dragons jumping out of the sea, and went straight at Su Yi. Not only that, a third hand extended from Baimu's chest, holding a spear that pierced through the void. The spear stabbed out and danced, producing hundreds of spear shadows. Knowing that Su Yi was the 8th most powerful powerhouse in the White Shell Royal City, Baimu naturally didn't dare to underestimate him. As soon as he came up, he used 2 ultimate moves and 2 locking techniques. Great! The creatures of the demon plant line shook their branches and applauded. A member of the insect clan said, "This is the tree demon spirit dividing stab. Even if you use all your strength, you won't be able to block this blow." A big bird cried, "Don't relax. Keep attacking and stab him to death." Amidst the clamor, Su Ye's lips curled. With a crackling sound, he suddenly whipped the air, and thousands of super-long tentacles appeared. Puff, puff, puff. The void was torn and cracks filled the sky. The long whips curled up like a spiral, and in an instant, they cut Baimu's 2 vine columns into pieces. As for Baimu's soul-dividing stab, it suddenly paused, and 100 long tentacles appeared in the air and wrapped the attack from both sides. Bang! 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 Explosions were heard and tides were surging back. Baimu suddenly felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly wanted to retreat. However, a large number of tentacles appeared under him, and a huge sea anemone appeared. Su Yi sneered. "Oh. I forgot to tell you. I'm also a demon plant." Chi La. Baimu's arms were instantly rolled up and cut into hundreds of pieces. He was about to be minced. Shwa. A shadow flashed in the void. Who? Su Yi didn't have any time to react. A venerable from the White Shell Royal City shouted, and a peak-level great demon pounced over. Pfft. At that moment, silver light illuminated the world. In an instant, the sea split, and a terrifying ravine appeared in the air. The venerable still wanted to attack when he heard a cute voice. "Someone is so spoilt and wayward. I can't do anything about it." Everyone heard it. "Isn't this Messenger Jing's voice?" And in midair, the figure's scarlet fist mark, like a pillar of light soaring to the sky, struck the sky, spanning hundreds of kilometers. The peak level Tao-seeking powerhouse who came to save Su Yi was crushed by this punch, most of his body shattered, and he had already died. Everyone focused their eyes, and saw a black figure holding Su Yi by the neck. With one hand, holding him in the air like holding a dead fish, and arrogantly turning his head down the King Tribulation Transcendence Battle. If the White Shell Royal City uses this as an excuse to deplete our waterwood world's combat power, each person you kill, I'll kill 100. The figure pointed at the sky and looked in the direction of the White Shell Royal City. The White Armor Emperor, a dignified king, is so petty. Either fight or stop. Today, let me, Han Fei, tell you that in terms of heavenly talents, I, Han Fei, am superior to any of your heavenly talents in 10 1,000 years. Su Yi was horrified. Why is Han Fei here? With Han Fei's strength, there is no reason for him to attack at all. But before he could think further, his vision turned dark. Han Fei exerted strength in his hand and gently squeezed. With a bang, Su Yi exploded, his bones shattered, and he died. Han Fei stepped forward. If you want to fight, I, Han Fei, will challenge all new and old heavenly talents on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City alone. Do you dare? If you don't dare, you'd better get the hell out of here when the Waterwood world people are transcending tribulations in the future. You want to fight us with an entire city? We Waterwood world have fought for 100,000 years. When have we ever been afraid? Fight. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the air, pointing at the sky, raising his head and cursing, extremely domineering. Gulp. Countless people swallowed in shock. They had forgotten who Su Yi was. Chong Lulu took a sip. Shoot. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's powerful attack shocked the onlookers on both sides. Is this Han Fei? These people had good reason to be shocked. How long had it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation? It had only been 3 years. Besides, he was very elusive. The last time they heard of him was when Chong Lulu and the others were bragging about the battle on the island. However, most of the people who participated in that battle were peak-level law enforcers. It was natural for Han Fei to fight so many enemies alone. After all, there was a gap in the realm. But now, Han Fei easily killed a peak Dao-seeking powerhouse in the White Shell Royal City. How could they not be shocked? More importantly, Han Fei seemed to have just entered the mid-level Dao-seeking realm. Hiss. What a terrifying growth rate. Gulp. It's only been 3 years and you've grown so much? How domineering. However, isn't Han Fei overestimating himself? Who is he to challenge the king? Chong Lulu shouted, Han Fei, well done. If you hadn't attacked him, I would have killed that guy with my horn just now. How dare you? While the Waterwood world was shocked, 7 or 8 venerables from both sides appeared at the same time. A venerable from the White Shell Royal City snapped, very good, Waterwood world. Han Fei, you're just an explorer. How dare you change the rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years? These venerables were all surprised. They didn't sense anyone approaching. Where did Han Fei come from? Han Fei raised his head and chuckled. The rules are dead, but people are alive. The Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City have been fighting for so long. What's the result? The main battlefield is in the Waterwood world. If you really dare to come to fight, you would have come long ago and wouldn't have nagged for tens of thousands of years. This time I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Shrimp Yue and San Chi were both shocked. This time, because Zhang Xiaotian had already transcended the tribulation, he didn't come. But how could they dare to provoke Han Fei? Although Su Yi rose to the top because of the death of Qing Xiling and the Fish Dragon King, if he didn't have the strength, how could he enter the top 10 of the genius list? However, in Han Fei's hand, Su Yi was crushed to death like a small fish. Although Shrimp Yue and the others were confident with their strength, Han Fei's performance just now was too strong. It was impossible for them to win. Someone shouted, Ning Jing. Is the Waterwood world ruled by a mere explorer? Now? Or do you really think you can start a full-scale war with our white shell royal city? Ningjing chuckled. Start a full-scale war? Do you dare? Han Fei curled his lips and pointed at the half-merman venerable who spoke. The one who spoke, please use your brain. Do you think the blood sea divine? Would city is a decoration? A full-scale war? Try it. Besides, since the main battlefield is in the Waterwood world, is the White Armor Emperor not afraid that his lair will be stolen? Although the White Shell Royal City was hidden, just like Queen Life didn't dare to step out of the Waterwood world easily, the White Armor Emperor generally didn't dare to leave the White Shell Royal City. Besides, Han Fei didn't believe that the three parties would fight to the death. In that case, what was wrong with being a bit aggressive? This time, it seemed that the strong masters on the genius list in the White Shell Royal City were all preparing to transcend the tribulation. If he didn't take action, Chong, Lulu, and the others would definitely die. Since he had already attacked, why not be more aggressive? He couldn't explain this to others. When he met Queen Life again, she would naturally know. Ningjing chuckled. Recently, there has been a lot of chaos in the White Shell Royal City. You'd better behave yourselves. Don't think you're invincible. Buzz. The void trembled, and clouds swirled and condensed. A big vase of clouds and mist blocked half of the sky. Ningjing's face changed slightly. Humph, come on, show me your real body. That big face was none other than the only king of the White Shell Royal City. The White Armor Emperor. The old turtle said, it's just a projection of a king. It's not even a clone. However, this was the first time Han Fei had seen such a technique with his own eyes. Wasn't this noise 2F** king loud? A face covering half of the sky? The clouds loosened, and a voice said, very nice. Han Fei, are you challenging me? The voice was coming at Han Fei. Queen Life didn't respond. She must be watching the show. For her, it was quite fun. Besides, in just 3 years, Han Fei had caused a lot of trouble. And his style was completely different from the Waterwood world. However, Han Fei's style of doing things was not bad. Although it wasn't the real king gazing at him, the gaze was still rather intimidating. However, Han Fei sneered with his head held high. Oh, I didn't expect to call a king over. I'm just an explorer. How can I challenge a king? Just wait. We'll meet in the future anyway. Hiss. Wu Shangshui and the others walked out of the void. As soon as they came out, they heard Han Fei say "we" to the king. Immediately, they felt terrible. Thinking, you've just come back, but you're already so arrogant? Queen Life was sitting in the heavenly palace, watching this scene, and shook her head slightly. Han Fei dared to say these words, because at this time, the White Shell Royal City really didn't have time. The Wall of Death was damaged, the Venerables were injured, and the king was injured too. Han Fei was involved in it and knew the truth, so he dared to shout at the king. However, the others didn't know it, so they would only think that Han Fei didn't know his limits. However, Queen Life was also a little surprised. The situation of the White Shell Royal City wasn't too bad. This kind of influence would disappear in a few decades at most. How did you know that they wouldn't retaliate in decades? Unless... Queen Life narrowed her eyes slightly. Unless Han Fei had something to back him up? For example, did teacher leave any means for him? Han Fei didn't know what Queen Life was thinking, but he was already used to bluffing and bragging. He didn't know what he would have to face. At least, they didn't dare to attack him now. Besides, Han Fei believed that the flames of war would be raging when he returned to the Inyang world. There would be one big event after another. The Scattered Stars Islands battle was one thing, but entering the Heavenly Palace was another. If he didn't dare to fight, how could he become a king? Since everyone felt that he would become a king, and he also felt that he would become a king, then why didn't he take himself as a king? Anyway, he was going to cross the infinite ocean in the future. As for whether this behavior would cause the two parties to fight ceaselessly and make Queen Life unhappy, Han Fei didn't consider it at all. Old Han had promised Queen Life to let him help her destroy the royal city. Queen Life believed him, so she wouldn't restrict him. In fact, Queen Life had no choice. The White Shell Royal City was eyeing them covetously, so was the Blood Sea. Divine Wood. Once Patriarch Blood Demon thought it through and cooperated with the White Shell Royal City, Waterwood World would be in danger. At this moment, she could only count on him. She even hoped that he could control the Inyang world and grow quickly. Looking at Han Fei's arrogant posture, the White Armor Emperor said leisurely, Han Fei, you are the first explorer to make me remember your name. You want to challenge me in the future? Okay, I'll wait for you. The cloud swayed, the big face disappeared, and a voice flowed into the sky. The Waterwood world has been wanting to change the current situation for a long time. Now your intention has been revealed by a junior. Fine, there hasn't been a war between the three parties for a long time. I'm waiting for another big war. The strong masters from the White Shell Royal City snorted and shouted, let's go. This time, they just retreated because of Han Fei? Han Fei was a little dumbfounded himself. Seriously? It's just a few people transcending a tribulation. Does it have to be so exaggerated? A war between the three parties? What's that? Han Fei looked at Ning Jing with a dazed expression, and Ning Jing glanced at him and said via voice transmission, the three-party war is a war that happens once every 1,000 years. In order to prove their strength, the three parties will have a large-scale war from top to bottom. The White Shell Royal City just took advantage of what happened today to stop the war in advance and find an excuse to recuperate. After all, you know, the current state of the White Shell Royal City is indeed not good. Han Fei's heart did a flip. So, the king gave in to me? Tisk. Ning Jing said disdainfully, you? Of course, it's because of the queen. Han Fei curled his lips. He has flinched anyway. Ning Jing. The old turtle reminded him, don't think of a king with such an attitude. Anyone who can become a king can't be weak. Most of the time, he's just observing the situation. This king dares to fight the battle of the three parties, which at least shows that he has the ability to restore the White Shell Royal City to its peak before the battle. He even found an excuse to recall the venerables. Do you think he flinched? Han Fei's heart sank when he heard what the old turtle said. He couldn't help but look at Ning Jing. Then when will the war between the three parties break out? Ning Jing said, there is still 100 years away, but we can't count it as 100 years. This means that it may erupt at any time. However, you don't have to worry too much. It won't erupt for at least 10 years. A mere 10 years should only be enough for him to recover. Last time, he was injured by the queen. Huh. Right, why did you come back in advance? Jing looked around and said casually, let's leave it at that for now. Don't worry about the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei, come with me. The Queen wants to see you. Instantly, everyone looked at Han Fei. Is he summoned again? Thinking of Han Fei's domineering behavior today, everyone thought to themselves, could it be that Han Fei has already been accepted by the Queen and is about to become a true king's attendant? For a moment, all kinds of envious, jealous, and resentful gazes were staring at him, giving Han Fei goosebumps all over his body. This was the second time Han Fei had come to the Waterwood Heavenly Palace. On the way, Ningjing said, "You're really something. I heard that you went to the White Shell Royal City, knocked down a tower, and released many venerable level demons. 5 of them were protected by our Waterwood world. Now, we have 5 more venerables." Han Fei smiled. How do you know that? Ningjing snorted. I know a lot. I'm a venerable anyway. How can you keep this from me? At this moment, Han Fei didn't really want to meet Queen Life. He didn't know how to address her after they met, and he was unwilling to call her my queen. Besides, Queen Life definitely wanted him to keep the water immortal here, but that was impossible. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, why did the Queen call me over? Ningjing puffed out her cheeks. How would I know? Han Fei, didn't you say you would make me a manhunt full banquet? What is that? Is it delicious? What is manhunt? And what is a full banquet? Is it more delicious than hot pot? Ningjing kept babbling, and Han Fei echoed, oh. Just 8 dishes. Ningjing was shocked. 8? So many? Han Fei thought to himself, there are a total of 108 of them. He couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. After all, Ningjing had helped him a lot. Han Fei couldn't help but say, fine, I'll add another one, 9 in total. When I have time, I'll make it for you to eat. Ningjing's eyes lit up. Make it now. Make it today, okay? Han Fei said, no. I have to swallow a strange fire first and bring little gold and my other pets back. Ningjing said, I'll get them back for you now. Han Fei hurriedly stopped her. No. I want to see how they are going with their trials. Ningjing was about to say something, but she stopped, thinking, forget it. Let Han Fei check it by himself. In the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Venerable Bat stood at the entrance like a sculpture. Seeing Ningjing and Han Fei come, he just nodded slightly. However, unlike last time, this time, the Bat Venerable looked at Han Fei for a while longer, probably knowing something about Han Fei. Shwa. Coming out of the teleportation array, Han Fei shivered and felt that the spiritual energy was much more intense. It was very refreshing. On the same path as last time, flowers, plants, and spiritual fruits bloomed. Ningjing smiled slyly and stomped, and the space changed. Han Fei keenly noticed that Ningjing was stretching the space. Shwa. Han Fei stepped 1,000 meters away, but when he raised his head, he found that the space had changed again. He could only step 10 meters away, while Ningjing appeared 1,000 meters away. Han Fei quietly took another step. Just as Ningjing regained control of the distance, Han Fei suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared beside Ningjing. Ningjing was taken aback. Huh? You cheated. This is not the near at hand technique. Han Fei curled his lips. Indeed not. This is called star teleportation technique. Ning Jing snorted, thinking, this kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. However, his reaction speed is not slow. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for him. It was still the big tree, which must be a branch of the cloud sea god. Ning Jing said, go up. Han Fei was no longer reserved this time. He walked into the yard with the near-at-hand technique. Queen Life was spraying some green worms. She glanced at him inadvertently and said indifferently, are you going back? Han Fei nodded. Yes. If I stay here, I'll seem lazy. Queen Life raised her head. When you go back this time, you'll have to become a venerable anyway. It's not difficult to disassemble spiritual energy. However, will those people let you become a venerable easily? Han Fei smiled and said, it shouldn't be a problem for me to become a half venerable. I can't stay here forever. Queen Life nodded. Let Bai Suzhen stay. Han Fei's expression didn't change. He had already had a hunch when Ning Jing called him up. However, this was not bad. Bai Suzhen was just a reincarnation body. It didn't matter if she stayed or not. However, Han Fei mentioned, of course. It's not a good thing to return to the yin-yang world with me. Bai Suzhen will stay, but her father has become a venerable anyway. Well. Queen Life couldn't help but roll her eyes at Han Fei. Do you dare to use the person I gave you? Han Fei grinned. Why not? I'm pure-hearted. Teacher must have told you that. In a place that Han Fei couldn't see, Queen Life pinched her fingers and thought, you're pure-hearted? Do you think I'll believe you? Wang Han is pure-hearted, not you. Queen Life said lightly, Jinger. Shua. Jinger appeared quietly. Queen Life said, go back to the yin-yang world with Han Fei. However, don't take action easily. Han Fei still has to walk his own path. You just help him when necessary. Hearing this, Jinger was dumbfounded and immediately stuttered, huh? Ah? My queen. I'll go with him? Can I? Queen Life snorted. Okay, that's it. You'll go with him. However, you're only allowed to help him 3 times. Queen Life looked at Han Fei. The king's path is rarely paved with external help. I hope that you won't let Jinger help you even once. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and his expression became solemn. Unless necessary, I won't let her take action. Although Queen Life had said at the beginning that she wouldn't help yin-yang world, what level was Jinger at? Although she was a little unworldly, she was among the tops in strength in the entire Waterwood world. How was such a strong master any different from a king in the yin-yang world? Satisfied with Queen Life's arrangements, Han Fei immediately stomped, and the shadow of mountains and rivers appeared. Bai Suzhen looked around blankly. When she saw Queen Life for the first time, she was stunned. A king couldn't be looked at. Han Fei could see her because Queen Life let him. Queen Life nodded slightly. Only then did Bai Suzhen take a deep breath and come back to her senses. A strong master? Bai Suzhen certainly knew Han Fei. With her intelligence, she had a rough idea of what was going on. However, she didn't know the person in front of her. She only felt that this woman was very strong. Queen Life said, let Zhang Yao and her mother come out together. With a thought from Han Fei, Zhang Yao and the snake demon appeared. The snake demon's body trembled. She couldn't see Queen Life clearly at all. Zhang Yao immediately knelt down and said in a loud voice, the sinner Zhang Yao, kneel to my queen. I didn't expect to see you again one day. Jing'er said in surprise, huh? Is this the guy of the human race who disappeared? Zhang Yao turned his head and quickly said, Messenger Jing. Seeing her husband like this, the snake demon was shocked. Was she looking at a king? Immediately, the snake demon also prostrated. Only Bai Suzhen frowned slightly. Her actions made Jing'er unhappy. Jing'er shouted, why don't you bow to the queen? Bai Suzhen gritted her teeth. She didn't want to kneel. While she struggled, Queen Life waved her hand and said, do you remember that you once discussed with someone about demonic plants on Jade Pen Peak? Bai Suzhen was shocked. Are you, the one in the grass hut? Jing'er was stunned and looked at Han Fei as if asking him what was going on. Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. I was too busy to care about what happened in the sea-quelling painting. Queen Life chuckled. We're fated. Your talent is not weak. Are you willing to take me as your master? Zhang Yao suddenly raised his head. Well, Suzhen, hurry up. The queen is a real king. Her strength is unmeasurable. Bai Suzhen glanced at Han Fei. Seeing Han Fei smiling, she nodded slightly. Teacher. Han Fei really didn't care about this. The reincarnation body wasn't the true body, so he couldn't be considered the water immortal. When Bai Suzhen returned to the water immortal in the future, Queen Life would have to call her teacher. However, it didn't matter. After all, Bai Suzhen and the water immortal weren't the same person. Queen Life said indifferently, very good. Since Zhang Yao has become a venerable, you can go back to the human race and establish a separate unit. The green snake is an ordinary sea demon and shall belong to the human race. No one shall doubt it. Thank you, my queen. Zhang Yao looked at Han Fei. And thank you, brother Han. Zhang Yao wasn't stupid. How could a person who could stand face to face with Queen Life so casually be a normal person? Han Fei's lips curled. It's just an opportunity. Senior, don't mind it. He didn't think Queen Life had anything to say to him anymore. He still owed her a lot. He probably wouldn't be able to pay it back even if he used up all his belongings. Therefore, he'd better run away quickly. Han Fei, well, Jing'er. Are you hungry? Stunned, Jing'er nodded quickly. Yes, yes. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Queen Life slightly raised her head and rolled her eyes at them. Okay, you two can go now. Jing'er, take Han Fei to the fiery sea to get a wisp of flame essence. Then go about your business. Yes, my queen. Han Fei grinned. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhang Yao's heart did a flip. What kind of identity does Han Fei have? In front of the queen, even Messenger Jing is very respectful. Why is Han Fei so casual? And the queen isn't angry at him at all? However, this had nothing to do with him. Bai Suzhen was taken as a disciple by Queen Life. Perhaps she could become a king in the future. Outside the Waterwood world. Jing'er, Han Fei, shall we go to dinner first? Han Fei thought for a moment. Anyway, there was still half a year away. Besides, he hadn't eaten delicious food for a long time. Last time when he transcended the tribulation, the demon purification pot was emptied, even including seasonings. Han Fei immediately said, Jing'er, do you still have the seasonings I gave you before? Jing'er swallowed. Yes. There are several sun moon shells of them. Han Fei's lips cramped, but then he said, "Let's go and eat." Let's go. In the courtyard of Wushang Shui, only 3 people were invited, Ning Jing, Wushang Shui, and Yu Chen. Wushang Shui was quite troubled by Ning Jing's innocent and gluttonous personality. However, when she thought of the delicacies that Han Fei made, she decided to join them. Ning Jing sat in front of the grill, looked at the 9 kinds of seafood on the grill, and said aggrievedly, "Han Fei, are the Manchuhan banquet you mentioned just the 9 kinds of seafood I'm roasting?" Han Fei grinned. "Yours is only 1 dish." Han Fei extended his hand, and a long iron plate appeared in front of him. As Han Fei wiped it with his finger and knocked on the iron plate, the purple crayfish, the white-scaled sea snake, the half-finger silver fish, and the silver shark. Han Fei took out 9 items, but this time, unlike before, they were mostly small creatures and not high-leveled. There was only a fire element flood dragon no more than 5 meters long. Ning Jing couldn't help being surprised. Why are their levels so low? Yu Chen, I like to eat fried squid. Wushang Shui glanced at Yu Chen, who shrugged slightly and thought to himself, venerables also like to eat it. Han Fei took out 7 or 8 bowls and plates in one breath, saying, "Thank you for your help when I was transcending the tribulation. I haven't cooked the best delicacies for you before. Please allow me to bring you some new dishes today." Ning Jing was stunned. Hot pot and barbecue are not the best delicacies? Han Fei, on the other hand, stirred the oil in the pot, sprinkled peppers and garlic whose fragrance wafted in the air, and set the pot on fire. After a few rounds, the fragrance of food wafted throughout the entire courtyard. This scene stunned everyone, including Wushang Shui. How could these palm-sized crayfish emit such an overwhelming fragrance? In the other pot, green and white peppers were stirred and shaped as a Tai Chi diagram. A fish head was spinning over them, spiritual fire bloomed like a flower, and the fish was shining, looking gorgeous. Ning Jing, what dish is this? Han Fei said with a smile, double pepper braised fish head. You can also call it fish head with chopped peppers. Yu Chen couldn't help but shake his finger and point to the other side. What about here? Can these white shrimps swimming in the wine jar be considered a dish? Han Fei smiled. This is my ultimate cooking skill, drunken little white shrimp. Han Fei was holding fancy food in his hand. Although Ning Jing and the others were all venerables, they couldn't help but sigh. In terms of cooking skills, Han Fei was definitely a king. Han Fei introduced the dishes one by one. The 9 dishes this time can be called a full meal. The braised coiling dragon used the white-scaled sea snakes. It coiled in the dish, emitting overwhelming killing intent. Coupled with the red sauce, it's unbelievably delicious. Spiced crayfish, also known as the small and spicy. You won't forget it once you taste it. Drunken little white shrimp, the most precious treasure of the dishes today. Use the vinegar essence and wrap it with spiritual energy for 49 days to remove the shrimp's astringency. Fish head with chopped peppers. The dishes are bright red, flavorful, and tender. Fat but not greasy. It tastes soft and fresh. Fresh silver fish soup can cleanse the palate and remove the grease, fresh and delicious. Drinking it feels like having half of an undersea forest in your mouth. Yellow fish hot pot. Sour soup and steamed fish wings. Shrimp hot pot. Barbecues. Han Fei talked so happily that the other 3 were dumbfounded. In the heavenly palace, the corner of Queen Life's mouth twitched, and she sighed that she still needed to maintain the manner of a king. Otherwise, she would definitely slap Han Fei to death. The 9 dishes were presented one by one. The food was shining with oil, and the steam, accompanied by fragrance, rushed into everyone's noses, making them drool. Han Fei smiled proudly. Please have a try. Wow. Ning Jing had already pounced up, picked up a spoonful of the silver fish soup, and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes were glowing when she swallowed the fish head. A cry of surprise came from her throat. Yu Chen was quite tempted. Was it really so delicious? But it did make him drool. He immediately peeled a small spiced crayfish and stuffed it into his mouth. He immediately perked up. This made him vaguely have the illusion that his strength had increased. Only Wu Shangshui behaved herself with poise. She picked up a piece of steamed wing with sour soup and swallowed it, and her eyelids twitched. Wu Shangshui looked calm, but in fact, she had pinched her thigh several times with her fingers and warned herself not to be gluttonous. As for Han Fei, he liked to cook, but not necessarily liked to eat. After all, the chefs liked to see others eating happily, but he liked making a pot of hot pot and a jar of wine and bragging with Lu Renquang and the others for 2 hours. On this side, Ning Jing, Wu Shuangshui, and Yu Chen had just tasted the dishes when they saw that all the dishes on the table had disappeared. Ning Jing wanted to pick up more meat, but the meat was gone. At the next moment, Queen Life said leisurely, "You should attend to your proper duties. If you want to enjoy the food, wait for the battle to end." Ning Jing, quickly take Han Fei to get the flame essence and let Qianshu take the leafless leaf's place. Let Han Fei leave quickly. Ning Jing pouted. I've only had 3 bites. I haven't tried them one by one. Why are they gone? Wu Shangshui let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the queen came in time. Otherwise, she might not have been able to stop herself from eating too much today. Yu Chen felt that it was a pity. The taste was indeed extraordinary. However, thinking that a big war was coming, he put on a straight face and began to think about how to cultivate. Only Han Fei didn't panic at all and gave Ning Jing a reassuring look. Ning Jing understood. If she ate these dishes without the queen present, the queen would definitely be unhappy. And when she went to the Yinyang world, there would definitely be delicious food everywhere. With this in mind, Ning Jing hurriedly said, "Yes, my queen, then I'll take Han Fei away quickly." Yu Chen knew that it was time for Han Fei to leave, so he cupped his hands. "I hope we can meet again someday." Han Fei thought to himself, "You may not be able to beat me now." But on the surface, Han Fei said, "Yes, when the time comes, I'll fight you for 3,000 rounds. Yu Chen was speechless. 3,000? Shut up. Wu Shangshui looked at Han Fei and said seriously, "Humans are scarce in the first place. Since you said that the Yinyang world is in danger, don't delay. After you return, please protect the human race." Han Fei slotted. "Sure." Han Fei thought to himself, "I may not be strong enough to protect the human race, but I can try to reorganize the Yinyang world and fight the 10,000 Demon Valley." Han Fei's so-called banquet was only a show of cooking skills before he was driven away. Little did he know that in the heavenly palace, on a long tree sculpture table, the 9 dishes were placed. Queen Life was holding a pair of chopsticks and eating unhurriedly. She murmured, "I don't believe in you, Han Fei, your father, Han Guanchu, or The so-called sect friendship. I believe in the ninth yin-yang. Yin-yang. Glazed glass, golden crow, dragon subduing, the waterwood world's power has been exhausted. It depends on whether your yin-yang world can rise again. The fiery sea. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the top of the fiery branch that was 800 kilometers high. There was a patch of black around him, which was almost invisible to the naked eye. Pure yang flame essence was extremely domineering. When Han Fei and Little Black went to the top of the fiery tree together, they felt that the scorching sun fire essence was also gathering on the top of the tree. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had forgotten that, although Little White swallowed the blue sea ice sand, it was a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth. The scorching sun flame essence was also the power of pure yang. Right? If he practiced void fishing during the day and triggered the descent of pure yang flames, would it also be as powerful as a strange fire? With this in mind, Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged and activated void fishing. In an instant, the sun between the heavens and earth converged, and then a pillar of fire essence appeared. With this, the weather changed. The venerables on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree all looked in this direction in surprise. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the fire tree? Then they saw that Han Fei was sitting in the middle of the fire origin, and a dark shadow in front of him was swallowing the pure yang fire essence. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "Boy, why haven't you used this technique before?" "What kind of technique is this?" Han Fei said, "I have. I just haven't used it during the day." The old turtle was puzzled. "That's not right. Although cultivating in the daytime will cause the flame essence to invade your body, this one is too domineering. With this technique, why do you bother to find pure yang fire essence? Just swallow it." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Is this useful to Little Black?" The old turtle immediately said, "Of course. The blue sea ice sand is powerful, but a qualitative change can cause a qualitative change. Although this fire essence is not as pure as the blue sea ice sand, its advantage is its inexhaustible supply. Besides, ordinary people will be burned to death in 3 seconds in this situation. With such a powerful scorching sun essence at your speed, the accumulated fire essence will be enough for this little black fish to eat in only a month." At this moment, Queen Life came to the fire tree in one stride and thought to herself, "It's such a simple matter to obtain the flame essence. Why did it cause such a big uproar?" When she came, she saw that the fiery tree beside Han Fei had a few sprouts. "Huh? Can the fire tree still revive?" The voice of Queen Life echoed in Han Fei's ears. "How much longer can this technique last?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "More than a month at most." Queen Life's eyes lit up. "All right, then do it as long as you can. There's a strange spirit in this tree. If you can wake it up, except for those your father owes me, what you owe me will be written off." Han Fei's heart stirred. What old Han owed was to help Queen Life get rid of the royal cities. It certainly couldn't be written off. However, he also owed a lot to Queen Life. In total, according to Queen Life's algorithm, he owed 100 Tao-seeking realm sea demons and a bunch of venerables. Han Fei thought for a moment. What if it hasn't been awakened? Queen Life, halfly offset. Okay. It's a deal. Han Fei was not only doing this to repay his debt. He was going to swallow pure sun fire element to balance the power between Little Black and Little White. If doing this could offset some of the debt he owed, why not? It was not easy to repay the debt to a king. Although he had robbed many people, those he robbed were all his enemies. He wouldn't owe the people on his side anything. The noises in the fiery sea naturally spread to the two royal cities. Queen Life didn't keep it a secret. From the outside, it seemed that Han Fei was just cultivating. The only thing that the two kings feared was Han Fei, not the fire tree. After all, the fire tree had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never moved. As for Han Fei, he only appeared for 3 years, but caused such a big uproar. He must be killed. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. When others were worried about Han Fei, Queen Life wasn't worried at all. After all, Han Fei would not appear for a long time in a few months. Even if the other two kings wanted to kill Han Fei, they couldn't. Since she controlled the waterwood world, he had given birth to countless life spring water. There was only one thing she was helpless about, which was the fire tree. No matter how much water she poured on it, she couldn't wake it up. But now, Han Fei could make the fire tree sprout again by activating a technique. This was simply a miracle. Originally, Queen Life didn't even plan to appear. However, the fire tree moved, so she came too. As for the flame essence, it didn't matter. If she had known that Han Fei had such an ability, she would have taken him back after the battle on the island. Under the fire tree, 30,000 kilometers inside and outside were guarded by 12 insect queens. Someone spread the news that Han Fei was going to be the human king. While Han Fei was sitting on the top of the fire tree, the entire waterwood world had known this news. Therefore, at this moment, even the waterwood world's own people were secretly discussing. Han Fei had probably inherited the human king's legacy. Without saying a word, Queen Life turned everyone's attention to Han Fei. Therefore, in the White Shell Royal City, the White Armor Emperor ordered, in the future, no matter who in the waterwood world becomes a venerable, you must inform me. Human king. Humph, if he can't even become a venerable, how can he become a king? In the Blood Sea Divinewood City, a young man in red was lying on a branch and cracked a cold smile. You want to have 2 kings? Muwuhua, you are digging your own grave. Half a month passed. Han Fei was cultivating, and the new leaves around him grew one after another. Within 100 kilometers, the new leaves had almost replaced the old leaves on the fire tree. Even Han Fei felt that something was wrong. This tree was recovering? The old turtle said, "Oh, I feel the breath of a special creature." Han Fei wondered, what special creatures? The old turtle paused and said, "A spiritual seed. It seems to be a special spiritual seed bred by nature." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can a person jump out of this tree? The old turtle said, "I'm not sure." While Han Fei and the old turtle were discussing, Han Fei suddenly discovered that most of the pure yang fire origin he triggered had been attracted into the tree. Little Black also said, "Dad, someone is snatching energy." Han Fei frowned. "Don't panic. Just keep swallowing the energy. Let's see how it goes in half a month." Little Black's energy was inexplicably snatched away, which made it quite upset. Originally, although there was energy overflowing in the first half-month, most of it was swallowed by him. He would be full in 10 days or so. But as it turned out, someone suddenly appeared to snatch energy. Han Fei didn't stop cultivating. While cultivating, he probed every corner of the fiery tree with his soul again and again. However, he didn't find anything like the spiritual seed that the old turtle mentioned. 7 days later, because most of the sun essence that Han Fei gathered had been swallowed by the fire tree, the leaves on the whole fire tree were almost replaced. Today, when the last old leaf withered, Han Fei suddenly felt as if he were in a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the four sides seemed to be void and also like a seal. This place was like the legendary 8 diagrams alchemy furnace. In this place, a flame seed was floating. The seed trembled slightly and emitted a childish voice. "Thank you." Han Fei was stunned. "Are you talking to me? Wait, are you a seed?" The seed hummed and said, "Of course it's me. The flame essence has been reborn, and I've inherited the wisdom of the former Holy Spirit. You can call me Golden Crow." Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded as if he had been struck in the brain by lightning. This seed called itself the Golden Crow? It was the Golden Crow. If he guessed right, he saw a second mythical creature. One was the Azure Dragon, and the other was the Golden Crow. Although one was a dragon's soul and the other was a seed, they were still mythical creatures. And it seemed that he had also seen a Kylan and a mermaid before. He felt that the world was getting more and more malicious towards him. Before, Han Fei didn't think so, but now even the King Golden Crow had shown up. The seed said, "Fortunately, you woke me up with a huge amount of fire origin energy. If it weren't for this fire origin energy suddenly descending, I'm afraid that after tens of thousands of years, my seed would disappear and I would be destroyed forever." At this moment, Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. In the myths of his previous life, the sun was a 3-legged golden crow. At this moment, what he gathered over was the spiritual energy of the sun. After several months, the 3-legged golden crow was resurrected. Thinking about that, Han Fei immediately said, "Haha, it's nothing." But are you really the Golden Crow? Do you have 3 feet? The Golden Crow was surprised. 2. Isn't it strange to have 3 feet? Besides, I'm a seed now. I can also grow into a human form. Huff. Han Fei was immediately relieved. Damn it. It seemed that he was mistaken. He had thought he met the 3-legged Golden Crow. He had thought that the fiery tree was inhabited by a phoenix, but he didn't see a phoenix, but the Golden Crow. Wasn't it a surprise? The Golden Crow said, "Please help me for another 9 days. In 9 days, the fire tree will bloom and I will be reborn." Han Fei thought to himself, is this the guy that Queen Life is talking about? At this moment, he felt that he suffered a loss. I seem to have awakened an extraordinary existence. In the next few days, Han Fei and the Golden Crow began to chit-chat. One attracted the fire, and the other devoured the fire. The two cooperated well, leaving Little Black full of aggrievement, feeling that his dad seemed to have forgotten him. At this moment, in this strange space, Han Fei asked, "Why are you trapped in this fire tree?" The Golden Crow said, "My ancestor must have perished in the middle of a battle and accidentally fell here. Therefore, it took root and sprouted here." Han Fei asked, "Hey, are you a tree or a bird?" The Golden Crow, "How do you know I'm a bird? I'm clearly a seed now." Han Fei curled his lips. "But you're called the Golden Crow." The Golden Crow asked, "What kind of logic is that? I should be a man left outside by the Golden Crow sky." Han Fei felt his scalp tingle. Wait a moment, what sky? The golden crow sky. Han Fei asked, are you talking about the 36 mystic worlds? The golden crow, it seems to be the case in my inherited memories. Which sky are you from? Han Fei thought to himself, even a seed has such a powerful background. I can't be dwarfed. Han Fei immediately said, I'm Han Fei, the master of the Yin Yang world. Since you're from the Golden Crow world, you owe me a big favor. The Golden Crow replied, of course. But shouldn't heavenly masters kings? You don't seem to be one yet. Han Fei sneered. I'm still better than what you are now. You're only a seed. Now. The Golden Crow was a little stunned. That's true. However, where are we now? In the Waterwood world. Where is the Waterwood world? Han Fei was speechless. Wait. You said you were from the Golden Crow sky, but you don't know the Waterwood world? Do you know the Yin Yang world? The Golden Crow, in my inherited memory, I only know the 36 mystic worlds. I haven't received so much information. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Troublesome. I thought he was an awesome guy. It seems that he is also a noob. The Golden Crow said, when I'm born, I'll be able to remember everything. After absorbing the essence of the sun for 3 years. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Are you Neza? Absorbing the essence of the scorching sun for 3 years? Your bark will be burned off. The Golden Crow was puzzled. Who is Neza? Which sky is he from? Han Fei rolled his eyes. No sky. Han Fei had been acquainted with the Golden Crow after chatting with him for several days. Finally, on the 9th day, flames rose to the sky under Han Fei, and a 6-leaf petal bloomed under his butt. This petal was not big and could only wrap a person. Because the petal was too small and looked like a leaf, it didn't attract anyone's attention. And those who should had noticed it long ago. Little Black should be 80% full by now. At this moment, Han Fei took him back. After all, he could gather the essence of the sun anywhere. When the petal bloomed, Queen Life appeared and stood beside Han Fei. In the petal, a 4 or 5-year-old cute little golden bird was looking at Han Fei and Queen Life innocently with its head held high. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Golden Crow. Introduction, this is a mutated animal of the primeval age that has the bloodline of a divine beast. The specifics are unknown. It's born with the ability to control fire and can control strange fires in the world. It bathes in fire and absorbs the essence of the sun. Every realm it passes, it undergoes nirvana once. But once it becomes a king, it can obtain a 9-death body. Level greater than 31. Quality, primordial fierce beast. Spiritual energy greater than 4,936 points. Edible effect? Collectible? Unabsorbable. Remarks unawakened. Upon seeing this information, Han Fei's lips twitched. Primordial fierce beast, bloodline of a divine beast? Is his identity so King awesome? He's just a little bird. Queen Life, you finally awakened. The cute little bird said cutely, I remember your breath. You come to see me often. Queen Life was slightly relieved. At least you have a conscience. I used life spring water to keep you from dying for tens of thousands of years. If you don't recognize me, you have no conscience. Han Fei looked at Queen Life in surprise. Really? Queen Life looked at Han Fei. Alright, you don't owe me any more. Don't you want to return to the Inyang world? Go. The cute little bird asked, Han Fei, are you leaving already? Han Fei thought to himself, Queen Life spent so much to keep you alive for tens of thousands of years. Even if I want, it's impossible for me to snatch you from her. Forget it. Han Fei shrugged. Yes, I have to return to my Inyang world and fight. The cute little bird flapped its wings. When I become a human, I'll go help you. Han Fei said with disdain, help me? Heh, forget it. I can do it myself. F***ck. Fire element gathered on the little bird and he leveled up. Han Fei was dumbfounded. F***ck, he is leveling up too fast, isn't he? Han Fei laughed. Okay, then I'll wait for the day you become a king. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The appearance of the golden crow only made Han Fei feel the mystery of this world. Perhaps there were still many things he didn't know. Perhaps his knowledge was as shallow as the old turtle said. Or maybe, even he didn't know if the golden crow had 3 feet. Unexpectedly, the golden crow came out in the form of a seed. It bloomed from the tree and grew out. This method of birth was simply unheard of. The water immortal also became a seed. Why did all these creatures become seeds in the end? Han Fei didn't know much about it. He asked the old turtle, who said that he had never been in contact with a creature like the golden crow. Although an emperor knew a lot of things, there were limits. Han Fei felt that the old turtle must have tricked him in some way. For example, the old turtle's strength was actually not at the level of an emperor at all, but he just kept bragging in front of him. On the cave sea, Ningjing claimed that Little Gold and 9 Tails were both here. Han Fei thought to himself, why did Little Gold hang out with bugs? When he reached the cave sea, Han Fei realized that it was a pity that he didn't explore it. In this area, on the south side of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, 3,000 kilometers above the water, all the way to the bottom of the water, and another 30,000 kilometers outside, were all areas where insects lived. In this 30,000-kilometer area, there were dozens of earth mounds and caves. Going deeper into the cave, he didn't know how many twists and turns he had gone through. Along the way, there were all kinds of pupas. When Han Fei first came here, he perceived thousands of insects crawling out of the eggs. These insects that were more than half a meter long, after they broke out of their eggs, would quickly swim to the larger area beyond the 30,000-kilometer area. They were newborns with different strengths. From the newly awakened to sea spirits, their levels were different. In order to facilitate control, the insects were usually classified by type and realm. In every species, high-level bugs as commanders would organize newborn bugs. These insects might be stupid, including heavenly talents like Chong Lulu. But as far as he knew, they had very good discipline and clear targets. They knew what they wanted and what life and death were. Seeing that Han Fei was shocked, Ningjing couldn't help but say, the insect race is a very strong race. Without the insect race guarding it, Waterwood world wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago. Han Fei nodded in a daze. I can see it. They are too fertile, even more fertile than sea demons. If it weren't for the fact that the area where the insect clan lives is relatively narrow, I'm afraid even the sea clan wouldn't be a match for them. Ningjing said noncommittally, it's precisely because the insect race's reproduction ability is too strong that it's very difficult for the insect queens to become kings. Therefore, the insect king was born and is regarded by the entire insect race as the most likely to become a king. But up to now, the insect king is still stuck at the level of the half-king, unable to comprehend the final Tao and become a king. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is the last step to becoming a king something to comprehend? Ning Jing said, do you think it's so simple to become a king? Every race and every king is the role model of a race, bearing the prosperity and decline of a race and obtaining the faith of the people of their respective race. No one can become a king easily. Be it good or bad, becoming a king is always special. Han Fei was suspicious. Didn't you just say that every king is the role model of a race? If a king is bad, is his entire race bad? Ning Jing rolled her eyes at Han Fei. There might be an evil king who can become a king by sacrificing the lives of his people. I saw this on an ancient site. Ah. Anyway, it's very difficult. To become a king, you'll have to make a big noise. Han Fei thought to himself, I knew I had to make a big noise. Just transcending the tribulation has already made such a big noise. How can I not possibly make a big noise if I want to become a king? On the edge of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, more than 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei was the first to feel Little Gold's breath. Little Gold was moving towards him at a great speed, so fast that Han Fei exclaimed, this guy should have grown a lot. Han Fei thought to himself, little fatty is not weak. Under my supervision, it had reached level 55 since the battle on that island. Although he died once after the battle on the island, he should have absorbed some dragon essence power after his resurrection. So he leveled up by 3 levels in a row, and even the color of his skin became redder. After nearly 2 years of tempering, his strength was stabilized at level 58. Although he hadn't become a law enforcer yet, this growth speed was already very fast. After all, the more potential he had, the harder it would be for him to grow. Han Fei's rapid growth was based on the fact that he had risked his life countless times to gain experiences and opportunities. Little Fatty had been taken by Han Fei all the time. It was a small chance. But it was also very dangerous. In the Sea Demon realm, it was easy for one to quickly grow by 7 or 8 levels. However, the higher one went, the more difficult he went further, and it had only been 3 years now. Han Fei murmured, I should thank God if Little Gold and the others can grow by 5 levels on average. After all, not only did he leave them millions of caddies of spirit awakening fluid, but they also had a lot of reserve themselves. If they didn't even reach level 55, he would definitely beat them one by one. Swish. 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 A golden red light streaked across the sky, leaving a long white mark. Master! Little Gold shouted from afar. When he came close, Han Fei looked at this guy. Wow, he had become so big. His wingspan could reach 30 meters. And he must have shrunk his body. Otherwise, he should have been bigger. However, when he landed, Little Gold's body shrank quickly. In the end, it became only 3 meters long and rubbed against him. Han Fei glanced at him, and information appeared in his eyes. Name, Feather God Ray. Introduction, ancient exotic species, a flying fish, with 2 wings and 2 feet. Its wings are as sharp as blades, and can break gold and crack stones. Feather God Ray can fly into the sky or dive into the sea. Its speed is extremely fast. Its head is as firm as a mountain, and it is good at hitting things with its head. When it has fully grown up, it can gather the power of heavenly thunder. Level greater than 57. Quality legend. Contains spiritual energy greater than 27,540. Food, carnivorous, prefers large fish. Battle technique, lightning blade, thunder domain. Remarks, current status, growth period. Good lord, he had reached level 57 and had one more combat skill, thunder domain. It must be a thunder technique. Hanfei couldn't help but look at Ning Jing in surprise. He has grown so fast? Ning Jing said, your contractual spiritual beasts accumulated enough in the early stages. Because they accumulated for a long time in the early stages, which suppressed their growth, after they were completely free, their growth rate was extremely fast. In addition, you left a large amount of spirit awakening fluid, so it's normal for them to break through two small realms. It's not fast. Hanfei thought to himself, not fast? I've been with them for so long, but I haven't seen them grow so fast. Hanfei couldn't help patting Little Gold's head. Not bad, not bad. Let's go home. Recalling Little Gold, Hanfei couldn't help but ask, where is Nine Tails? Where is he? Ning Jing asked, can't you perceive him? Hanfei said, I'm trying to perceive him, but he is not moving at all. Hanfei thought to himself, Nine Tails is not quite reliable. I should check it out. The Cave Sea area was called the Cave Sea because there were caves everywhere. It was the best place for the insects to inhabit. Although the White Shell Royal City troops had retreated, the daily battles on the front-line battlefield would not stop, especially in the Cave Sea area. If the battle stopped here, God knew how many new insect soldiers would pop up. Nine Tails, a mantis shrimp, had been regarded as an anomaly since he blended into the army of the insect race. Although Nine Tails was still not quite capable of speech, its intelligence was high, much higher than ordinary insects. At this moment, Nine Tails led 3,000 insect soldiers to fight on a battlefield. On the battlefield, some Sea Clan residents, sickle hermit crabs, were charging. As their name suggested, sickle crabs were hermit crabs with shells, which were good at group battles with the sickles sticking out of their shells as their means of attack. They could even form sickle tornadoes that could easily kill ordinary sea demons. Under normal circumstances, the insects on the battlefield would either charge or hide in the caves to ambush them. But when Nine Tails came, the situation changed. Swish! 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 Nine Tails emerged from an insect cave, its 9 tails rising to the sky like a spiral, extending out of the void, destroying the enemy's camp from inside. And even drilled a big hole in the ground. Nine Tails shouted, kill! Countless geysers gushed out, and the 3,000 insect army charged out of the mud with their sting-like horns. Puff, puff, puff. Caw, caw, caw. Shattered shells littered the ground. Nine Tails won the first battle and its 9 tails danced wildly. He commanded, spiral-spiked armor array, activate. 3,000 insect soldiers floated in the water, forming a large arc shield, and aimed their horns at the enemy's camp. Swish! 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 All the insects began to revolve. Hanfei suddenly thought of a word, 3,000 lightning poisonous dragon drill. Nine Tails was quite talented in commanding. They easily won this battle, and only less than 1/10 of the insect army died. A bug respectfully said to Nine Tails, Big brother, are we going to the battlefield over there? A bug buzzed, "Big brother, the big fat dragons are here again." Nine Tails ordered, "It's just big fat dragons. Let's go, brothers. Take them down." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Who is the big fat dragon?" Ning Jing said, "Oh. A soft worm called the rolling sting meat dragon. It's hard to beat because its body is full of stings. The insect race likes to call it the big fat dragon." Han Fei was not going to watch the show. He coughed and released his breath. Nine Tails was charging at the forefront with the 3,000 army when he suddenly froze. As soon as Nine Tails stopped, all the insects behind him stopped. A bug asked, "Big brother, what's wrong? Big brother, do you feel something is wrong? Big brother, are you hungry?" But Nine Tails shook them aside with his butt. "Brothers, I'm leaving. My master is here. Master, I miss you so much." Nine Tails swooshed out of the water, and the army of insects followed him. "Big brother, don't go. Big brother, your master is my master. We're on the same side." "Pa." Nine Tails whipped the insect away with his chain. "Are you qualified? Get off." Nine Tails rushed to Han Fei's feet and rubbed his shiny armor against Han Fei's leg. "Master, you're finally back." At this moment, Nine Tails didn't look like a big brother at all and looked very obsequious. Han Fei clicked his tongue. "That's a good title. You're already a big brother?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Nine Tails' growth did give Han Fei a shock. It had reached level 59 with a swish. Even a rocket couldn't be so fast. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Introduction: a mutant mantis shrimp, with fast speed and strong attacking power, good at hiding itself and attacking prey. Its 9 tails can turn into 9 divine chains, and it has extremely strong combat power. Level: greater than 59. Quality: legend. Contained spiritual energy, greater than 29,998 points. Food: omnivorous, prefers shrimp. Battle technique: void chains, 9-tailed soul stabbing. Remarks: current status, growth period. Seeing that Han Fei was shocked, Ning Jing said, "This mantis shrimp is very talented in combat. He has fought almost all the wild battlefields in the entire Cave Sea area. He has fought more than once against those whose strength exceeds his. He once charged at the Sea Spirit Army alone. That scene is similar to when you fought 100 alone." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Looking at 9 tails, he thought to himself, "Is this guy really so strong? I thought he only knew how to dig holes." But even so, Han Fei still felt that it was too fast to leap 3 levels at once. However, Ning Jing said casually, "The Insect King taught him for a few days." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Got it. Now he owed the Insect King 2 favors. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "I don't seem to know the Insect King very well." Ning Jing said, "The Insect King is a half-king." Han Fei wondered, "What do you mean?" Ning Jing said, "In the eyes of some people, you are a quasi-king. He just tries to be friendly with you. Don't take it seriously." Han Fei nodded slightly and then kicked 9 tails. "It's enough here. It's time to return to our own world." With a thought from Han Fei, 9 tails disappeared into his body. Han Fei looked at Ning Jing, not paying attention to the surprised insects. Asking Ning Jing where the licking dog was. Ningjing said, he's in the dark warport. You went straight to see the queen. When you came back, so we walked directly through the void. That dog, well. He's right there. Han Fei thought to himself, not bad. The dark warport has always been the fiercest one of the 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world. Since the licking dog has been there for so long, he should be no weaker than 9 tails. Without any delay, he took the teleportation array. Han Fei's current speed was not slow at all. Even Ningjing didn't consider him an ordinary explorer, but a venerable, and Han Fei could keep up. Dark warport, dark water. This was a pitch-black water area under the seaborne prairie. This place had suffered a great disaster, resulting in jagged rocks and various rock caves. Later, probably because of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, it was covered by lush spiritual plants here. However, the water here was deep, and there were very few coral reefs. Most of them were deep water ravines. There were huge algae growing from the bottom of the sea to the surface, and most of them were aquatic plants floating in the middle waters. Under a slippery reef full of ordinary sea snails, a transparent algae quietly moved. The dark water was the tacitly acknowledged universal battlefield of the Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City, so the creatures here didn't mind being attacked by creatures at the explorer level at all. In fact, here, only people of the same realm could find their peers. Even if a law enforcer encountered a sea demon, he wouldn't take action. Of course, if a sea demon ambushed a law enforcer, the latter would definitely fight back. All the creatures here knew that this was more of a trial. If a sea demon cultivated to the peak of sea spirit here, they would also retreat from the fearless barrier, and the fearless tree wouldn't make things difficult for them. This was because this was the arena of both parties, which was the tacit rule. At this moment, the transparent algae eel's target was a bird, although the algae eel didn't know why a bird would appear at the bottom of the sea. Meow. Yes, when Han Fei heard this cry, he knew that it was undoubtedly the licking dog. However, he didn't know when this guy could become a bird. The transparent algae eel moved extremely slowly, conceded that it was already a peak-level sea demon. The big bird looked much weaker than him. Buzz. In an instant, the transparent algae eel attacked. However, its pounce missed. When it turned its head, it saw a monster behind it, staring at it with widened eyes. Where was the bird? The transparent algae eel realized something and immediately tried to run. However, 2 wings sealed the way, and dog paws pressed down, directly crushing the transparent algae. Then, he disappeared with a swish and reappeared. The licking dog was carrying a sea urchin, a starfish, and a roll of seaweed. Han Fei was confused. What was this guy doing? What happened next stunned Han Fei. This guy extended his claws, tore off the fish skin of the transparent algae eel, took out the roe of the sea urchin, peeled the starfish, and rolled up the seaweed. Then he lay on the ground like a dead dog and began to eat casually. Ningjing immediately said, he must have learned this from you. It's said that the beasts are the best at imitating. Han Fei thought to himself, I have never made food for the licking dog. How can he copy me? He taught himself. He treated the transparent algae eel as a snack. Before he finished eating, a shrimp soldier swam over, whose strength was only at the level of a sea demon. When it was still far away, the licking dog pricked his ears and stood up with a swish. Han Fei thought to himself, he's quite vigilant. 3,000 meters away, this Should be far beyond his perception range. Not bad. Ning Jing sneered. Keep watching. The licking dog stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail, before he disappeared. Han Fei perceived again, and he was already standing in front of the shrimp. Soldier. So fast. Is this the King Sky Escape technique? Han Fei was speechless. Why did you use your special secret technique to hunt ordinary low-level shrimp soldiers? At the next moment, the licking dog slapped the shrimp soldier's face. The shrimp soldier was stunned. It had never seen such a creature. And he seemed to be much bigger than it. The shrimp soldier hurriedly shouted, "Don't forget the rules. This is the dark water domain. If the level gap is too large, you're not allowed to attack me." Pa. The licking dog slapped the shrimp soldier to the ground. The shrimp soldier said angrily, "Do you want to break the rules? Pa. This is not for the purpose of training. This is a competition. We have to be fair. Pa." The licking dog slapped the shrimp soldier a dozen times before suddenly saying, "Take off your shell, and I'll let you go." The shrimp soldier? The shrimp soldier said, "You're bullying me. Removing my shell is equivalent to taking half of my life. Are you doing this on purpose so that I can be killed by other creatures? A powerhouse is coming from behind me. If you want to fight a powerhouse of the same strength." Han Fei also said, "Did this damn dog break the rules?" Ning Jing said, "Yes, but it's not a big problem. I've acquiesced. And this dog is very careful." There was indeed someone behind the shrimp soldier. An octopus, a sea spirit, was swimming over wrapped in a mass of algae. The licking dog waved his paw and knocked the shrimp soldier's head off, grabbing its tentacle. Then this silly dog bit the shrimp soldier in his mouth and began to spin extremely fast. All of a sudden, he loosened his bite and threw the shrimp soldier away. Han Fei was confused. What's he doing here? Ning Jing, playing. Play? Sure enough, at the next moment, the licking dog jumped back to his nest, lay on the ground, and turned into a fish. Wait, why did the licking dog become a fish? What kind of ability was this? But why did he keep his dog head when he became a fish? With a dog head, he had a fish body, which looked disgusting. Lying on his back, the licking dog was sucking the food he had just made. After a while, the licking dog seemed to realize that an enemy was coming, so it immediately turned its dog head into a fish head, lay on the ground, and whipped the seabed with his tail. He looked like a dry fish at this moment. But the danger didn't go away. The shrimp soldier did bring an octopus of the sea spirit level with it. When the octopus found the licking dog, it was a little surprised to see the latter's belly flip. It thought to itself, who killed him? Or was he pretending to be dead? Just as the octopus was afraid that it was a trap and was about to slap him, with a swish, the licking dog disappeared again. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that this guy had quickly run to another nest more than 30 kilometers away and was lying there again. Han Fei asked again, "What is he doing?" Ning Jing said, "That's his nest too. There are many of them here. He's a coward who only dares to bully the weak and fears the strong. He left when he found that the octopus was a sea spirit." Han Fei was lost for words. That's it? Ning Jing, yes. It's over. Han Fei glanced at the octopus that had just entered the sea spirit realm and thought to himself, "You're King ancient exotic species. Why are you afraid of it?" On the other side, the licking dog had already caught a sea urchin. He turned over, treating the sea urchin as a ball, and kicked the ball between his fore paws. Han Fei's face immediately turned black. I told you to cultivate harder, but you just fool around here every day. How capable were you when you bullied the shrimp soldier just now? Why didn't you dare to attack when you met that octopus? Shwa. Han Fei jumped out and was about to kick out when he froze in midair. F***ck, am I hallucinating? Han Fei saw a weird piece of information. Name, Heavenly Dog. Introduction, ancient exotic species that likes to inhabit turbid waters and dark mountains. They look like white dogs and have black heads. Their sounds are varied and often reduce their sense of threat by pretending to be cats. Heavenly dogs have wings and blue feathers like sharp blades. They can twist the void and escape extremely fast. They are good at stealth and like to bully the weak. Heavenly dogs have the ability to devour the sky and the sun. But the ability needs to be activated passively. Level greater than 60. Quality ancient mutant. Enforcing law water barrier. Contains spiritual energy, it can swallow spiritual energy infinitely. Food omnivorous, prefers meat. Battle technique, sky escape technique, heavenly demon body. Remarks a cub. The licking dog was startled and fled the moment Han Fei appeared. Han Fei rubbed his eyes and shouted, "Come back. Master? Master, you're back, Master? Master, I miss you so much. Master, do you have any food? Master." Han Fei ignored the licking dog and looked at Ning Jing. Ning Jing curled her lips and said, "That's exactly what happened. He just eats and eats every day. Except for eating, he still eats, but for some reason, his strength is progressing very fast. The queen said that maybe this is his great Tao. He can become stronger even while lying down." Han Fei. Crunch. The licking dog stood up and stuck out his tongue, about to lie on Han Fei. Han Fei issued an order in his heart and immediately took this guy in. Han Fei asked, "Can he grow stronger while sleeping?" Ning Jing said, "You know, it can be invisible and sleeps almost half a day. Every day." Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but clutch his head. "Forget it. I don't have time to study this now. I have to go back now." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had been in the Waterwood world for almost 3 years. Except for the few days before he came, Han Fei stayed here to transcend the tribulation. After that, Han Fei didn't spend much time in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. To be honest, Han Fei was still not familiar with the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. He was still amazed by what he saw in the area below the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The old treeman named Qian Shu was still in class, but the students had probably changed. As soon as the class started, they were already chattering non-stop. A bug kept buzzing. "Grandpa Tree, I heard that Uncle Han Fei challenged a king in front of the Dark War port a while ago. Is this true?" A little treeman was also curious. "Grandpa Tree, I heard that Baimu, the heavenly talent of the demon plant family, was defeated by the sea demons." 3 golden feather sparrows hopped and chirped, "I heard that Han Fei is from the Sky Clan." A human child immediately refuted. "Nonsense, he's clearly a human." One of the golden feather sparrows said, "Then why? I heard that he is not good-looking? He must be from our Sky Clan." A human girl snorted. "That's impossible. He's just not that good-looking." A. Few ugly people had already come to our Star Fire division 3 years ago. Achoo. In the human race's settlement, the Star Fire division. On a leaf of the Cloud Sea Divine tree, a boy sneezed hard. The boy frowned. Did I sneeze? Next to him, a valiant-looking girl asked, Xingyu, what's wrong? Xingyu shook her head slightly. Nothing. I just sneezed. Among the few people sitting on the Cloud Sea Divine leaf, a beautiful girl suddenly opened her eyes. Chi-Chi, I just heard about senior brother Hanfei in the Grand Void Illusionary Realm. The youth who woke up later said, our strength is too weak, but senior brother can already kill a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. With one punch. His strength is obvious. The top priority now is that we can't hold senior brother back. Humph. On the leaves, a petite, silent but adorable girl snorted. Su Sanqian, go to the cave sea. Su Sanqian curled his lips. Su Daiji, I'm your brother. Su Daiji said, all the more reason to go. When I become a venerable, I'll beat the hell out of all of the senior brother's enemies. If Hanfei were here, he would be surprised. The 5 of Su Daiji, who had been taken away by Diwu Weiguang, were actually living on the Cloud Sea Divine tree. If he stayed in the Cloud Sea Divine tree for a longer time, he would probably meet them. Although there were too many humans, his junior brothers and sisters were too famous. As long as Hanfei came to this clan, he would definitely meet them. There was no telling whether it was intentional or purely coincidental, but since Hanfei didn't meet them, no one had mentioned this to him. However, Su Daiji and the others knew very clearly that Hanfei had already reached the level of challenging a king in the Waterwood world. Hanfei, on the other hand, was grim. This was the second time he had come to the Demon Forest Channel in 3 years, but once again, he heard someone commenting on him. This time, the teleportation array lit up, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. They thought to themselves, who will disturb us during class? But immediately, everybody exclaimed in shock, Hanfei. He is Hanfei. For these children, Hanfei seemed too special. Therefore, they could recognize him at a glance. Hanfei frowned, and many people covered their mouths. The insects hooked their mouths with their claws, the tree men blocked their faces with their branches, and the Sky Clan covered their entire bodies with their wings. Only the human youths were dumbfounded. There was also a young man who bowed in shock. Greetings, Messenger Jing. It was not until this moment that everybody finally came back to themselves and said, Greetings Su, Messenger Jing. Seeing that Jinger and Hanfei had arrived at the same time, the old treeman seemed to have foreseen something and said slowly, Kids, today's class is dismissed in advance. You have 1 day off. On a normal day, when it came to holidays, everyone was overjoyed. But these few days, they wanted to stay longer. However, they were all sensible children. Seeing Hanfei come, they already knew what Hanfei wanted to do. This was the passage between the two worlds. The old treeman had mentioned the Waterwood world and the Yin-Yang world more than once. Although the old treeman knew very little about the Yin-Yang world, he knew some ancient chronicles. Besides, last time Hanfei came here, he said that the human race of the Yin-Yang world was at war. Therefore, in the following classes, the old treeman also mentioned a lot. A human youth immediately reacted. I hope that Lord Hanfei can defeat the sea demons and revive our human race. A girl's eyes glittered. I hope that Master Hanfei can become a king soon. Hope you can sweep the sea demons and end the war. Master Han Fei. For a moment, the human youths were chattering. Although they were still immature, their expressions were quite serious. In the Waterwood world, the human race was declining. The four races lived in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, they were ultimately grass without roots. In order to survive, the humans here gave up many things that humans should have had. They didn't even know what land was. Although this price brought them the advantage of being handsome and beautiful, it made them evolve into another human race. Fortunately, it hadn't been long, so the characteristics of the human race were still greatly preserved. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. When I return to the Inyang world, I'll flatten the sea demons. When the human race rises again, I will come back. The students left one after another, and old man Qianshu sighed slowly. Messenger Jing. I'll release Leafless now. Jinger nodded slightly. Qianshu, Leafless has been there for more than 10,000 years, right? Qianshu said leisurely, it's been more than 12,000 years. He should have received enough punishment. Han Fei clicked his tongue. This was a demonic plant. It could easily live for more than 10,000 years. However, hearing that Leafless was being punished, Han Fei couldn't help being curious. Was Senior Leafless ordered to guard the demonic plant channel as a punishment? Jinger said, back then, the demon plant line was declining, and Leafless cultivated an evil technique to steal the power of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The queen sent him to guard the demonic plant channel as a punishment, and he wouldn't be spared until the demonic plant channel was used. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. This punishment was quite harsh. More than 10,000 years. 3 times the lifespan of an explorer. Qianshu said, I was also involved in what happened back then. From now on, it should be me guarding there. Qianshu said indifferently, as if he had been preparing for this for a long time. Thinking of the fact that Qianshu, as a peak-level explorer, or even a half-venerable, was only teaching here, Han Fei seemed to understand a little. However, this was none of his business. Queen Life might not take it seriously, so Han Fei didn't ask further. Jinger said, it's been such a long time and the punishment on Leafless is enough. Then let him out. It depends on you whether or not this demonic plant channel can be opened. Han Fei thought to himself, when I don't have the power to resist a king, I won't open this demon forest channel. Unless you guys help me. Han Fei said, that's easy. I'll open this road when I preside over the Yang world. Han Fei didn't give a clear answer. When Han Fei could preside over the Yang world, he might have become a half-king or even a king. In Qianshu's view, he might have to guard the channel for thousands of years. Therefore, he had long been prepared to sleep in the demon forest channel for a long time. The roots of Qianshu left hundreds of spots in the air. The strange patterns combined and lit up the ancient teleportation array not far away. Buzz. With a dazzling strange light, the teleportation array opened, and a dry branch slowly extended out. Qianshu, Leafless, it's been more than 10,000 years. You can come out now. The old voice of the leafless tree echoed, thank you, my queen. I know I'm sinful. Now that I'm out, shall I teach here like Qianshu? Queen Life's voice sounded softly, okay. After hearing Queen Life's words, Han Fei saw that after the dry branch extended out, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered frantically. Then, the dead vine expanded and grew a large branch. The green leaves covered the place at a visible speed. After a while, the leafless tree appeared. However, the leafless tree looked completely different from the one he saw in the demonic forest channel. If the leafless tree in the demon forest channel was a sallow tree that was about to die, the one in front of him seemed to be a young tree with lush leaves. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy was gathering, and Queen Life's voice echoed, "Perception is forbidden here." Han Fei felt that the leafless tree's aura began to soar crazily. It went from the demonization realm to the sea demon realm in an instant, then to the sea spirit, and then to the explorer. He didn't even need to transcend the tribulation. His strength was still soaring. Queen Life bestowed an immeasurable fruit and injected some spiritual spring into it. Then she continued, "Stay at the half-venerable realm. Don't make a breakthrough. Suppress your strength so that you can make a breakthrough in combat." The leafless tree shook. "Yes, my queen." After that, Leafless looked at Han Fei. "The Inyang world is in danger. Go back early." Han Fei's face suddenly changed. In danger? The demon forest channel and the Inyang world have never been connected. How did you know that? Something happened in the Inyang world? Leafless said leisurely, "Have you forgotten who sent you out back then? Although I can't investigate much, something might have been dug out at the demon forest channel, which is where you went out before. The noise was too loud, so I went out to take a look." Han Fei asked eagerly, "Do you know what happened?" The leafless tree's branches trembled. "I don't know. However, since the sound can reach the demon forest channel, it must be very loud." Han Fei said solemnly, "There's no time to lose. I'm going back. Qianshu, please follow me." Demonic forest channel. As soon as Ningjing entered this place, her nerves tightened. What a powerful seal. Han Fei glanced at Ningjing. Her aura had quickly dropped from the venerable realm to the demonization realm. It was no wonder she looked tense. If someone attacked her at this time, the consequences were unpredictable. However, Ningjing was only slightly surprised before she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not a complete suppression. My realm is suppressed, and some of my physique power can't be used. However, my characteristics as a venerable are still there. I can still revive with blood, and my physique isn't weak to the demonization realm." Han Fei also felt that the power of his physique, except for its own specific hardness, had all disappeared. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. If he guessed right, his current physique should be stronger than Jinger's. For those who didn't walk the path of body refinement, after entering this place, not only had their realm plummeted, but even their physique had dropped by 2 levels. The difference between body refining and non-body refining was manifested here. Entering this place, Han Fei was about to ask how to get out, when he saw that the leafless tree, with only 2 branches, was still here. Qianshu explained, "Leafless has been here for too long. He was so bored that his remnant body gave birth to a new body, leaving his remnant body behind." With that said, Qianshu waved her vine-like hand casually, and the 2 branches snapped. Qianshu handed one of the branches to Han Fei and said, "With this branch, you can open a path to the demon forest in the nearby areas." Han Fei said, "Senior Qianshu, you have to be careful guarding this place. The sea demons also have a way to enter this place. Although they're only in the demonization realm, they once broke several branches of Senior Leafless in a Row. Qianshu said unhurriedly, no worries. Leafless branches were broken because he used most of his power to give birth to a new body. I won't give birth to a new body within 1,000 years, so if the sea demons dare to invade, I won't let them get away. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. However, he thought for a moment and said, in fact, it doesn't matter even if you let them go to the Waterwood world. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree has so many strong masters. They can easily squeeze them to death. Qianshu, the sea demons can never taint the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Ning Jing said, it's just a few sea demons, there's no need to trap-kill them. Besides, this is your business, not our Waterwood world's. Han Fei shrugged and said, Senior Qianshu, please send us out. Qianshu couldn't help looking at Ning Jing. Messenger Jing, you too. Ning Jing said, this was arranged by the queen. There's no need to say anything. Yes, Messenger Jing. Qianshu must know the leafless tree very well, so he picked up a branch, and green light bloomed in his hand. The small branch broke through the air as if hitting through the sky, and a gap appeared. Seeing this method, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although Qianshu looked very gentle and had taught for so many years, in terms of technique, he was more direct and violent than the leafless tree. Of course, it was not hard to imagine that the leafless tree had been here for too long and lost some of its vigor. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. He exchanged a glance with Ning Jing, and the two of them disappeared into the passage with a swish. The moment he went to see, Han Fei scanned the area with his perception. Because the range was not large, nothing special happened. This place was close to the 10,000 Demon Valley, about 100,000 kilometers away. It was not rare to see ordinary sea demons hunting treasures. Even Ning Jing couldn't extend her perception to the 10,000 Demon Valley at once. However, Ning Jing frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. There's the remnant aura of a sea demon venerable. In that direction, there's a strong demonic qi. It should be the place where sea demons gather. Are you going to destroy it? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. No rush. I just came back and don't know what's going on. If that place is still the one I know, it won't be difficult to destroy it. So, no rush. Ning Jing, okay. Now, where are we going? Han Fei turned his head and said, let's go in that direction. It's a beautiful sea area called the Pearl Divers Port. The coral reefs extend for 100,000 kilometers, and pearl divers come to search for treasures every day. Let's take you there. Ning Jing's eyes lit up. Pearl divers? What's so special about pearls? Han Fei's lips curled. When the number of any creature reaches a certain amount, it will be different. Just take a look. In fact, he was just passing by. He would take Ning Jing around and inspect. Around by the way. The two crossed the void. With Han Fei and Jinger's speed, even if they walked slowly, it would only take them several hours to walk 300,000 or 400,000 kilometers. If they walked fast, it wouldn't even take them an hour. Buzz. Several hours passed. When Han Fei saw the sea of pearls, he couldn't help but sigh. I'm finally back. Sure enough, east or west, home was the best. However, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that something was wrong. There were very few pearl divers today, but there were many guards around. There were as many as 10 law enforcers. Seeing that many coral reefs had signs of damage, Han Fei thought to himself. Not good, did something happen to the Sea of Pearls? Ning Jing said in surprise, ah. This place is very peaceful. However, there are strange buildings emerging from the sea in that direction. What is that? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Is Jinger's perception range so big? From her current position, she should be more than 50,000 kilometers away from the Pearl Divers Port. Han Fei said, that's one of the human settlements. Let's go and take a look. A moment later. As soon as Han Fei landed, he found that there were not many people at the Pearl Divers Port. As the main source of revenue for the Scattered Stars Island, the Pearl Divers Port had so few pearl divers, but so many guards. At this moment, Han Fei detected 2 explorers guarding the Pearl Divers Port. Before, Han Fei wasn't strong enough, so he didn't know how many explorers there were on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, Han Fei's real strength had reached the level of a half venerable, and the strength of his soul had even exceeded that of a so-called peak-level explorer. Therefore, with just a slight perception, he found that something was wrong. Ning Jing said, well, I think something might have indeed happened here. In the east of me, blood qi is soaring. A great battle must have broken out. Han Fei's heart sank. Jinger was pointing at the Scattered Stars Island. Qi La. Having no time to care about the Pearl Divers Port or enjoy the scenery, Han Fei tore the void and stepped in. Scattered Stars Island. A storm was brewing. At this moment, there were more than 50 battlefields of various sizes all over the island. This was a full-scale attack on the island, which seemed to have been going on for several days. The battle on the coast of the Scattered Stars Island was fierce. In the offshore area, countless fishing boats floated in the air, with explorers guarding the high sky and law enforcers directing the battle below. These people's fishing boats floated in the air and they used fishing techniques to kill the enemy. It was obvious that they were from the Fisher Union. In the sea, a little further away, countless hunters of the pioneer group hid in all directions and attacked at any time, hoping to kill them with one blow. On the shore, almost all the guardians of the Scattered Stars Island had been deployed. Some were fighting, some were resting, and some were fighting in cycles. The Trans-Island inspectors were swamped above the Scattered Stars Island. They had no time to slow down, but ran at full speed. In the sky, the fishing boat flew past, and a captain roared, "Come on, come on, help the Inferno Beach. It's full of scorpions there." Someone in midair stopped them and shouted at the team, "No matter which squad you are from, leave half of you to me. The Path of Giants needs reinforcements." The captain roared, "Nobody is available. Our squad has been borrowed with 2 batches of people. You can go to the command center to apply for reinforcements." The man shouted, "Nobody available?" Seeing this, the captain immediately took a breath. "Old Wu, you know the Path of Giants best. You have fought there for more than 3 years. Remember not to die." In the team, a middle-aged soul warrior took a deep breath. "Okay, I'll go. Come on, reinforce them." On the Scattered Stars Island, the 5 command centers had already exploded. This was because there were too many people seeking reinforcements. Therefore, all the command centers in the central city of the Scattered Stars Island, including the central city, had been divided into many teams. For this reason, Shueishenqi specifically emphasized that any major decision made by the command centers must be confirmed by their superiors before it could be carried out. Once there was an issue that was difficult to resolve. No matter how urgent it was, they must report it to the command center. Of course, this was just the situation on the Scattered Stars Island. On the coastline, a large number of spare soldiers were rushing to the east and being transferred away one wave after another. This showed that the Scattered Stars Island was not the most difficult one. After all, there were still spare forces that could continue to fight. However, on the west side of the Scattered Stars Island, in the outer sea area, the battle situation was much more complicated. Here, only on the human side, there were more than 2,000 hidden fishers, more than 100 law enforcers, and more than 10 explorers. They were fighting frantically. There were more than twice as many sea demons as humans. The battle was so fierce that the blood was rolling, the tides were surging, and the sea was almost dyed red. Puff. Someone was fighting too alone and was pierced by a harpoon. Seeing that he had no chance of survival, the long sword in his hand flew out and he leaned forward. Explode. Song Yi was the captain of a 5-person team. As a manipulator, there were only her and a spirit gatherer left in the team. The other 3, armorist, soul warrior, and hunter, had all died. Not far away, at least 3 squads were fighting hard, raising tides in an attempt to rescue the 2 of them. However, dozens of half-mermen surrounded the 2 of them but didn't kill them, so as to lure more humans over. Boom! A giant waterman came out of the water and attacked, causing the spirit gatherer in a team to have his internal organs shattered and die. In such an intense battlefield, after the spirit gatherer died, the time for other people to fight became limited. However, there were so many sea demons that rushed forward one after another. Having no choice, a team could only rush over frantically. Song Yi shouted angrily, "Don't come over! Don't come over, all of you!" But as soon as she said this, a harpoon swept out and a big whale attacked. The sea god strike swept across, and the team was instantly killed. Next to Song Yi, the spirit gatherer shouted, "Song Yi, blow ourselves up. Otherwise, we will become their bait to lure and kill our companions." All of a sudden, a half-merman broke through the water, holding double spears. Because he was too fast, he penetrated the 2 of them in an instant. The other half-mermen around were all shocked to see him. This half-merman had an extraordinary background and was said to be a heavenly talent from the royal city. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. The half-merman smiled. "Humph, you want to blow yourselves up in front of me? Listen to the howls of human beings. Human beings will die out sooner or later. The Sea Clan is the master forever of this vast sea area." While the half-merman was holding the 2 of them and exclaiming proudly, a voice suddenly sounded. "Master forever? Go to the netherworld." Who? The so-called heavenly talent of the royal city was shocked. He didn't notice the sudden appearance of this voice at all. There was a powerhouse of the same realm on the human side? "I heard that you are very arrogant." The half-merman was shocked to hear the sound. Without even turning his head, he exerted strength in his hands, intending to directly hold the 2 people down to use them to fight. However, he discovered, to his shock, that he couldn't move anymore. The terrifying pressure and the strong killing intent directly made his legs go limp. In the void, a voice shouted, "How dare you? How can you, an explorer, fight the sea demon realm? Do you want to be besieged by all of us?" Han Fei grinned. "Besiege? Hee, I'm right here. Come on, try besieging me." Beside him, Song Yi and the other man, who were saved by Han Fei, looked at Han Fei in shock. Song Yi took a breath. Are you Han Fei? Han Fei glanced at her casually and didn't remember this person. Then he turned around and stepped out. In an instant, he appeared in front of a sea demon. Without even doing anything, Han Fei directly smashed him into pieces with his physical strength. Swish swish swish. Han Fei's figure shot out like an arrow, killing one person with each step he took. What kind of shitty king versus king, general versus general, and soldier versus soldier? As long as the other party couldn't escape, what was the big deal of bullying? Buzz buzz buzz. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, 9 tails, little fatty, little gold, little black, and little white appeared. The only one who didn't appear was the licking dog. Firstly, it was because he had too many contractual spiritual beasts. Although the humans were allies, he didn't know what would happen if the people in the 1,000-star city heard it. Han Fei stepped into the air, and the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, hold off your opponents. Don't let them escape." Countless human hidden fissures were stunned. The law enforcers also turned their eyes to him. Who is this guy? Have we met before? Why are you giving orders? An explorer asked telepathically, "Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? How can you stop the enemies multiple times more than us?" Swish. Swish. Blue and red colors appeared at the same time. Han Fei shouted, "Water luster, fire seed, seal this place. Let nobody escape." Immediately afterward, green vines spread out in all directions, and knife light shot through the air. Tree spirit demon entanglement, punishing saber slash. 9 tails, little gold, little fatty, attack at will. As Han Fei spoke, he activated the Beast King technique, the agility of wind, the heavenly void divine movement, and the void lines. Puff, puff, puff. In the battle, not far ahead. In the blink of an eye, 3 sea spirits were instantly killed by Han Fei. The 3 law enforcers who were fighting them didn't even see Han Fei. They saw that, although the enemies in front of them were moving, their bodies split. And they had already died. This speed was too fast, so fast that even these sea spirit half-mermen didn't realize what happened. Shoal, stop. Not good, this guy is strong. In the void, someone had just stepped out when he saw this scene. He immediately shouted, "Not good. The humans are already resorting to all means. They're actually bullying the weak and breaking the rules? Quickly go back and spread the news." Heh. Shwa. A cold glint flashed between the heavens and earth. Before this person could escape, he was killed by a sword. In the sky, some sea demon could see a corner of the outside world. Seeing this, he shouted, "Shueshenqi is lawless. He is literally announcing the arrival of a big war in advance. Retreat." Among the humans, there was a middle-aged man who was surprised. Is that Han Fei? He had met Han Fei only once before, but he had worked under Shueshenqi. He knew that Shueshenqi's attitude towards Han Fei was different. He was also present at the ancient battlefield back then. It was all because Han Fei obtained the sea-quelling painting, which caused many venerables to beat up the strong masters in the 1,000-star city. It could be seen that Han Fei's identity was not ordinary. At this moment, Shueshenqi was not here, and he was in charge. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, entangle your opponents. Don't let anyone go." As soon as this person said so, a shadow swept across the void. A spear beam exploded, and an advanced Tao-seeking demon exploded in an instant. Instantly, many Tao-seeking realm demons panicked. Where is he? We can't even see him. Unfortunately, when all of them scanned with their perceptions, they still didn't find a single person. Even the humans were dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? Could it be that there was also an unknown powerhouse here? Jinger, on the other hand, watched in detail from a distance. The battlefield in front of her wasn't very big in her eyes. In the fiery sea or the dark war port, such battlefields were common. However, at this moment, there was a huge gap in strength between the two parties. Han Fei had actually tried to change the situation of the battle alone and didn't want to let any sea demon escape? Even a junior venerable might not be able to do that. In particular, Han Fei's sneak attack in the void almost fooled her. When her perception swept across the void, she found a humanoid shadow in the normal void. That figure didn't have a real body at all, just an illusion. If it hadn't attacked just now, she wouldn't have noticed it. Huh? A clone? Jinger was somewhat dumbfounded. Where did this clone come from? What kind of clone was this? She had been by the queen's side for so long and had heard a lot about clones. But she had never seen this one. Boom. Boom. When two great demons at the Tao-seeking realm died, the sea demons were only surprised but didn't retreat. They should have had a chance to retreat. In the beginning, even if Han Fei attacked with all his strength, there would definitely be people who could escape from this place. But at this moment, Han Fei's white mist body had already stepped into the void. As he activated the draw technique and star teleportation technique, in an instant, another two great demons in the Tao-seeking realm had died. And this was just the record of the white mist body. The black mist body was even more unbelievable, killing the enemies at will without being noticed at all. With cracking sounds, explosions rang out. Anyway, at the moment Han Fei entered the void, 5 Tao-seeking realm demons died. This number stunned everyone. Someone shouted, "Run!" But the sea demon only had time to shout before he was enshrouded by a black mist that suddenly descended. He felt that his vitality was slipping away crazily. On the human side, they didn't know if Han Fei was launching a sneak attack or something. Anyway, he had killed 8 Tao-seeking realm demons in a row in the blink of an eye. This strength was really terrifying. The leader shouted, "Kill! No sea demon shall leave." In fact, some people had already done so. Even if they had to burn their essence blood and consume their vitality and longevity, they had to hold their opponent back for a moment. At least, this group of people on the Scattered Stars Island could definitely be called united. If they could kill their enemies, how could they let them go? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "Let's finish this quickly." With so many Tao-seeking creatures dead, the other party's venerables must have noticed it. Swish swish swish. Under the agility of wind and the heavenly void divine movement, Han Fei was extremely fast. There were no half-venerables here, not even a peak Tao-seeking powerhouse. If Han Fei let them run away, how embarrassing would it be in front of Jinger? After all, the strongest person here was only at the same level as him, not even half a realm above him. Han Fei didn't even know where these great demons at the Tao-seeking realm came from. Logically speaking, when he was in the 10,000 Demon Valley, only blue Feather was at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Or rather, he might be at the level of a half-venerable. Among the 8 wings of Blue Feather, only Chen Yaning, who was ranked first, had broken through to the Tao-seeking realm. Jiu Honghai, who was ranked second, was crushed by old Jiang. As for the third place, Hail Chongfeng, he might have broken through to the Tao-seeking realm. However, how many years had it been? Of course, those were the strong masters of the 10,000 Demon Valley that Han Fei knew. But he hadn't seen any of these sea demons here. Besides, there were more than 10 of them in the Tao-seeking realm. There was definitely something wrong. Han Fei's first reaction was that the Yinyang world also had a royal city. When he was in the 10,000 Demon Valley, many people used the chance to go to the royal city as bait to encourage people to cultivate and become stronger. Pfft. Surrounded by 2 people, Han Fei suddenly appeared and blasted the last person to death with a punch. Then he stepped out of the void with an ugly expression. The 10,000 Demon Valley is really not the original 10,000 Demon Valley. In an instant, he had killed more than a dozen great demons in the Tao-seeking realm. This was why Han Fei was confident. This was the power of a half-venerable. Ordinary half-venerables couldn't compare to Han Fei. In the sea, 9 Tails and Punishing Saber were the fastest at killing sea demons. Han Fei saw that 9 Tails' latest inherited combat skill was the 9-tailed Soul Stab, which was extremely extraordinary. The 9 tails turned into 9 void spears, which pierced almost one person at a time. With 9 stabs, at most one person could survive. The man survived only because he had a soul protection technique, but even so, he couldn't withstand 9 Tails' second stab. Although Little Gold couldn't use the new combat skills of the Thunder Prison, his wings were sharp and he was extremely fast. Wherever he went, the sea demons were shattered. Even semi-divine weapons couldn't resist Little Gold's wings. Little Fatty's defense was slow, but he was truly the most terrifying one. Every time the sucker caught a target, one would die. The error rate was 0. As for Punishing Saber and Water Luster, because they had both reached the Explorer realm, the speed at which they executed their enemies was extremely fast. Especially Punishing Saber, he shuttled like a shadow and almost cleaned the battlefield. Under the charge of them on the battlefield, which was originally in an imbalanced state, the tide was turned. Seeing this, Han Fei grabbed a few Tao-seeking great demons with one hand and shouted, "The sea demon powerhouses are dead. Kill them all, spare none." At this moment, a human powerhouse came over. Among them, the middle-aged man who had seen Han Fei said, "Han Fei, this is inappropriate. The other party's strong master must have known it and must be on his way over here." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The battle went on very quickly. Han Fei wasn't worried at all about how fast the sea demon venerables would come. At least, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, there shouldn't be any powerful sea demon venerables. The only thing that made Han Fei a bit concerned was that the old turtle said that 50,000 kilometers away, there were 2 half-venerables or junior venerables fighting. In fact, this was not a threat. Otherwise, with Ning Jing's personality, she would have told him even if she didn't do anything. Besides, the old turtle's perception of the heavenly secrets and his divination didn't detect any danger at all. Therefore, Han Fei was certain that this seemingly powerful battle was actually just a large-scale local battle. Perhaps the real purpose of the sea demons was to consume the basic combat power of human beings. Therefore, even though this battle seemed huge, it was just a large-scale harassment battle of sea demons, just like those in the Waterwood world. For the real powerhouses in the royal city, the lives of the sea demons in the front line were not important at all. After all, there were infinite sea demon cannon fodder in this vast sea. However, human beings were different. Their population was much lower than that of marine creatures. Also, due to the limitation of their talent, their growth was very slow. Even hidden fishers were extremely rare. Therefore, when hearing someone's doubt, Han Fei shouted, "Just do what I tell you to. Cut the crap. End the battle quickly." At this moment, Han Fei's cold voice and cold eyes shocked this person. The fighting scene just now appeared in the man's mind. More than a dozen sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm were killed by Han Fei in an instant. From beginning to end, the other party didn't even have a chance to escape. He killed them so easily that it didn't seem like the power of an explorer at all. He still remembered what Han Fei was like when he met him. But in less than 10 years, the little guy who was only a hidden fisher back then had grown to the point of easily slaughtering dozens of great demons. The middle-aged man thought to himself, since things have come to this point, Han Fei has already started to kill all the enemies regardless of the means. Even if he stops now, there will be people who have seen it, so they might as well kill them all. The middle-aged man shouted, "Kill! Attack now!" Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help sneering. Their years of tacit understanding in battle had made these people restrained by the rules. Little did they know that if they didn't take action, more than half of this group of human hidden fishers would be killed or injured. Although Han Fei didn't know who arranged this battle, in his heart, Han Fei was a bit cautious about the sea demon royal city. The other party was more foxy than he thought. In any case, such a battle must have been included in the other party's strategic system. What was funny was that some human powerhouses didn't notice it at all. Therefore, in terms of the strategy of the sea demon royal city alone, Han Fei had to take it seriously. The intelligence of sea demon powerhouses was not inferior to that of human powerhouses. At this moment, above the water, thousands of human hidden fishers felt their blood boiling. Unfortunately, few people remembered Han Fei after so many years. After all, among this group of hidden fishers, only a few seniors knew Han Fei. Someone shouted, "It's Han Fei, the one who forged the Fei Yanmu furnace. He's back." Someone was shocked. "He's so strong. What kind of means did he just use?" Ordinary people couldn't see punishing Saber and Little Gold's attacks, because it was too fast. They could only see the frequent appearance of void cracks and the flickering of golden light. Nine Tails and Little Fatty were powerful creatures that they could see. 9 Tails' void chains extended out one after another like spears. No matter what the opponent did, almost no one could resist the stab of 9 Tails. Little Fatty, on the other hand, had sucked dry all the sea demons that were attracted to him in an instant. All kinds of attacks fell on them, but caused no harm to them at all. At this moment, Han Fei finally stopped hiding. In the past, he would hide some trump cards and was even unwilling to reveal his contractual spiritual beast. Now, it didn't matter. After all, nobody could stop him except venerables. If a venerable really attacked him, he still had Ning Jing help him even if he was in danger. Han Fei even wanted to announce that he had reappeared. It would be best if someone in the Thousand-Star City noticed him and came to ambush him. Thinking back, among the big families in the Thousand-Star City, even a peak-level explorer could easily kill him. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't resist a casual blow from the enemy. Now, if a peak-level explorer were to try again, he wouldn't know who would crush whom. All the explorers were taking action. The sea demons of the sea spirit realm were running for their lives desperately. Unfortunately, they couldn't tear through the void. Even if some of them could escape from the void, how could they escape from the hands of the explorers? Therefore, within a short while, the sea demon army collapsed, and the sea spirit creatures died one after another. The remaining nearly 4,000 sea demon realm half-mermen were being harvested. A half-merman roared, "Human, you are shameless. How dare you attack us when our strong master is not around?" Pfft. As soon as the half-merman said so, Han Fei suddenly appeared. Facing these sea demons, Han Fei had no mercy at all. "Since you bully us with numbers, I'll bully you with strength." After only a moment, when many explorers joined the battle, Han Fei heard a voice echoing in the void. "Human, how dare you attack the weak? Do you want to break the rules?" Han Fei stood proudly with his hands behind his back. "Which eye of yours saw me attack? What rules are you talking about? Who do you think you are?" In the territory of the Scattered Stars Island, the rules are set by the Scattered Stars Island. Jinger said, "A half-venerable has come." In the distance, 2 junior venerables are also rushing over. "Do you need me to take action? That person's strength shouldn't be weak. He has already comprehended a great Tao." Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. "Then I have to hurry up, but you'd better take a rest." Chi La. A crack was torn in the void, and a half-merman just shattered the space with a harpoon, leaving a dazzling and scorching blow like a shooting star in the sky. At that moment, on the surface of the sea, countless people even forgot to fight. This was because that strike traversed the sky and was extremely powerful. Seeing this scene, many human explorers were horrified. Someone said in shock, "Not good. He's a half-venerable." Humph. Boom. As soon as the person said so, Han Fei raised his foot and walked 10 kilometers with a single step. The golden fist mark radiated like a blazing sun. The Beast King technique was activated, and Han Fei's invincible fist shattered the meteor-like blow with a single blow. A bright flame exploded in the sky. The sea demon half-venerable thought that he could defeat Han Fei with one blow. After all, in his opinion, Han Fei was only an advanced explorer, 2 levels weaker than him. How could he be a match for him? However, Han Fei easily crushed his full-strength blow. Besides, he was shocked by Han Fei's magical footwork technique. Hiss. Not good. What a strong human being. The half-venerable's heart stirred as a battle suit appeared on his body. Faced with a powerhouse like Han Fei, he had to be careful. Roar. But the moment he put on the battle suit, a loud roar resounded through the sky. In the eyes of thousands of people, hundreds of huge ferocious beasts that seemed to come from ancient times stepped on the void and roared. The half-venerable had never seen such a scene before. The terrifying mental impact alone had exceeded the level of the so-called half-venerable, not to mention the 100 beast phantoms. After Han Fei roared, the half-venerable knew that Han Fei probably hid his strength. He endured a splitting headache, and the two shields in his body flew out and exploded. How could Han Fei allow the two high-quality divine weapons to explode here? Otherwise, many humans in the sea would be seriously injured. Drawl. The swords cut through the void, and most of the terrifying explosions went into the void cracks. With cracking sounds, armor shattered, producing horrible sounds. Han Fei shouted, "A mere half-venerable dares to mess around on the scattered Stars Island? Die." Everyone in the sky and on the sea was dumbfounded. Wasn't this person Han Fei? How could he easily crush a half-venerable? The few explorers were also horrified. When they heard about Han Fei, they had already remembered his record. After all, the Thug Academy had caused a huge uproar in the Thousand-Star City. Others might not know, but as explorers, how could they not know? Today, Han Fei had killed a half-venerable so casually. They had to be alarmed. In the void, half of the big demon's body was cut open. Han Fei held the embroidery needle in both hands and pierced his body, destroying his internal organs. His vitality and soul were being forcibly absorbed by Han Fei. After another minute, with a rip, the void was torn apart. Han Fei held the half-venerable in his hand and shouted, "The sea demons are ruthless and bully us with numbers. They tried to attack the weak human beings, only to be executed by me. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you?" He had clearly sensed that the void was trembling, so the venerable level great demon must be arriving soon. Han Fei said casually and punched out angrily. Bang! Blood of the half-venerable was spilled on the battlefield. In an instant, all the sea demon realm half-mermen on the entire battlefield fled with blood on their bodies. With such a strong enemy as Han Fei around, how could they not run? "Shueishenqi, do you know what you are doing?" Buzz. 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 When the void tore apart, Han Fei finally saw an acquaintance. However, Shueishenqi had already become a venerable, which was a little beyond Han Fei's expectations. As for the other person, he held a harpoon and shot 3 times in a row, intending to nail 9 tails, Little Fatty, and Little Gold to death. Because Shueishenqi was a step late and didn't have the time to attack, he just reminded him, Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. With a thought, the 3 of them turned into streaks of light and returned into his body. Han Fei clenched a fist and punched at the sky. "How dare you, a mere junior venerable, try to slaughter my contractual spiritual beast? Who the f***ck do you think you are?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Seeing Han Fei attack, the venerable couldn't help frowning. If he wasn't mistaken, this human should only be an advanced explorer. Why did he dare to attack him? He slapped him and was about to turn around to deal with Shueishenqi. Obviously, although he was angry that Han Fei attacked low-level sea demons, he didn't take Han Fei seriously at all. But at the next moment, his face suddenly changed. His palm mark was shattered by Han Fei in an instant. He couldn't even block Han Fei's punch? What? Han Fei had already appeared not far away from him, holding the embroidery needle in his hand, and a series of shocking stick shadows smashed down. Shueishenqi was also very surprised. Han Fei could easily block the attack of a venerable. However, Shueishenqi was used to big scenes. His surprise was only for an instant. Originally, Han Fei was the son of Han Guanshu, which was already enough to impress him. Besides, Han Fei had inherited the sea-quelling painting and was reputed to be the most likely to become a king. At this moment, it seemed natural that Han Fei could fight a venerable. Otherwise, how could he become a king? However, the sea demon venerable was horrified. His first reaction was that Han Fei hid his strength. However, according to the power that Han Fei blasted at him, there didn't seem to be any Dao runes fused in it. No Dao runes? Shuaishenqi said. Han Fei, attack together. Keep him here. Boom. Crack. The sea demon venerable blocked with one hand, thinking that no matter how strong Han Fei was, his combat power could pose no threat without any Dao runes in it. However, when Han Fei's rod fell on his arm, he knew he was terribly wrong. How is that possible? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. After activating the Beast King technique, his strength had already reached nearly 2,000 waves, which had long exceeded the so-called level of a half-venerable. It could be said that Han Fei's current strength could crush this venerable to the ground. Even Shuaishenqi couldn't help taking a breath. The short hammer in his hand stabbed out, leaving a big hole in the man's battle suit. With a crack, the man's forearm was broken. Han Fei didn't stop. The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks fell like raindrops. After Shuaishenqi attacked, he had already flashed below the two of them and tore the void. Don't fight here. However, Han Fei had already blasted out ripples, which caused surging waves in the void, and the sea surface was slightly sunken. On the human side, 8 explorers were roaring and blocking the terrifying tide for human beings in midair. As for the sea demons, they weren't so lucky. This was because they were all weaklings and didn't have a big demon protect them. Even if they immediately dove into the sea, at least hundreds of them were crushed to pieces by the aftershock of the battle between the venerables. And that was after Shuaishenqi blocked some of the aftershock. The sea demons were fleeing, and punishing Saber and the others were chasing them. As Tree Spirit was relatively slow, in addition to entangling the enemies, he was collecting the scattered sea-swallowing seashells. Although these sea-swallowing seashells were no longer useful to Han Fei. After all, Han Fei had already surpassed the level of a hidden fisher. However, for the thousands of ordinary people on the Scattered Stars Island, these were all treasures and resources. In midair, the sea demon Venerable took 100 attacks from Han Fei in a few seconds, and cracking sounds came from his body non-stop. He also didn't expect Han Fei's strength to be so terrifying. This wasn't a power that a Dao-seeking realm could possess at all. 1,000 waves was the peak, and the realm of a half-venerable wasn't just a strength increase, but comprehension and use of the Great Dao. Everyone's Great Dao would eventually transform into power, which would be added to them and make them stronger. However, Han Fei launched 100 overlapping waves in a row, which were extremely powerful. If it were a half-venerable, he would have been killed by Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei also experienced an obscure power, which was like a stacked wave, pushing a force out of this sea demon's body to stick to his embroidery needle. However, even so, Han Fei's power still passed through the tide-like power of Dao runes and landed on the venerable. The infinity water stirred, and Han Fei forcibly pulled him into the void. Shuaishenqi shouted, "Everyone, return to the Scattered Stars Island." Immediately. Shuaishenqi immediately rushed into the void. However, the moment he rushed into the void, he was faced with a terrifying tide impact. A stream of water hit his face, forcing him to step back. Han Fei detonated the infinity water. The terrifying power of the blow caused the sea demon to bleed all over. In this terrifying wave of explosion, Han Fei carried the sword in his hand. The silver light was like lightning, the spiritual energy was overwhelming. And the dazzling sword light was disappearing into a sea tide. Hula! Boom! Shueishenqi saw a pair of legs flying towards him. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help being horrified. What kind of F***king combat efficiency was this? Han Fei was too fast. On Han Fei's side, a large black fog had already enveloped the Venerable and Han Fei. Roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated. The explosions continued. Suddenly, Han Fei was sent flying. A golden carp rushed out of the black fog. The Venerable summoned his companion spirit. At that moment, the black fog shattered. The old turtle couldn't withstand the impact of the Venerable realm alone. However, Han Fei, who was pushed back, twisted in midair and appeared in the black fog that was about to collapse. Han Fei didn't intend to hide his means this time. Since he had encountered this battle and had a chance to fight a Venerable, he had to try the best he could. The Waterwood world was different. It had many strong masters, and the three parties each had nearly 100 Venerables. The Waterwood world had relatively few Venerables, and there were countless Venerables in the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, in the Yinyang world, a Venerable was a very important figure. Therefore, Han Fei found it incredible that he met an unfamiliar sea demon. Venerable the moment he came back. If this Venerable appeared sooner, wouldn't Shueishenqi have to call for reinforcements from the Thousand-Star City? Seeing this scene, Shueishenqi wasn't in a rush. After going to that world, Han Fei's strength had improved a lot. In just 3 years, he could even challenge a Venerable? What kind of opportunity did Han Fei obtain there to grow to this point? Shueishenqi stood proudly in the air, his voice dignified. Do you need help? Han Fei grinned. No, I've always wanted to try challenging a Venerable. I didn't expect to have this opportunity today. The other party was wrapped with Dao runes and the surrounding waves couldn't move forward. Han Fei activated his Dao seed and shouted, "Forbid laws here." After more than 2 years, Han Fei had gained some insight into his Dao seed. He could use some of the great Dao rules that didn't change much in a small range. For example, by sealing laws in this space, the other party's Dao runes would be weakened by more than half in an instant. Bam! Of course, after forbidding laws here, Han Fei couldn't use any great techniques either, including the draw technique and the sacrificing punch. However, this was exactly what Han Fei wanted. Without many techniques, he could only rely on his physical strength. This was a special usage he had discovered, but it couldn't last long. In the old turtle's words, this was interfering with the rules of the great Dao. And the great Dao had the power of self-repair. Therefore, with Han Fei's current understanding of the great Dao, he couldn't make this situation last long. However, a moment was enough for Han Fei to fight a fierce battle. The sea demon was horrified to see that his Dao was blocked and wanted to escape. However, Han Fei was so fast. How could he let him succeed? Bam! Han Fei punched the sea demon Venerable in the head, knocking him dozens of meters back as if he were hitting a sandbag. Shueishenqi's eyelids twitched slightly. A punch from him deformed the face of a Venerable level sea demon? How much strength did he use? Although the sea demon Venerable was hit by Han Fei, he immediately realized that his physical strength could still be used. He immediately counterattacked and also threw a punch at Han Fei. Idiot. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle muttered, an ordinary venerable is actually fighting a body refiner? Is his brain clamped by a void crack? Even Han Fei smiled. He watched the punch land on his mouth, but he didn't care. Because at this moment, his big fist had already blasted out. Knock, knock, knock. In an instant, hundreds or thousands of fists hit the head of the sea demon. Venerable like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the head of a giant black fish was blasted out by Han Fei. Clearly, the sea demon Venerable had been stunned. Each of Han Fei's punches carried a terrifying force of nearly 2,000 waves. No one could resist it. On the fish head, its scales were shattered and there were dents everywhere. Roar. 100 beast soul subduing roar. Void lines. The old turtle's black fog descended. The body of the sea demon Venerable was aging at a visible speed. Shueishenqi immediately discovered the sea demon's vitality was losing. Shueishenqi shouted, Han Fei, have you practiced an evil technique? Han Fei looked back. An evil technique? Of course not. I walk the righteous path, the path of a king. What you see is just the power of time. Regardless of whether Shueishenqi believed him or not, Han Fei continued to absorb. This was a venerable. After swallowing this guy, his soul power would exceed 40,000 points. In his heart, the old turtle said, I've swallowed 70 to 80% of his vitality, and some of it has been extracted by you. It's impossible for him to be reborn with his blood. Han Fei smiled and 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. With a clang, the sea demon Venerable's fish head was shattered. Rumble. At this moment, the sun was blocked by the black clouds. Above the sea, the wind and clouds surged, the black clouds gathered, and a red crack stretched across thousands of kilometers. The heavy rain suddenly fell, turning into a rain of blood in an instant. At that moment, Scattered Stars Island, Pearl Divers Port, Ancient Battlefield, 10,000. Demon Valley. One strong master after another rose and looked up at the vast sky. A venerable died today? At this moment, Han Fei felt very comfortable. He had finally killed a venerable. After killing the venerable, Han Fei grinned and tilted his head to look at Shueishenqi. How is it? After killing a venerable head-on, Han Fei didn't feel anything special. In his heart, Han Fei felt that it was as if he had defeated a top heavenly talent. There seemed to be no difference. Perhaps because his strength had reached this point, when he faced a venerable, he no longer had the fascination he had before. After all, the venerable realm was just a realm. He had yearned for it in the past, but now, although he hadn't become a venerable yet, he wasn't afraid of venerables at all. In the 3 years in the Waterwood world, especially in the first year, Han Fei's strength increased too fast. In the following years, Han Fei was only consolidating and polishing his foundation. Holding the venerable sun-moon shell, Han Fei glanced at it and found that there were very few spiritual fruits and spiritual springs in it. However, it did make sense. Venerables weren't interested in spiritual spring or spiritual fruits. However, in this venerable sun-moon shell, there were some top materials and a different sea chart. Huh? Han Fei glanced at it without taking it out. After all, Shueishenqi was still here. Seeing this, Han Fei had already concluded that behind the 10,000 demon valley, there was indeed a royal city. However, the location of this royal city was extremely mysterious, and the rest had already broken into the wall of death. On this map, Hanfei saw a wall. On the map, there was even a map about the inside of the wall. However, Hanfei was a little puzzled. The wall of death was such a powerful seal that even the battle between the two kings failed to break it. How could the royal city of the Yinyang world break into the wall of death? Without paying much attention to the sea chart, Hanfei turned to Shueishenqi. Shueishenqi and the others must have explored the Scattered Stars Island countless times. If he knew the existence of the Wall of Death, well, Shueishenqi and the others definitely knew it. Besides, there were suddenly so many strong masters in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Hanfei didn't believe that there was no royal city behind them. Shueishenqi and the others should be able to guess it, but they didn't know how much Shueishenqi knew about this so-called royal city. Seeing Hanfei again under such circumstances, Shueishenqi sighed. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and Shueishenqi slowly said, "You were right. The 10,000 Demon Valley is up to something indeed. If I've guessed right, they should have opened a channel to the royal city. Today, the venerables and Tao-seeking great demons you killed should have come from the so-called Sea Demon Royal City." Hanfei asked, "Do you know where it is?" Shueishenqi said, "I don't know. If I had known it earlier, I would have done something." After a pause, Shueishenqi said, "Did you come back alone?" Hanfei thought for a moment. Although Jing'er came back with him, her junior sister instructed that Jing'er shouldn't take action easily. Therefore, he'd better not tell Shueishenqi. Therefore, Hanfei nodded. "Yes. But at least I'm much stronger, right?" However, Shueishenqi shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid it's not enough." Hanfei frowned. "Not enough?" Hanfei thought to himself, "Shueishenqi, are you out of your mind? I just killed more than a dozen Tao-seeking great demons, a half-merman and a half-merman who had just become venerables. Isn't that enough?" Hanfei immediately looked in the direction of the Scattered Stars Island. "What's the problem?" Shueishenqi said, "You should know the strength of the Scattered Stars Island. Without your father, there are no venerables on the Scattered Stars Island. In order to resist the suppression of the Thousand-Star City, I have to make a breakthrough. But even if I make a breakthrough and become a venerable, I'm only a junior venerable and can only suppress venerables at the same level. However, if an intermediate venerable or above comes, my say will be divided." Hanfei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "Someone is here to seize power?" Shueishenqi said, "That's right. However, the result isn't that bad. Some people from the big clans have come, and some powerhouses from the 7 major sects have also come. They balance each other, so I can continue to control the Scattered Stars Island." Hanfei thought to himself, the complicated situation in the Thousand-Star City has finally spread to the Scattered Stars Island. Hanfei frowned. "Many?" Shueishenqi said, "There are 4 intermediate venerables and 4 junior venerables. Including me, there are a total of 9 venerables. Although you are only an advanced explorer, your combat power. I didn't expect so many venerables to appear on the Scattered Stars Island one day." Hanfei curled his lips. "You could have destroyed the 10,000 Demon Valley a long time ago, right? However, without the 10,000 Demon Valley, where could you find so many sea demons to temper human children?" A smile appeared on Shueishenqi's face. "You seem to have grown a lot." "Indeed. It's not difficult to wipe out the 10,000 Demon Valley, and our human race is not that weak. but now, whether the 10,000 Demon Valley exists or not doesn't matter. In the end, the Empyrean waterfall can't hold on anymore. You came back a little early, but in less than 3 months, or half a year, the so-called Sea Demon Royal City will definitely appear. At that time, war will be inevitable. Han Fei said, no matter what, the 10,000 Demon Valley must be destroyed. There are too many sea demons in the 10,000 Demon Valley, far more than the so-called Royal City. If we kill them, at least the ordinary people on the Scattered Stars Island will be safe. Shuaishenqi asked, have you seen the Royal City over there? Han Fei thought to himself, I've seen more than that. I've already been inside, become a heavenly talent of them, and explored their forbidden level secret realms. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't tell Shuaishenqi that, so he said, I know the general situation. The Royal City isn't as big as we think. There are 2 royal cities over there, with about 100,000 people in one of them. Only 100,000? Shuaishenqi couldn't help but frown. This doesn't seem right. What can a mere 100,000 people do? However, Han Fei said, don't underestimate these 100,000 people. The minimum requirement to enter the royal city is a level 6 demonic heritage, which is equivalent to the level 6 spiritual heritage of our human race. Hiss. Even Shuaishenqi was shocked when he heard this. What kind of standard was this? A level 5 spiritual heritage equaled the qualification to enter the 7 major academies. If what Han Fei said was true, wouldn't the power of the Sea Demon Royal City be unbelievable? Tang Gu, who only had a level 7 spiritual heritage back then, was regarded as a treasure by the Thousand-Star City. However, only those with level 6 demonic heritage could enter the Sea Demon Royal City? What did it mean? And there were 100,000 of them? Of course, what Han Fei was talking about was the White Shell Royal City. As for the other Sea Demon Royal Cities, they might not be the same. However, it could be seen that the strength of the Sea Demon Royal City couldn't be underestimated. Han Fei continued, the lowest level in the capital is the Sea Spirit. This means that there are 100,000 sea spirits in the capital. Buzz. Shuaishenqi's face suddenly changed. He glared at Han Fei. What did you say? Han Fei said, you didn't hear it wrong. In the royal city, the weakest one is in the sea spirit realm. Those below this realm are not even qualified to enter it. Something might be wrong with the royal city in our world, or they would have flattened the Scattered Stars Island long ago. Therefore, since they are still tentatively fighting us, it means that their difficulties have not been resolved. Shuaishenqi suddenly raised his head, looked in the direction of the Scattered Stars Island, and interrupted, this matter is important. Let's discuss it later. The Scattered Stars Island has been fighting for 7 days in a row. And everyone is exhausted. Since this battle is over and you have broken the rules, quickly return to support us. Scattered Stars Island. They still didn't know the news that Han Fei had returned and went on a killing spree on the battlefield. After all, the battle on the front line was not something ordinary people could participate in at all. On the west side, the battle between the Skeleton Shore and the Path of Giants was fiercest. In the tide, there were densely packed giant feathered scorpions and king worms rushing forward as if they were fearless of death. It was fine on the Path of Giants, because there was a smooth defense line there. Even the red tide impact was blocked by countless people within the range of the path of giants, so these ordinary sea creatures couldn't take a step forward. However, things were not so easy on the skeleton shore. The battle on the skeleton shore had expanded to involve more than 5,000 people. On the coastline, more than 3,000 people were resting. Spirit gatherers were undoubtedly the most difficult ones among this group of people. Their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Above the coast, a red figure, holding 2 swords, was fighting on the battlefield. From afar, she looked like a beautiful red flame, killing from south to north, from east to west. Commander, don't we have any reinforcements? This battle has been going on for 3 days and 3 nights, and the last batch only took half an hour to rest. This is not enough. Captain Yu, I'm Ling Yu, from the command center. You can't consume spiritual energy anymore. The enemy's law enforcers retreated in defeat 3 hours ago and may come back again. Shwa. Shwa. The fiery figure threw out 2 slashes and killed more than 30 enemies. Then she stepped in the void, panting. Others can rest, but I can't. I have to maintain my momentum. Spirit gatherers, replenish my spiritual energy. 2 spirit gatherers at the hidden fissure level quickly crossed the battlefield and went straight ahead. Yu Lingyun heaved a sigh. The scattered stars island, year after year, day after day. Are they cultivating talents, or are they really resisting sea demons? Where are the powerhouses? Where have they gone? Yu Lingyun extended her hand, and 2 red long swords flew back. She held the long sword in her hand, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and looked into the distance. Daliang, Leng Hui, you should learn from Xiao Xiao. Fine, I'm afraid I'm going to take your old path. Wait a while longer. Wait. For me to defend the skeleton shore. Ah. Pooh. 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 Suddenly, 6 life spears flew out of the ground. The 2 spirit gatherers who were replenishing Yu Lingyun with spiritual energy were penetrated in an instant. Shoal. Yu Lingyun's face changed, and she slashed at the ground. Hey! You're finally tired. At the moment when Yu Lingyun attacked the ground, a king worm not far from her feet suddenly exploded. A harpoon hit the sky, white light bloomed, and the Sea King strike was launched. Yu Lingyun still wanted to wave her sword, but her spiritual energy was exhausted when half of the sword wave had just formed. The backlash made her vomit a mouthful of blood. Looking at the white harpoon, Yu Lingyun's eyes dimmed slightly. Sure enough, she couldn't avoid death. Xiao Xiao. There's only you left. Live on. Pfft. Yu Lingyun couldn't be more familiar with the sound of sharp blades tearing flesh. She couldn't help closing her eyes, but 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. 3 seconds had passed, but she didn't feel any pain. Yu Lingyun opened her eyes slowly, only to see a familiar figure standing on the sea, looking at her with a smile. Why? Will the Yu Lingyun I know give up on herself too? Looking at the half-mermaid that had been torn in half under Han Fei's feet, Yu Lingyun's eyes welled up. CA. Captain? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Yu Lingyun couldn't believe her eyes. She had long heard that Han Fei had gone to the 1,000-star city. However, not long after, some news spread that the Thug Academy had a revolt and attacked the 1,000-star city. Regarding this, Yu Lingyun and the others were shocked and secretly prayed. That Han Fei was fine. At that time, Leng Hui said that he was going to ask around about this matter. However, not long after, Leng Hui died in the outer sea, and they didn't even bring back his body. At this moment, Han Fei appeared quietly like a god. Seeing Yu Lingyun's surprised look, Han Fei smiled. Why? We haven't seen each other for a few years. Do you forget about me? Watch out. Yu Lingyun was about to speak, when her face changed, and she shouted. Swish! 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 Life spears were flying at them and 5 red demons were attacking Han Fei. They couldn't confirm Han Fei's strength, but Han Fei could kill a sea spirit. So they had to use all their strength. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Without even looking back, he casually waved his hand, and there were continuous explosions. The 5 life spears, as well as the 5 red demons hiding underground, exploded in an instant. Almost half of the skeleton shore saw this scene. Han Fei said casually, "How troublesome." Han Fei turned around, and the seawater within a kilometer was flowing backward and suspended in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it turned into thin water blades. Swish! 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 The million-knife spiral swept like a dragon, and a huge number of water blades flew on the surface of the sea, even piercing into the beach and the bottom of the sea. Pooh! 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 Bang! 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 How could these ordinary giant feathered scorpions and king worms resist the million-knife art that the infinity water transformed into? They were basically cut into pieces with one slash. With Han Fei's current soul power, it might be a little difficult for him to control the 10,000 knives. After all, it would consume him a lot of brain power. However, the infinity water had almost become a part of his body. Therefore, this problem didn't exist at this moment. Every time a blade passed by, there would be residual knife chi, and then tens of thousands of knives flowed out like a stream, like wind sweeping away clouds, and leaving bodies everywhere. Damn it. Who is he? The knives were like flying locusts. In the blink of an eye, they had cleared up all the giant feathered scorpions and king worms within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After 10 seconds, there was no living sea creature on the skeleton shore. Under the horrified gaze of tens of thousands of people, Han Fei stepped in the air, holding Snowmorn, and walked 1,000 meters and left a sword mark with each step. 10 steps and 10 sword marks. In the end, Han Fei stomped and a large spirit gathering array appeared. Behind him, seawater flowed backward and flew into the sky, and a huge wave rose more than 200 meters into the sky. Sea as a sword. In the face of a powerhouse of the same level, it was basically impossible to kill a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm with this kind of power. However, this was the skeleton shore, a coastal area near the scattered Stars Island. The sea creatures who could rush here were not strong. Han Fei kept slashing Snowmorn, and spirit-gathering arrays rose crazily from under his feet. The terrifying sword tide spread out dozens of kilometers. Splash! The huge tide was pushing against the sea. In the blink of an eye, everybody on the skeleton shore discovered, to their shock, that the seawater had been completely enshrouded by the worm corpses and crab shells. The horrible sword wave pushed to a place that nobody could see with their naked eye, and then collapsed. And before that, wherever this wave passed, almost all died. Han Fei had killed countless creatures with this blow. Han Fei could even crazily absorb the spiritual energy contained in these creatures through the demon purification pot. However, for the current him, he could absorb spiritual energy from the void at any time, so he didn't need to covet the spiritual energy. After all, spiritual energy was everywhere, so he didn't have to obtain it from sea creatures. Besides, the people on the Scattered Stars Island had been fighting for 7 days and 7 nights and needed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't want to snatch their spiritual energy. After all, these people couldn't absorb spiritual energy from the void and could only feed on these marine creatures. After a few steps, Han Fei returned to the skeleton shore. Everyone on the shore, including the guardians and scouts who had just been replaced, stood up. These people all widened their eyes, shocked. Our tens of thousands of people have fought so difficultly on this battlefield. The young man had swept away all the enemies with a single slash? Was he really a human? Gulp. Someone sighed. Oh my God. Is this Marshal Xuexinqi? Someone said in shock, I don't know who he is, but he will be my idol for the rest of my life. Some people on the battlefield even sat down, blinking their eyes and murmuring, a strong master. Is this the power of a strong master? It's him, Han Fei, Commander Han Fei. He used to be the commander of our scouts team. What? Old who, take it easy. Don't talk nonsense. A newcomer exclaimed and hurriedly stopped the guy who shouted. Someone was dumbfounded. Old who, are you serious? Are you talking about Captain Han Fei, who created the Feiyanmu furnace? Someone asked quickly, is it Han Fei who attacked the Dark Hunter Legion twice? The middle-aged man called Old who said, it can't be wrong. When I first came to the 38th Battalion, Captain Han Fei was already a commander. Now, I don't know how strong he is. Han Fei came to Yu Lingyun and pointed at her, and spiritual energy was quickly injected into her body. Then, Han Fei waved his hand, and a white chain suddenly descended and began to flow crazily among the injured people. Those who were touched by the white light all recovered at a visible speed. It was the first time Han Fei used the holy light chains. He had never had a chance to use it before, but it was useful now. He didn't expect it to work so well. The holy light chains could cure nearly 100 people at one time. Of course, the consumption was also a lot. However, Han Fei could totally afford it now. Han Fei shouted, whoever is seriously injured, gather here within 10 seconds. Under the watch of Yu Lingyun and a group of hidden fisher commanders and members of the command center, the crowd quickly gathered. With swishes, holy light chains fell one after another. As if the beach was cracking, in an instant, the injuries of thousands of people were recovering in order. However, Han Fei couldn't help those who had the most serious injuries, with broken hands and feet. It was said that venerables could heal such injuries. Amid the discussion sounds, Han Fei frowned and looked at Yu Lingyun. Why? Are you still here? Yu Lingyun took a deep breath and looked at the powerful healing techniques. One after another, thinking, this is Han Fei, a peerless heavenly talent and a legendary figure on the Scattered Stars Island. Isn't it natural that he can become so strong? Yu Lingyun heaved a sigh. Leng Hui, Daliang, and I have the same purpose. We all want to become stronger. So we don't want to go back to the town. Han Fei asked, where are Leng Hui and Gu Daliang? Yu Lingyun smiled bitterly. Leng Hui perished in the outer sea, and Daliang. Died in a battle with sea demons a year ago. I thought it would be my turn today, but I didn't expect you came. Han Fei sighed. However, Han Fei just nodded slightly, took out a sea-swallowing seashell, and handed it over. You've been growing up fast. You've been in combat all the time, so your foundation should be good. However, fighting all the time is not a good choice. Cultivation requires thinking, epiphany, and understanding. Rest for a few years. Yu Lingyun accepted the sea-swallowing seashell in confusion, only to find that there was a lot of spiritual fruits, energy fruits, combat skills, and techniques in it. She even saw 2 long swords that were emitting flames. Captain. Yu Lingyun quickly came back to herself, but when she raised her head, she found that Han Fei was already 1,000 meters away. Han Fei's voice fell in her ears. I don't want my former teammates to all die. Okay, that's it. Go back to your town to cultivate for a few years. Now. It's my battle. Since Han Fei left, every time they met, it was a short while. She still remembered when Han Fei returned from the sea, the first thing he did was to appear on the skeleton shore and eat hot pot with them. Yu Lingyun knew that Han Fei had completely changed since then, and he had already distinguished himself back then. Swish swish swish. Dozens of people flew to Yu Lingyun and asked telepathically, Commander, is this Captain Han? Sister Lingyun, how strong is he exactly? Isn't it said that Han Fei rose only a dozen years ago? He is still under the age of 30. How did he become so strong? Someone else said, Sister Lingyun, Captain Han is your old captain. What good stuff did he give you? Yu Lingyun looked at Han Fei's back and then at the sea that was full of bodies in the distance and shouted, Everybody, clear up the battlefield in half an hour and be ready to support other lines of defense. Han Fei, who had already disappeared from everybody's sight, put on a smile. Yu Lingyun was still Yu Lingyun. No matter what happened, she would always put business first. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's ears. I was wondering who it was. A person actually cleared up a battlefield in a few seconds with a single slash. It turns out to be the traitor of the Thug Academy. Han Fei scanned with his perception and didn't recognize the man. He was in the mayor's mansion at the moment. Han Fei frowned slightly. Say that again? Anyway, I just killed a venerable. I don't mind killing another one. In the mayor's residence, the man's face turned cold. Han Fei, since you had escaped, why did you come back? Han Fei curled his lips. Which family are you from? Shut up if you don't know how to speak. Say it a third time, I'll beat the hell out of you.